Preface of Nibelungenlied. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gonzales. The Nibelungenlied, translated by Daniel B. Shumway. Preface. This work has been undertaken in a belief that a literal translation of as famous an epic as the Nibelungenlied would be acceptable to the general reading public, whose interest in the story of Siegfried has been stimulated by Wagner's operas and by reading of such poems as William Morris. Sigurd the Volsung. Prose has been selected as the medium of translation, since it is hardly possible to give an accurate rendering at the same time to meet the demands imposed by rhyme and meter. At least none of these verse translations may thus far have succeeded in doing this. The prose translations, on the other hand, mostly err in being too continuous, and in condensing too much, so that they retell the story instead of translating it. The present translators try to avoid these two extremes, yes, endeavour to translate literally and accurately, and to reproduce the spirit of the original, as far as a prose translation would permit. To this end, the language has been made as simple and as Saxon in character as possible. An exception has been made, however, in the case of such romance words as were in use in England during the age of romance of chivalry, and which would help to learn the romance colouring. These have been frequently employed. Very few obsolete words have been used, and these are explained in the notes, but the language has been made to some extent archaic, especially in dialogue, in order to give the impression of age. At the request of the publishers, the introduction sketch has been shown of the apparatus of scholarship, and made as popular a study of the poem and its sources would allow. The advanced student who may be interested in consulting authorities will find them given in the introduction to the parallel edition in the Revised Literature series. A short list of English works on the subject had, however, been added. In conclusion, translator would like to thank his colleagues, C.G. Child and Cornelius Weigand, for their helpful suggestions in starting the work, and also to acknowledge his indebtedness to the German edition of Paul Piper, especially in preparing the notes. Daniel Bussier Shumway, Philadelphia, February 15, 1909. End of preface.
Chapter 1 of The Nibelungenlied. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in May 2012. The Nibelungenlied, translated by Daniel B. Shumway. Chapter 1. Adventure 1. Full many a wonder is told us in stories old, of heroes worthy of praise, of hardships dire, of joy and feasting, of the fighting of bold warriors, of weeping and of wailing. Now ye may hear wonders told. In Burgundy there grew so noble a maid, that in all the lands none fairer might there be. Kriemhild was she called, a comely woman she became, for whose sake many a knight must needs lose his life. Well worth the loving was the winsome maid. Bold knights strove for her, none bare her hate. Her peerless body was beautiful beyond degree. The courtly virtues of this maid of noble birth would have adorned many another woman too. 3 kings, noble and puissant, did nurture her, Gunther and Gernot, warriors worthy of praise, and Giselher, the youth, a chosen knight. This lady was their sister, the princes had her in their care. The lordings were free in giving, of race high born, passing bold of strength were they, these chosen knights. Their realm hight Burgundy. Great marvels they wrought hereafter in Etzel's land. At Worms upon the Rhine they dwelt with all their power. Proud knights from out their lands served them with honour until their end was come. Thereafter they died grievously through the hate of two noble dames. Their mother, a mighty queen, was called the Lady Uta, their father Dankrat, who left them the heritage after his life was over, a mighty man of valour that he was, who won thereto in youth worship full great. These kings, as I have said, were of high prowess. To them owed allegiance the best of warriors, of whom tales were ever told, strong and brave, fearless in the sharp strife. Hagen there was of Troneck, thereto his brother Dankwart, the doughty, Ortwin of Metz, Gere and Eckewart, the margraves twain, Volker of Alzey, endured with fullness of strength. Rumold was master of the kitchen, a chosen knight. The lords Sinold and Hunold, liegemen of these three kings, had rule of the court and of its honours. Thereto had they many a warrior whose name I cannot tell. Dankwart was marshal, his nephew Ortwin seneschal unto the king. Sindold was cupbearer, a chosen knight. Hunold served as chamberlain. Well they wot how to fill these lofty stations. Of the forces of the court and its far-reaching might, of the high worship and of the chivalry, these lords did ply with joy throughout their life. Of this forsooth none might relate to you the end. In the midst of these high honours, Kriemhild dreamed a dream of how she trained a falcon, strong, fair, and wild, which before her very eyes two eagles rent to pieces. No greater sorrow might chance to her in all this world. This dream then she told to Uta, her mother, who could not unfold it to the dutiful maid in better wise than this. The falcon which thou trainest, that is a noble man, but thou must needs lose him soon, unless so be that God preserve him. Why speakest thou to me of men, dear brother mine? I would fain ever be without a warrior's love. So fair will I remain until my death, that I shall never gain woe from love of man. Now forswear this not too roundly, spake the mother in reply. If ever thou shalt wax glad of heart in this world, that will chance through the love of man. Passing fair wilt thou become, if God grant thee a right worthy knight. I pray you leave this speech, spake she, my lady. Full oft hath it been seen in many a wife, how joy may at last end in sorrow. I shall avoid them both, then can it ne'er go ill with me. Thus in her heart Kriemhild forswear all love. Many a happy day thereafter the maiden lived, without that she wist any whom she would care to love. In after days she became with worship a valiant Here's bride. He was the selfsame falcon which she beheld in her dream that her mother unfolded to her. How sorely did she avenge this upon her nearest kin, who slew him after. Through his dying alone there fell full many a mother's son. End of chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of the Nibelungenlied. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. The Nibelungenlied. Translated by Daniel B. Shumway. Chapter 2 of Siegfried. In the Netherlands there grew the child of a noble king. His father had for name Siegmund, his mother Siegelind, in a mighty castle, known far and wide in the lowlands of the Rhine. Xanten men called it. Of this hero I sing, how fair he grew. Free he was of every blemish. Strong and famous he later became, this valiant man. Oh, what great worship he won in this world! Siegfried hight this good and doughty knight. Full many kingdoms did he put to the test through his warlike mood. Through the strength of body he rode into many lands. Ho! what bold warriors he after found in the Burgundian land! Mickle wonders might one tell of Siegfried in his prime, in youthful days, what honours he received, and how fair of body he. The most stately women held him in their love, with the zeal which was his due men trained him. But of himself what virtues he attained! Truly his father's lands were honoured, that he was found in all things of such right lordly mind. Now was he become of the age that he might ride to court. Gladly the people saw him, many a maid wished that his desire might ever bear him hither. Enow gazed on him with favour. Of this the prince was well aware. Full seldom was the youth allowed to ride without a guard of knights. Siegmund and Sieglind bade deck him out in brave attire. The older knights who were acquaint with courtly custom had him in their care. Well therefore might he win both folk and land. Now he was of the strength that he bare weapons well. Whatever he needed thereto, of this he had enow. With purpose he began to woo fair ladies. These bold Siegfried courted well in proper wise. Then bade Siegmund have cried to all his men that he would hold a feasting with his loving kindred. The tidings thereof men brought into the lands of other kings. To the strangers and the home folk he gave steeds and armour. Wheresoever any was found who, because of his birth, should become a knight, these noble youths were summoned to the land for the feasting. Here with the youthful prince they gained the knightly sword. Wonders might one tell of this great feast. Siegmund and Sieglind wist well how to gain great worship with their gifts, of which their hands dealt out great store. Wherefore one beheld many strangers riding to their realm. 400 sword thanes were put on knightly garb with Siegfried. Many a fair maid was aught but idle with the work, for he was beloved of them all. Many precious stones the ladies inlaid on the gold, which together with the edging they would work upon the dress of the proud young warriors, for all this must needs be done. The host bade make benches for the many valiant men, for the midsummer festival, at which Siegfried should gain the name of knight. Then full many a noble knight and many a high-born squire did hie them to the minster. Right were the elders in that they served the young, as had been done to them afore. Pastimes they had and hope of much good cheer. To the honour of God a mass was sung. Then there arose from the people full great oppress, as the youths were made knights in courtly wise, with such great honours as might not ever lightly be again. Then they ran to where they found saddled many a steed. In Siegmund's court the hurtling waxed so fierce that both palace and hall were heard to ring. The high-mettled warriors clashed with mighty sound. From young and old one heard many a shock, so that the splintering of the shafts re-echoed to the clouds. Truncheons were seen flying out before the palace from the hand of many a knight. This was done with zeal. At length the host bade cease the tourney, and the steeds were led away. Upon the turf one saw all to shivered many a mighty buckler, and great store of precious stones from the bright spangles of the shields. Through the hurtling this did hap. Then the guests of the host betook them to where men bade them sit. With good cheer they refreshed them, and with the very best of wine, of which one bare frill plenty. To the strangers and the home folk was shown worship enow. Though much pastime they had throughout the day, many of the strolling folk forswear all rest. They served for the largess, which men found there richly, whereby Siegmund's whole land was decked with praise. Then bade the king enfeoff Siegfried, the youth, with land and castles, as he himself had done. Much his hand bestowed upon the sword companions. The journey liked them well, that to this land they were come. The feasting lasted until the 7th day. Sieglind, the noble queen, for the love of her son, dealt out ruddy gold in time-honoured wise. Full well she wot how to make him beloved of the folk. Scarce could a poor man be found among the strolling mimes. Steeds and raiment were scattered by their hand, as if they were to live not one more day. I trow that never did serving folk use such great bounty. With worshipful honours the company departed thence. Of the mighty barons the tale doth tell that they desired the youth unto their lord, but of this the stately knight, Sir Siegfried, listed not. Forasmuch as both Siegmund and Sieglind were still alive, the dear child of them twain wished not to wear a crown, but fain would he become a lord against all the deeds of force within his lands, whereof the bold and daring knight was sore adread. End of chapter 2.
Chapter 3 of the Nibelungenlied. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Asterix. The Nibelungenlied, translated by Daniel B. Shumway. Chapter 3. How Siegfried came to Worms. It was seldom that sorrow of heart perturbed the prince. He heard tales told of how there lived in Burgundy a comely maid, fashioned wondrous fair, from whom he thereafter gained much of joy, but suffering too. Her beauty, out of measure, was known far and wide. So many a hero heard of her noble mind, that it alone brought many a guest to Gunther's land. But however many were seen wooing for her love, Kriemhild never confessed within her heart that she listed any for a lover. He was still a stranger to her, whose rule she later owned. Then did the son of Sieglind aspire to lofty love. The wooing of all others was to him but as the wind, for well he wot how to gain a lady fair. In later days the noble Kriemhild became bold Siegfried's bride. Kinsmen and liegemen enow advised him, since he would have hope of constant love, that he woo one who was his peer. At this bold Siegfried spake, "Then will I choose Kriemhild, the fair maid of Burgundy, for her beauty beyond measure. This I know full well, never was emperor so mighty, and he would have a wife, that it would not beseem him to love this noble queen." Tidings of this reached Siegmund's ear. Through the talk of the courtiers he was made aware of the wish of his son. Full loath it was to the king that his child would woo the glorious maid. Sieglind heard it too, the wife of the noble king. Greatly she feared for her child, for full well she knew Gunther and his men. Therefore they sought to turn the hero from this venture. Up spake then the daring Siegfried. "Dear father mine, I would fain ever be without the love of noble dames, if I may not woo her in whom my heart hath great delight. Whatsoever any may aver, it will avail but naught." "And thou wilt not turn back," spake the king, "then am I in sooth glad of thy will, and will help thee bring it to pass, as best I may. Yet hath this King Gunther full many a haughty man. If there were none else but Hagen, the doughty knight, he can use such arrogance that I fear me it will repent us sore, if we woo this high-born maid." Then Siegfried made reply, "Wherefore need that hinder us? What I may not obtain from them in friendly wise, that my hand and its strength can gain. I trow that I can wrest from him both folk and land." To this Prince Siegmund replied, "Thy speech liketh me not, for if this tale were told upon the Rhine, then durst thou never ride unto that land. Long time have Gunther and Gernot been known to me. By force may none win the maid, of this have I been well assured. But wilt thou ride with warriors unto this land, and we still have aught of friends, they shall be summoned soon." "It is not to my mind," spake again Siegfried, "that warriors should follow me to the Rhine, as if for battle. that I constrained there by the noble maid. My single hand can win her well. With 11 comrades I will fare to Gunther's land. Thereto shalt thou help me, Father Siegmund." Then to his knights they gave for garments furs both grey and vair. Now his mother Sieglint also heard the tale. She began to make dole for her loved child, whom she feared to lose through Gunther's men. Sorely the noble queen gan weep. Lord Siegfried hied him straightway to where he saw her. To his mother he spake in gentle wise, "Lady, ye must not weep for me. Naught have I to fear from all his fighting men. I pray you speed me on my journey to the Burgundian land, that I and my warriors may have array such as proud heroes can wear with honour. For this I will say you gramercy, i'faith." "Since naught will turn thee," spake then the Lady Sieglint, "so will I speed thee on thy journey, mine only child, with the best of weeds that ever knight did wear. Thee and thy comrades ye shall have enow." Siegfried the youth then made low obeisance to the queen. He spake, "None but 12 warriors will I have upon the way. Let raiment be made ready for them, I pray, for I would fain see how it standeth with Kriemhild." Then sate fair ladies night and day. Few enow of them I trow did ease them till Siegfried's weeds had all been wrought. Nor would he desist from faring forth. His father bade adorn the knightly garb in which his son should ride forth from Siegmund's land. The shining breastplates too were put in trim, also the staunch helmets, and their shields both fair and broad. Now their journey to the Burgundian land drew near. Man and wife began to fear lest they should never come home again. The heroes bade lade their sumpters with weapons and with harness. Their steeds were fair, and their trappings red with gold. No need were there to live more proudly than Siegfried and his men. Then he asked for leave to journey to the land of Burgundy. This the king and queen sorrowfully vouchsafed. Lovingly he comforted them twain. "For my sake," spake he, "must ye not weep, nor have fear for me or for my life." The warriors too were sad, and many a maiden wept, I ween. Their hearts did tell them rightly that many of their kinsmen would come to death because of this. Just cause had they for wailing, need enow they had, in sooth. Upon the 7th morning, forth upon the river sand at Worms, the brave warriors pricked. Their armour was of ruddy gold, and their trappings fashioned fair. Smoothly trotted the steeds of bold Siegfried's men. Their shields were new, gleaming and broad, and fair their helmets, as Siegfried the bold rode to court in Gunther's land. Never had such princely attire been seen on heroes. Their sword points hung down to their spurs. Sharp javelins were borne by these chosen knights. Siegfried wielded one, full 2 spans broad, which upon its edges cut most dangerously. In their hands they held gold-coloured bridles. Their martingales were silken, so they came into the land. Everywhere the folk began to gape, amazed, and many of Gunther's men fared forth to meet them. High-mettled warriors, both knight and squire, betook them to the lords, as was but right, and received into the land of their lords these guests, and took from their hands the black sumpters which bore the shields. The steeds too they wished to lead away for easement. How boldly then brave Siegfried spake. "Let's stand the mounts of me and of my men. We will soon hence again, of this have I great desire. Whosoever knoweth rightly where I can find the king, Gunther, the mighty, of Burgundian land, let him not keep his peace, but tell me." Then up spake one to whom it was rightly known. "Would ye find the king, that can hap full well. In yon broad hall with his heroes did I but see him. Ye must hither hie you. There ye may find with him many a lordly man." To the king now the word was brought that full lusty knights were come, who wore white breastplates and princely garb. None knew them in the Burgundian land. Much it wondered the king whence came these lordly warriors in such shining array, with such good shields, both new and broad. Loath was it to Gunther that none could tell him this. Then Ortwin of Metz, a bold and mighty man was he, made answer to the king: "Since we know them not, ye should send for mine uncle Hagen and let him see them. To him are known all kingdoms and foreign lands. If so be he knoweth these lords, he will tell us straightway." Then bade the king that Hagen and his men be brought. One saw him with his warriors striding in lordly wise unto the court. "What would the king of me?" asked Hagen. "There be come to my house strange warriors, whelm here none knoweth. If ye have ever seen them, I pray you, Hagen, tell me now the truth." "That will I," spake then Hagen. He hied him to a window, and over the guests he let his glances roam. Well liked him their trappings and their array, but full strange were they to him in the Burgundian land. He spake: "From wheresoever these warriors be come unto the Rhine, they may well be princes or envoys of kings, for their steeds are fair, and their garments passing good. Whencesoever they bear these, forsooth high-mettled warriors be they." "I dare well say," so spake Hagen, "though I never have seen Siegfried, yet can I well believe, however this may be, that he is the warrior that strideth yonder in such lordly wise. He bringeth new tidings hither to this land. By this his hand were slain the bold Nibelungs, Schilbung and Nibelung, sons of a mighty king. Since then he hath wrought great marvels with his huge strength. Once, as the hero rode alone without all aid, he found before a mountain, as I have in sooth been told, by Nibelung's Hoard, full many a daring man. Strangers they were to him, till he gained knowledge of them there. The Hoard of Nibelung was born entire from out a hollow hill. Now hear a wondrous tale of how the liege men of Nibelung wished to divide it there. This the hero Siegfried saw, and much it gan wonder him. So near was he now come to them that he beheld the heroes, and the knights espied him too. One among them spake: "Here cometh the mighty Siegfried, the hero of Netherland. Passing strange were the tidings that he found among the Nibelungs." Schilbung and Nibelung greeted well the knight. With one accord these young and noble lordings bade the stately man divide the hoard. Eagerly they asked it, and the lord in turn gan vow it to them. He beheld such store of gems as we have heard said, that 100 wains might not bear the load. Still more was there of ruddy gold from the Nibelung land. All this the hand of the daring Siegfried should divide. As a guerdon they gave him the sword of Nibelung, but they were served full ill by the service which the good knight Siegfried should render them, nor could he end it for them. Angry of mood they grew. 12 bold men of their kith were there, mighty giants these. What might that avail them? Siegfried's hand slew them soon in wrath, and 700 warriors from the Nibelung land he vanquished with the good sword Balmung. Because of the great fear that many a young warrior had of the sword and of the valiant man, they made the land and its castles subject to his hand. Likewise both the mighty kings he slew, but soon he himself was sorely pressed by Alberich. The latter weened to venge straightway his masters, till he then discovered Siegfried's mighty strength, for no match for him was the sturdy dwarf. Like wild lions they ran to the hill, where from Alberich he won the cloak of darkness. Thus did Siegfried the Terrible become master of the Hoard. Those who had dared the combat all lay there slain. Soon bade he cart and bear the treasure to the place from whence the men of Nibelung had borne it forth. He made Alberich the Strong warden of the Hoard, and bade him swear an oath to serve him as his knave, and fit he was for work of every sort. So spake Hagen of Tronic. This he hath done. Never more did warrior win such mighty strength. I wot yet more of him. It is known to me that the hero slew a dragon, and bathed him in the blood, so that his skin became like horn. Therefore no weapons will cut him, as hath full oft been seen. All the better must we greet this lord, that we may not earn the youthful warrior's hate. So bold is he, that we should hold him as a friend, for he hath wrought full many a wonder by his strength. Then spake the mighty king, Thou mayst well have right. Behold how valiantly he, with his knights, doth stand in lust of battle, the daring man. Let us go down to meet the warrior. That ye may do with honour, spake then Hagen. He is of noble race, son of a mighty king. God wot, methinks, he beareth him in such wise that it can be no little matter for which he hath ridden hither. Now be he welcome to us, spake then the king of the land. He is both noble and brave, as I have heard full well. This shall stand him in good stead in the Burgundian land. Then went Lord Gunther to where Siegfried stood. The host and his warriors received the guest in such wise that full little was their lack of worship. Low bowed the stately man, that they had greeted him so fair. It wondereth me, spake the king straightway, whence ye, noble Siegfried, be come unto this land, or what ye seek at Worms upon the Rhine. Then the stranger made answer to the king, This will I not conceal from you. Tales were told me in my father's land that here with you were the boldest warriors that ever king did gain. This I have often heard, and that I might know it of a truth, therefore am I come. Likewise do I hear boasting of your valour, that no bolder king hath ever been seen. This the folk relate much through all these lands. Therefore will I not turn back till it be known to me. I also am a warrior, and was to wear a crown. Fain would I bring it to pass, that it may be said of me, Rightly doth he rule both folk and land. Of this shall my head and honour be a pledge. Now be ye so bold as hath been told me. I reck not, be it lief or loath to any man. I will gain from you whatso ye have. Land and castle shall be subject to my hand. The king had, likewise his men had, marvel at the tidings they here heard, that he was willed to take from them their land. The knights waxed wroth as they heard this word. How have I earned this, spake Gunther the knight, that we should lose by the force of any man that which my father hath ruled so long with honour? We should let it ill appear that we too are used in knightly ways. In no wise will I desist, spake again the valiant man. Unless it be that through thy strength thy land have peace, I will rule it all. And shouldst thou gain by thy strength my ancestral lands, they shall be subject to thy sway. Thy lands and mine as well shall lie alike. Whether of us twain can triumph over the other, him shall both land and people serve. Hagen and Gernot too straightway gainsaid this. We have no wish, spake Gernot, that we should conquer aught of lands, or that any man lie dead at heroes' hands. We have rich lands, which serve us, as is meet, nor hath any a better claim to them than we. There stood his kinsmen, grim of mood, among them too Ortwin of Metz. It doth irk me much to hear these words of peace, spake he. The mighty Siegfried hath defied you for no just cause. Had ye and your brothers no meet defence, and even if he led a kingly troop, I trow well so, to fight that the daring man have good cause to leave this haughty mien. At this the hero of Netherland grew wonderly wroth. He spake, Thy hand shall not presume against me. I am a mighty king, a king's vassal thou, 12 of thy ilk durst not match me in strife. Then Ortwin of Metz called loudly for swords. Well was he fit to be Hagen of Tronich's sister's son. It rued the king that he had held his peace so long. Then Gernot, the bold and lusty knight, came in between. He spake to Ortwin, "Now give over thy anger. Lord Siegfried hath done us no such wrong, but that we may still part the strife in courteous wise. Be advised of me, and hold him still as friend. Far better will this beseem us." Then spake the doughty Hagen, "It may well grieve us and all thy knights that he ever rode for battle to the Rhine. He should have given it over. My lordings never would have done such ill to him." To this Siegfried, the mighty man, made answer, "Doth this irk you, Sir Hagen, which I spake? Then will I let you see that my hand shall have dominion here in the Burgundian land." "I alone will hinder this," answered Gernot, and he forbade his knights speak aught with haughtiness that might cause rue. Siegfried too then bethought him of the noble maid. "How might it beseem us to fight with you?" spake Gernot anew. "However really heroes should lie dead because of this, we should have scant honour therefrom, and ye but little gain." To this Siegfried, the son of Siegmund, made reply, "Why waiteth Hagen and Ortwin too, that he hasteth not to fight with his kin, of whom he hath so many here in Burgundy?" At this all held their peace, such was Gernot's counsel. Then spake Queen Uta's son, "Ye shall be welcome to us with all your war mates who are come with you. We shall gladly serve you, I and all my kin." Then for the guests they bade pour out King Gunther's wine. The master of the land then spake, "All that we have, if ye desire it in honourable wise, shall owe fealty to you. With you shall both life and goods be shared." At this Lord Siegfried grew of somewhat gentler mood. Then they bade that care be taken of the armour of the guests. The best of hostels that men might find were sought for Siegfried's squires. Great easement they gave them. Thereafter they gladly saw the guest in Burgundy. Many a day they offered him great worship, 1,000-fold more than I can tell you. This his prowess wrought, ye may well believe. Full scant a one he saw who was his foe. Whenever the lordings and their liegemen did play at knightly games, Siegfried was aye the best, whatever they began. Herein could no one match him, so mighty was his strength, whether they threw the stone or hurled the shaft. When through courtesy the full lusty knights made merry with the ladies, there were they glad to see the hero of Netherland, for upon high love his heart was bent. He was aye ready for whatso they undertook, but in his heart he bare a lovely maid, whom he had never seen. She too, who in secret spake full well of him, cherished him alone. Whenever the pages, squires, and knights would play their games within the court, Kriemhild, the noble queen, watched them from the windows, for no other pastime she needed on such days. Had he known that she gazed on him thus, whom he bare within his heart, then had he had pastime enough, I trow, for well I wot that no greater joy in all this world could chance to him. Whenever he stood by the heroes in the court, as men still are wont to do for pastime's sake, so winsome was the posture of Siegelin's son, that many a lady loved him for very joy of heart. But he bethought him many a day, "How shall that hap, that I with mine own eyes may see the noble maid whom I do love with all my heart, and so have done long time? Sadly must I stand, sith she be still a stranger to me." Whenever the mighty kings fared forth into their land, the warriors all must needs accompany them at hand, and Siegfried too. This the lady rued, and he too suffered many pangs for love of her. Thus he dwelt with the lordings of a truth full a year in Gunther's land, and in all this time he saw not once the lovely maid, from whom in later days there happed to him much joy and eke much woe. End of chapter 3.
Chapter 4 of the Nibelungenlied. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Nibelungenlied, translated by Daniel B. Shumway. Chapter 4. Adventure. How he fought with the Saxons. Now there came strange tales to Gunther's land, though messengers sent them from afar, tales of unknown warriors who bare them hate. When they heard this word, in sooth it pleased them not. These warriors will I name to you. There was Ludeger of Saxon land, a great and lordly prince, and then from Denmark Lindegast the king. For their journey they had gathered many a lordly stranger. To Gunther's land were come the messengers his foes had sent. Men asked the strangers for their tidings, and bade them hie them soon to court unto King Gunther. The king gave them greeting fair. He spake, "Be welcome. I have not heard who sent you hither, but let that now be told." So spake the right good king. But they feared full sore King Gunther's warlike mood. "Will ye, O king, permit that we tell the tales we bring? Then we shall not hold our tongue, but name to you the lordings who have sent us hither. Ludegast and Ludeger, they would march upon this land. Ye have earned their wrath. Indeed we heard that both lords bear you mortal hate. They would harry at Worms upon the Rhine, and have the aid of many a knight, that may ye know upon our faith. Within 12 weeks the journey must befall, and ye have aught of good friends who will help guard your castles and your lands. Let this soon be seen. Here shall be carved by them many a helm and shield. Or would ye parley with them? Let messengers be sent. Then the numerous bands of your mighty foes will not ride so near you to give you pain of heart, from which full many a lusty knight and a good must die." "Now bide a time," spake the good king, "till I bethink me better. Then ye shall know my mind. Have I aught of trusty men, I will not withhold from them these startling tales, but will make complaint thereof unto my friends." To Gunther the mighty king it was loth enow, but in his heart he bare the speech in secret wise. He bade Hagen be fetched, and others of his men, and sent eftsoon to court for Gernot. Then came the very best of men that could be found. The king spake, "Men would seek us here in this our land with mighty armies. Now make ye wail for that." To this Gernot, a brave and lusty knight, made answer, "That will we fend indeed with swords. Only the Fey will fall. So let them die. For their sake I will not forget my honor. Let these foes of ours be welcome to us." Then spake Hagen of Tronig, "This thinketh me not good. Ludegast and Ludeger bear great arrogance, nor can we summon all our men in such short time. Why tell ye not Siegfried of the thing?" So spake the valiant knight. To the messengers they bade give lodging in the town. Whatever hate they bore them, yet Gunther the mighty bade purvey them well, as was but right, till he discovered of his friends who there was who would lend him aid. Yet in his fears the king was ill at ease. Just then full blithe a knight, who wot not what had happed, saw him thus sad, and prayed King Gunther to tell him of the matter. "Much it wondereth me," spake Siegfried, for he it was, "that ye thus have changed your merry wont, which ye have used thus far with us." To this Gunther the stately knight replied, "It liketh me not to tell all folk the grievance which I must bear within my heart in secret wise. Only to trusty friends should one confide his woe of heart." At this Siegfried's colour waxed both pale and red. To the king he spake, "I have denied you naught, and will gladly help you turn aside your woes. And ye seek friends, I will be one of them, and trow well to deport myself with honour until mine end. Now God reward you, Sir Siegfried, your speech thinketh me good, and though your prowess help me not, yet do I rejoice to hear ye are friend to me, and live I yet a while, I shall repay you well. I will let you hear why I stand thus sad from the messengers of my foes. I have heard that they would visit me with war, a thing which knights have never done to us in all these lands. Regard this lightly, spake then Siegfried, and calm your mood. Do as I pray you, let me gain for you both worship and advantage, and do ye command your knights that they gather to your aid. Should your mighty foes be helped by 30,000 men, yet could I withstand them, had I but 1,000, for that rely on me. Then spake King Gunther, for this I'll serve you ever. So bid me call 1,000 of your men, since of mine own I have but 12, and I will guard your land. Faithfully shall the hand of Siegfried serve you. Hagen shall help us, and also Ortwin, Dankwart, and Sindolt, your trusty men. Volker, the valiant man, shall also ride along. He shall bear the banner, for to none would I liefer grant it. Let now the envoys ride home to their masters' lands. Give them to understand they soon shall see us, that our castles may rest in peace. Then the king bade summon both his kinsmen and his men. The messengers of Ludeger betook them to the court. Fain they were that they should journey home again. Gunther, the good king, made offerings of rich gifts, and gave them safe convoy. At this their spirits mounted high. Now say unto my foes, spake then Gunther, that they may well give over their journey, and stay at home. But if they will seek me here within my lands, hardships shall they know, and my friends play me not false. Rich gifts men bare them for the envoys. Enow of these had Gunther to bestow, nor durst the men of Ludeger refuse them. When at last they took their leave, they parted hence in a merry mood. Now when the messengers were come to Denmark, and King Ludegast had heard how they parted from the Rhine, as was told him, much he rued, in sooth, their proud defiance. The envoys said that Gunther had full many a valiant man at arms, and among them they saw a warrior stand, whose name was Siegfried, a hero from the Netherlands. Little liked it Ludegast when he heard aright this tale. When the men of Denmark had heard these tidings told, they hasted all the more to call their friends, till Sir Ludegast had gathered for his journey full 20,000 knights from among his valiant men. Then King Ludeger, also of Saxonland, sent forth his summons, till they had 40,000 men and more, with whom they thought to ride to the Burgundian land. Likewise at home, King Gunther got him men at arms among his kin, and the liegemen of his brothers, and among Hagen's men, whom they wished to lead thence for battle. Much need of this the heroes had, but warriors soon must suffer death from this. Thus they made them ready for the journey. When they would hence, Volker the daring must bear the flag. In such wise they thought to ride from Worms across the Rhine, and Hagen of Tronig was master of the troop. With them rode Sindolt and Hunolt too, who wist well how to merit Gunther's gold. Dankwart, Hagen's brother, and Ortwin too, well could they serve with honour in this war. Sir King, spake then Siegfried, stay ye at home. Since that your warriors are willed to follow me, remain ye with the ladies, and keep your spirits high. I trow well to God for you both honour and estate. Well will I bring it to pass, that those who thought to seek you out at Worms upon the Rhine had better far have stayed at home. We shall ride so nigh unto their land, that their proud defiance shall be turned to fear. From the Rhine they rode through Hesse with their warriors towards Saxonland, where they later fought. With fire and pillage too they harried all the countryside, so that the two kings did learn of it in dire distress. Then came they to the border. The warriors marched along. Siegfried the strong gan ask Who shall now guard here the troop? Forsooth, never did men ride more scathfully to the Saxons. They spake, let the valiant Dankwart guard the young upon the way. He's a doughty knight. Thus shall we lose the less through Ludeger's men. Let him and Ortwin guard the rear. Then I myself will ride, spake Siegfried the knight, and play the outlook toward the foe, until I discover aright where these warriors be. Quickly the son of fair Sieglinde donned his harness. The troop he gave in charge to Hagen when he would depart, and to Gernot the valiant man. Thus he rode hence into the Saxon land alone, and many a helmet band he cut to pieces on that day. Soon he spied the mighty host that lay encamped upon the plain, and far outweighed the forces of his men. 40,000 or better still there were. Full blithely Siegfried saw this in lofty mood. Meantime a warrior, full well arrayed, had mounted to the outlook 'gainst the foe. Him Sir Siegfried spied, and the bold man saw him too. Each began to watch the other in hostile wise. Who it was who stood on guard, I'll tell you now. A gleaming shield of gold lay by his hand. It was the good King Ludegast who was guarding here his band. The noble stranger pricked along in lordly wise. Now had Sir Ludegast espied him with hostile eye. Into the flanks of their horses they plunged the spurs. With all their might they couched the spears against the shields. At this great fear befell the mighty king. After the thrust the horses carried past each other the royal knights, as though borne upon the wind. With the bridles they wheeled in knightly wise, and the two fierce champions encountered with their swords. Then smote Sir Siegfried so that the whole field did ring. Through the hero's hand, from out the helmets, as from firebrands, flew the bright red sparks. Each in the other found his match. Sir Ludegast too struck many a savage blow. The might of each broke full upon the shields. 30 of Ludegast's men stood there on guard, but ere they could come to his aid, Siegfried had won the fight with 3 groat wounds, which he dealt the king through his gleaming breastplate, the which was passing good. The blood from the wounds gushed forth along the edges of the sword, whereat King Ludegast stood in sorry mood. He begged for life, and made offerance of his lands, and said that his name was Ludegast. Then came his warriors, who had witnessed what had there happed upon the lookout. As Siegfried would lead his captive thence, he was set upon by 30 of these men. With mighty blows the hero's hand guarded his noble prize. The stately knight then wrought worse scathe. In self-defence he did 30 unto death. Only one he left alive, who rode full fast to tell the tale of what here had chanced. By his reddened helmet one might see the truth. It sorely grieved the men of Denmark when the tale was told them that their king was taken captive. Men told it to his brother, who at the news began to rage with monstrous wrath, for great woe it brought him. Ludegast, the warrior, then was led away by Siegfried's might to Gunther's men, and given to Hagen in charge. When that they heard it was the king, full moderate was their dole. The Burgundians now were bidden raise their banner. Up, men, cried Siegfried, here shall more be done ere the day end, and I lose not my life. Full many a stately dame in Saxon land shall rue this fight. Ye heroes from the Rhine, give heed to me, for I can guide you well to Ludeger's band. So shall ye see helmets carved by the hands of goodly knights ere we turn again. They shall become acquaint with fear. To their horses Gernot and all his men now hasted, and soon the stalwart minstrel, Sir Folker, grasped the battle flag and rode before the band. Then were all the comrades arrayed in lordly wise for strife. Nor had they more than 1,000 men, and there too Siegfried's 12 men at arms. Now from the road 'gan rise the dust, as across the land they rode. Many a lordly shield was seen to gleam from out their midst. There too were come the Saxons with their troops and well sharpened swords, as I since have heard. Sore cut these weapons in the heroes' hands, for they would fain guard both their castles and their land against the strangers. The lordings marshals led on the troop. Siegfried too was come with his men-at-arms, whom he had brought from Netherland. In the storm of battle many a hand this day grew red with blood. Sindolt and Hunolt and Gernot too slew many a knight in the strife, ere these rightly knew the boldness of their foes. Thus many a stately dame must needs bewail. Folker and Hagen and Ortwin too dimmed in the battle the gleam of many a helm with flowing blood, these storm-bold men. By Dankwart too great deeds were done. The men of Denmark proved well their hands. One heard many a shield resounding from the hurtling, and from the sharp swords as well, many of which were wielded there. The battle-bold Saxon did scathe enow, but when the men of Burgundy pressed to the fight, by them was really a wide wound carved. Then down across the saddles the blood was seen to flow. Thus they fought for honours, these knights, both bold and good. Loud rang the sharp weapons in the heroes' hands, as those of Netherland followed their lording through the sturdy host. Valiantly they forced their way in Siegfried's wake, but not a knight from the Rhine was seen to follow. Through the shining helmets one could see flow the bloody stream, drawn forth by Siegfried's hand, till at last he found Ludeger before his men-at-arms. Thrice had he pierced the host from end to end. Now was Hagen come, who helped him achieve in the battle all his mind. Before them many a good knight must needs die this day. When the mighty Ludeger espied Siegfried, and saw that he bore high in hand the good sword Belmung, and did slay so many a man, then waxed the lording wroth and fierce enow. A mighty surging and a mighty clang of swords arose, as their comrades pressed against each other. The two champions tried their prowess all the more. The troops began to yield. Fierce grew the hate. To the ruler of the Saxons the tale was told that his brother had been captured. Great dole this gave him. Well he knew it was the son of Siegerland who had done the deed. Men blamed Sir Gernot, but later he learned the truth. So mighty were the blows of Ludeger that Siegfried's charger reeled beneath the saddle. When the steed recovered, bold Siegfried took on a frightful usance in the fray. In this Hagen helped him well, likewise Gernot, Dankwart, and Folker too. Through them lay many dead. Likewise Sindolt and Hunolt and Ortwin the knight laid many low in strife. Side by side in the fray the noble princes stood. One saw above the helmets many a spear thrown by Here's hand, hurtling through the gleaming shields. Blood red was coloured many a lordly buckler. Many a man in the fierce conflict was unhorsed. At each other ran Siegfried the brave, and Ludeger. Shafts were seen to fly, and many a keen-edged spear. Then off flew the shield plates, struck by Siegfried's hand. The hero of Netherland thought to win the battle from the valiant Saxons, wondrous many of whom one saw. Ho, how many shining armour rings the daring Dankwart broke! Then Sir Ludeger espied a crown painted on the shield in Siegfried's hand. Well he knew that it was Siegfried the mighty man. To his friends the hero loudly called, "Desist ye from the strife, my men. Here I have seen the son of Siegmund, Siegfried the strong, and recognized him well. The foul fiend himself hath sent him hither to the Saxon land." The banners bade he lower in the fight. Peace he craved, and this was later granted him. But he must needs go as hostage to Gunther's land. This was wrung from him by valiant Siegfried's hand. With one accord they then gave over the strife, and laid aside the many riddled helmets and the broad battered bucklers. Whatever of these was found bore the hue of blood from the Burgundians' hand. They captured whom they would, for this lay in their power. Gernot and Hagen, the full bold warriors, bade bear away the wounded. 500 stately men they led forth captive to the Rhine. The worsted knights rode back to Denmark. Nor had the Saxons fought so well that one could give them aught of praise, and this the heroes rued full sore. The fallen too were greatly mourned by friends. Then they bade place the weapons on sumpters for the Rhine. Siegfried the warrior and his heroes had wrought full well, as Gunther's men must needs confess. Sir Gernot now sent messengers homeward to Worms in his native land, and bade tell his kin what great success had happed to him and his men, And how these daring knights had striven well for honour. The squirrelings ran and told the tale. Then those who afore had sorrowed were blithe for joy at the pleasing tidings that were come. Much questioning was heard from noble dames, how it had fared with the liegemen of the mighty king. One of the messengers they bade go to Kriemhild. This happened full secretly. Openly she durst not, for she too had amongst them her own true love. When she saw the messenger coming to her bower, fair Kriemhild spake in kindly wise. Now tell me glad news, I pray, and thou dost so without deceit. I will give thee of my gold, and will ever be thy friend. How fared forth from the battle my brother Gernot, and others of my kin? Are many of them dead, perchance? Or who wrought there the best? This thou must tell me. Quickly then the envoy spake. Ne'er a coward did we have. But to tell the truth, O noble queen, none rode so well to the strife and fray as did the noble stranger from Netherland. Mickle wonders the hand of valiant Siegfried wrought. Whate'er the knights have done in strife, Dankwart and Hagen and other men of the king, however much they strove for honour, 'tis but as the wind compared with Siegfried, the son of Siegmund the king. They slew full many a hero in the fray, but none might tell you of the wonders which Siegfried wrought whenever he rode into the fight. Great woe he did the ladies through their kin. Upon the field the love of many a dame lay dead. His blows were heard to ring so loud upon the helmets that from the wounds they drew forth the blood in streams. In every knightly art he is a worthy knight and a brave. Whatever Ortwin of Metz achieved, and he whom he could reach with his good sword fell sorely wounded, but mostly dead, yet your brother wrought the direst woe that could ever chance in battle. One must say of the chosen knights in truth, that these proud Burgundians acquitted them so well that they can well preserve their honour from every taint of shame. Through their hands we saw many a saddle bear, while the field resounded with the flashing swords. So well rode the warriors from the Rhine that it were better for their foes had it been avoided. The valiant men of Tronig also wrought dire woe. When in great numbers the armies met, bold Hagen's hand did many a one to death. Of this full many stories might be told here in the Burgundian land. Sindolt and Hinault, Gernot's men, Rumult the brave, have done such deeds that it may well ever rue Ludeger that he made war upon thy kinsmen by the Rhine. The very best fight that happed from first to last that one has ever seen was made full lustily by Siegfried's hand. Rich hostages he bringeth to Gunther's land. He won them by his prowess, this stately man. Of this king Ludegast must bear the loss, and eke his brother Ludeger of Saxon land. Now listen to my tale, most noble queen. By the hand of Siegfried the twain were caught. Never have men brought so many hostages to this land as now are coming to the Rhine through him. Men are bringing to our land 500 or more unharmed captives. And of the deadly wounded, my lady, no, not less than 80 blood-red biers. These men were mostly wounded by bold Siegfried's hands. Those who in haughty pride sent a challenge to the Rhine must now needs be the captives of Gunther the king, and men are bringing them with joy unto this land. Still higher rose Kriemhild's colour when she heard this tale. Her fair face blushed a rosy red, that Siegfried the youth, the stately knight, had fared forth so joyfully from the dangerous strife. These tidings could not have pleased her better. For her kinsman too she rejoiced in duty bound. Then spake the lovely maid. A fair tale thou hast told me. Therefore thou shalt have as guerdon rich attire. Likewise I'll have thee brought 10 marks of gold. Small wonder that such tales are gladly told to noble dames. They gave him then his guerdon, the garments, and the gold. Then many a fair maid hied her to the casement, and gazed upon the street, where many high-mettled warriors were seen, riding into the Burgundian land. There came the champions, the wounded, and the sound. Without shame they heard the greetings of their friends. Merrily the host rode forth to meet his guests, for his great sorrow had been turned to joy. Well greeted he his vassals, and the strangers too, for it was only meet that the mighty king in courtly wise should thank those who were come back to him, because in the storm of battle they had won the fight with honour. Gunther bade his kinsman tell who had been slain upon the march, but 60 had been lost, whom one must mourn, as is the wont with heroes. Many a riven shield and battered helm the unharmed warriors brought to Gunther's land. The men alighted from their steeds before the palace of the king. Loud was heard the joyous sound of the merry welcome. Then order was given to lodge the warriors in the town. The king bade minister well unto his guests, attend the wounded, and give them good easement. His courtesy was cleverly seen upon his foes. He spake to Ludegast, "Now be ye welcome. Much damage have I taken because of you. For this I shall now be repaid, if fortune favor. God reward my kinsmen, for they have given me joy." "Well may ye thank them," answered Ludeger. "Such noble hostages hath king never gained afore. For fair treatment we offer great store of wealth, that ye may act with mercy toward your foes." "I will let you both go free," spake Gunther, "but I must have surety that my foes remain here with me, that they do not leave the land against my will." To that Ludeger pledged his hand. Men brought them to their lodgings and gave them easement. The wounded were bedded well, and for the sound were poured out good mead and wine. Never could the comrades have been more merry. Their battered shields were borne away for keeping, and enow there was of bloody saddles, which one bade hide away, that the ladies might not weep. Many a good knight returned aweary from the fray. The king did make his guests great cheer. His lands were full of strangers and of home folk. He bade ease the sorely wounded in kindly wise. Their haughty pride was now laid low. Men offered to the leeches rich rewards, silver without weight, and thereto shining gold, if they would heal the heroes from the stress of war. To his guests the king likewise gave great gifts. Those that were minded to set out for home were asked to stay, as one doth to friends. The king bethought him how he might requite his men, for they had brought to pass his wish for fame and honour. Then spake Lord Gernot, "Let them ride away, but be it made known to them that in 6 weeks they must come again for a mighty feast. By then will many a one be healed, who now lieth sorely wounded." Then Siegfried of Netherland also asked for leave, but when King Gunther learned his wish, lovingly he bade him stay erstwhile. Were it not for the king's sister, this were never done. He was too rich to take reward, though he well deserved it, and the king liked him well, as also did the kinsman who had seen what happed in battle through his strength. For the sake of one fair lady he thought to stay, if perchance he might espy her. Later it was done, and according to his wish he met the maid. He rode thereafter joyfully to Siegmund's land. At all times the host bade practice knighthood, and many a youthful knight did this right gladly. Meanwhile he ordered seats prepared upon the sand before the town of Worms for those who were to visit him in the Burgundian land, at the time when they should come. Fair Kriemhild heard it said that the king would hold a feasting for the sake of his dear friends. Then comely woman hasted apace with robes and headgear which they were to don. The noble Uta her tales told of the proud warriors who were to come. Then many rich dresses were taken from the press. To please her children she bade make garments ready, that many ladies and many maids might therewith be decked, and many youthful knights of the Burgundian land. Also for many of the strangers she bade fashion lordly robes. End of chapter 4.
Chapter 5 of the Nibelungenlied. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Nibelungenlied, translated by Daniel B. Shumway. Chapter 5. How Siegfried first saw Kriemhild. One saw daily riding to the Rhine those who would fain be at the feasting. Full many of these who for the king's sake were come into the land, were given steeds and lordly harness. Seats were prepared for all, for the highest and the best, as we are told, for 32 princes at the feast. For this, too, the fair ladies vied in their attire. Giselher, the youth, was aught but idle. He and Gernot and all their men received the friends and strangers. In truth, they gave the knights right courtly greetings. These brought into the land many a saddle of golden red, dainty shields, and lordly armour to the feasting on the Rhine. Many a wounded man was seen full merry since. Even those who lay aped in stress of wounds must needs forget the bitterness of death. Men ceased to mourn for the weak and sick, and joyed in prospect of the festal day, and how well they would fare at the feasting of the king. Pleasure without stint and overabundance of joy pervaded all the folk which there were seen. Therefore great rejoicing arose throughout the whole of Gunther's land. Upon a Whitsun morning 5,000 or more brave men, clad in glad attire, were seen going forth to the high festal tide. On all sides they vied with each other in knightly sports. The host marked well, what he already wet, how from his very heart the hero of Netherland did love his sister, albeit he had never seen her, whose comeliness men praised above all maids. Then spake the knight Ortwin to the king, "Would ye have full honour at your feast, so should ye let be seen the charming maids, who live in such high honours here in Burgundy. What were the joy of man? What else could give him pleasure, but pretty maids and noble dames? Pray let your sister go forth before the guests." To the joy of many a hero was this counsel given. "This will I gladly do," spake then the king, and all who heard it were merry at the thought. Then bade he say to the lady Uta and her comely daughter, that with their maidens they should come to court. From the presses they took fair raiment, and whatso of rich attire was laid away. Of rings and ribbons, too, enow they had. Thus each stately maiden decked herself with zeal. Full many a youthful knight upon that day was of the mind that he was so fair to look upon for ladies, that he would not exchange this chance for the lands of any mighty king. Gladly they gazed on those whom till now they had not known. Then bade the mighty king full 100 of his men, who were his kin and hers, escort his sister and serve her thus. These were the court retainers of the Burgundian land, and carried swords in hand. Soon one saw the noble Uta coming with her child. Full 100 or more saw them come. There rose a mighty press of knights who had the hope, if that might be, to gaze with joy upon the noble maid. Now came she forth, the lovely fair, as doth the red of dawn from out the lowering clouds. He then was reft of many woes who bore her in his heart so long a time, when he saw the lovely maid stand forth so glorious. How shone full many a precious stone upon her robes! In lovely wise her rose-red hue appeared. Whatever one might wish, he could not but confess that never in the world had he beheld a fairer maid. As the radiant moon, whose sheen is thrown so brightly on the clouds, doth stand before the stars, so stood she now before full many a stately dame. Therefore high arose the spirits of the comely knights. Richly apparelled chamberlains marched on in front, while the high-mettled warriors forsooth must press where they might see the lovely maid. At this Lord Siegfried felt both joy and dole. To himself he thought, "How could that chance that I should love thee? That is a foolish dream. But if I now must lose thee, then were I better dead." At thought of this his colour came and went. There stood the son of Siegmund in such dainty grace, as he were limned on parchment by skilful master's art. Indeed, 'twas said of him that never had so fair a knight been seen. The escort of the ladies now bade everywhere give way, and many a man obeyed. These high-born hearts rejoiced full many a wight, as thus so many a noble dame appeared in courtly bearing. Then spake Lord Gernot of Burgundy, Dear brother Gunther, him who offered service in such kindly wise, ye should in like manner requite before these knights, nor shall I ever rue this counsel. Bid Siegfried now approach my sister, that the maid may greet him. This will ever be our gain. She who never greeted warrior shall greet him fair, that by these means we know may win the stately knight. Then went the kinsmen of the host to fetch the hero. To the champion from Netherland they spake, You hath the king permitted to go to court, his sister is to greet you. This hath he decreed to do you honour. At this the lord grew blithe of mood, for in his heart he bare joy without alloy, that he thus should see fair Uta's child. With lovely grace she greeted Siegfried then, but when she saw the haughty knight stand thus before her, her cheeks flamed bright. Be welcome, Sir Siegfried, most good and noble knight, the fair maid spake, and at this greeting his spirits mounted high. Courteously he made obeisance. She took him by the hand. How gallantly he walked by the lady's side! Upon each other this lord and lady gazed with kindling eyes. Full secretly this happed. Was perchance a white hand there fervently pressed by heartfelt love? That know I not. Yet I cannot believe that this was left undone, for soon had she betrayed to him her love. Nevermore in summertide nor in the days of May bare he within his heart such lofty joy as now he gained, when hand in hand he walked with her, whom he fain would call his love. Then thought full many a knight, had that but happed to me, to walk thus with her hand in hand, as now I see him do, or to lie beside her, I'd bear it willingly. Never has warrior better served to gain a queen. From whatever land the guests were come, all gazed alike upon this pair alone. She then was bidden kiss the stately man, to whom no such delight had ever happened in this world. Then spake the king of Denmark, Because of this high greeting many a warrior lieth wounded, this would I well, through Siegfried's hand. God grant that he may never come again to my kingly lands. On all sides they bade make way for Kriemhild, as thus to church one saw her go with many a valiant knight in courtly wise. Then soon the stately knight was parted from her side. Thus went she to the minster, followed by many a dame. So full of graces was this queenly maid, that many a daring wish must needs be lost. Born she was to be the eye's delight of many a knight. Siegfried scarce could wait till mass was sung. Well might he think his fortune that she did favour him, whom thus he bare in heart, 'cause he know he had to love the fair. When she came forth from out the minster, they begged the gallant knight again to bear her company, as he had done before. Then first the lovely maid began to thank him that he had fought so gloriously before so many knights. Now God requite you, Sir Siegfried, spake the comely maid, that ye have brought to pass with your service, that the warriors do love you with such fealty as I hear them say. Then upon Dame Kriemhild he began to gaze in loving wise. I will serve them ever, spake then the knight, and while life shall last, never will I lay my head to rest till I have done their will, and this I do, my lady Kriemhild, to win your love. A 12th night long, on each and every day, one saw the winsome maid beside the knight, when she should go to court to meet her kin. This service was done from sheer delight. A great rout of joy and pleasure was daily seen in front of Gunther's hall, without and eke within, from many a daring man. Ordwin and Hagen began to do great marvels. Whatever any wished to play, these lusty knights were fully ready. Thus they became well known to all the guests, and so the whole of Gunther's land was decked with honour. Those who had lain wounded were now seen coming forth. They, too, would fain have pastime with the troop and guard themselves with bucklers and hurl the shaft. Enow they were to help them, for there was great store of men. At the feasting the host bade purvey them with the best of cheer. He kept him free from every form of blame that might befall the king. Men saw him move in friendly wise among his guests. He spake, "Ye worthy knights, ere ye go hence, pray take my gifts. I am minded to deserve it of you ever. Do not disdain my goods, the which I'll share with you, as I have great desire." Then up spake they of Denmark. "Ere we ride homeward to our land, we crave a lasting peace. We knights have need thereof, for many a one of our kinsmen lieth dead at the hands of your men-at-arms." Liudegast, the Saxon chief, was now cured of his wounds and had recovered from the fray, though many dead they left within this land. Then King Gunther went to find Sir Siegfried. To the knight he spake, "Now tell me what to do. Our foes would fain ride early and beg for lasting peace of me and of my men. Advise me now, knight Siegfried, what thinkest thee good to do? What the lordings offer me, will I tell thee. What of gold 500 steeds can bear, that would they gladly give me, and I set them free again." Then spake the mighty Siegfried, "That were done but ill. Let them ride hence unhindered, but make each of the lordings give surety with his hand, that their noble knights henceforth forbear all hostile riding hither to your land. This counsel will I follow." Herewith they parted, and to the king's foes was told that no one craved the gold they proffered. For their loved friends at home the battle-weary warriors longed. Many a shield full of treasure was then brought forth with the king, dealt out unweighed to his many friends, to each 500 marks of gold, and to a few still more. Gernot, the brave, had counselled Gunther this. Then they all took leave, sith they would hence. One saw the guests draw nigh to Kriemhild and also to where Dame Uta sate. Never yet were knights dismissed in better wise. Lodgings grew empty as they rode away, but still there stayed at home the king and all his kin and many a noble liegeman. Daily they were seen as they went to Lady Kriemhild. The good knight Siegfried now would likewise take his leave. He weened not to win that on which his mind was set. The king heard said that he would hence, but Giselher, the youth, quite won him from the journey. "Whither would you ride now, noble Siegfried? Pray tarry with the knights, I beg you, with Gunther the king and with his men. Here, too, are many comely dames, whom we shall gladly let you see." Then spake the mighty Siegfried, "Let stand the steeds. I listed to ride hence, but now will I desist. The shields too bear away. To my land I crave to go, in truth, but Giselher, with his great love, hath turned me from it." So the valiant knight stayed on to please his friends, nor could he have fared more gently in any land. This happened because he daily saw Kriemhild the fair. For the sake of her unmeasured beauty, the lording stayed. With many a pastime they whiled the hours away, but still her love constrained him, and often gave him dole. Because of this same love in later days, the valiant knight lay pitiful in death. End of chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of the Nibelungenlied. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Nibelungenlied, translated by Daniel B. Shumway. Chapter 6. How Gunther fared to Isenland for Brunhild. New tidings came across the Rhine. 'Twas said that yonder many a fair maid dwelt. The good King Gunther thought to win him one of these. High therefore rose the warrior spirits. There lived a queen beyond the sea, whose like men knew not anywhere. Peerless was her beauty, and great her strength. With doughty knights she shot the shaft for love. The stone she hurled afar, and sprang far after it. He who craved her love must win without fail 3 games from this high-born dame. When the noble maid had done this passing oft, a stately knight did hear it by the Rhine. He turned his thoughts upon this comely dame, and so heroes must needs later lose their lives. One day, when the king and his vassals sat and pondered to and fro in many a wise, whom their lord might take to wife, who would be fit to be their lady and beseem the land, up spake the lord of the Rhinelands. I will go down to the sea, and hence to Brunhild. However it may go with me, for her love I'll risk my life. I will gladly lose it, and she become not my wife. Against that do I counsel you, spake then Siegfried. If, as ye say, the queen doth have so fierce a want, he who wooeth for her love will pay full dear. Therefore should ye give over the journey. Then spake King Gunther, never was a woman born so strong and bold, that I might not vanquish her with mine own hand. Be still, spake Siegfried, ye know little her strength. So will I advise you, spoke Hagen then, that ye beg Siegfried to share with you this heavy task. This is my rede, sith he doth know so well how matters stand with Brunhild. The king spake, wilt thou help me, noble Siegfried, to woo this lovely maid? And thou doest what I pray thee, and this comely dame become my love. For thy sake will I risk both life and honour. To this Siegfried, the son of Siegmund, answered, I will do it, and thou give me thy sister Kriemhild, the noble queen. For my pains I ask no other meed. I'll pledge that, Siegfried, in thy hand, spake then Gunther, and if fair Brunhild come hither to this land, I'll give thee my sister unto wife. Then canst thou live ever merrily with the fair. This the noble warriors swore oaths to do. And so the greater grew their hardships, till they brought the lady to the Rhine. On this account these brave men must later be in passing danger. Siegfried had to take with him hence the cloak, which he, the bold hero, had won mid dangers from a dwarf, Alberish, he hight. These bold and mighty knights now made them ready for the journey. When Siegfried wore the cloak of darkness, he had strength enow, the force of full 12 men beside his own. With cunning arts he won the royal maid. This cloak was fashioned so, that whatsoever any wrought within it, none saw him. Thus he won Brunhild, which brought him dole. Now tell me, good knight Siegfried, before our trip begin, shall we not take warriors with us into Brunhild's land, that we may come with passing honours to the sea? 30,000 men at arms can soon be called. However many men we take, quoth Siegfried, the queen doth use so fierce a want, that they must perish through her haughty pride. I'll give thee better counsel, O brave and worthy king. Let us fare as wandering knights adown the Rhine, and I will tell thee those that shall be of the band. In all 4 nights we'll journey to the sea, and thus we'll woo the lady, whatever be our fate thereafter. I shall be one of the 4 comrades, the second thou shalt be. Let Hagen be the 3rd, then have we hope of life. Dankwart then the 4th, the valiant man. 1,000 others durst not match us in the fight. Gladly would I know, spake then the king, ere we go hence, 'twould please me much, what garments we should wear before Brunhild, which would beseem us there. Pray tell this now to Gunther. Weeds of the very best which can be found are worn all times in Brunhild's land. We must wear rich clothes before the lady, that we feel no shame when men shall hear the tidings told. The good knight spake. Then will I go myself to my dear mother, if perchance I can bring it to pass, that her fair maids purvey us garments, which we may wear with honour before the high-born maid. Hagen of Tronig spake then in lordly wise, Wherefore will ye pray your mother of such service? Let your sister hear what ye have in mind, and she'll purvey you well for your journey to Brunhild's court. Then sent he word to his sister, that he would fain see her. And knight Siegfried too sent word. Ere this happed, the fair had clad her passing well, that these brave men were coming gave her little grief. Now were her attendants too arrayed in seemly wise. The lordings came, and when she heard the tale, from her seat she rose, and walked in courtly wise to greet the noble stranger and her brother too. Welcome be my brother and his comrade, I'd gladly know, so spake the maid, what ye lords desire, sith ye be thus come to court. Pray let me hear how it standeth with you, noble knights. Then spake King Gunther, My lady, I'll tell you now. Maugre our lofty mood, yet have we mickle care. We would ride a wooing far into foreign lands, and for this journey we have need of costly robes. Now sit you down, dear brother, spake the royal maid, and let me hear aright who these ladies be, whom ye fain would woo in the lands of other kings. By the hand the lady took the chosen knights, and with the twain she walked to where she sat afore upon a couch, worked as well, I wot, with dainty figures embossed in gold. There might they have fair pastime with the ladies, friendly glances and kindly looks passed, now full oft, between the twain. In his heart he bare her, she was dear to him as life. In after days fair Kriemhild became strong Siegfried's wife. Then spake the mighty king, Dear sister mine, without thy help it may not be. We would go for knightly pastime to Brunhild's land, and have need of princely garb to wear before the dames. Then the noble maiden answered, Dear brother mine, I do you now to wit, that whatever need you have help of mine, that stand I ready to give. Should any deny you aught, 'twould please Kriemhild but ill. Most noble knights, beseech me not with such concern, but order me with lordly air to do whatso ye list. I stand at your bidding, and will do it with a will. So spake the winsome maid. We would fain, dear sister, wear good attire, and this your noble hand shall help to choose. Your maidens then must make it fit us, for there be no help against this journey. Then spake the princess, Now mark ye what I say. Silks I have myself. See that men do bring us jewels upon the shields, and thus we'll work the clothes. Gunther and Siegfried too gave glad assent. Who are the comrades, spake the queen, who shall fare with you thus clad to court? He spake, I shall be one of the four. My liegemen twain, Dankwart and Hagen, shall go with me to court. Now mark ye well, my lady, what I say. Each of us four must have to wear for 4 whole days 3 changes of apparel, and such goodly trappings, that without shame we may quit Brunhild's land. In fitting wise the lords took leave, and parted hence. Kriemhild, the queen, bade 30 of her maidens, who were skilful in such work, came forth from out their bowers. Silks of Araby, white as snow, and the fair silk of Zazamank, green as is the clover, they overlaid with precious stones, that gave garments passing fair. Kriemhild herself, the high-born maiden, cut them out. Whatso they had at hand of well-wrought linings, from the skin of foreign fish, but rarely seen of folk, they covered now with silk, as was the wont to wear. Now here great marvels of these shining weeds. From the kingdom of Morocco, and from Libya too, they had great store of the fairest silks, which the kith of any king did ever win. Kriemhild made it well appear what love she bore the twain. Sith upon the proud journey they had set their minds, they deemed ermine to be well fit. Upon this lay fine silk, as black as coal. This would still beseem all doughty knights at high festal tides. From out a setting of Arabian gold there shone forth many a stone. The ladies' zeal, it was not small, forsooth. In 7 weeks they wrought the robes, ready too were the weapons for the right good knights. When now they all stood dight, There was built for them in haste upon the Rhine a sturdy little skiff that should bear them downward to the sea. Weary were the noble maids from all their cares. Then the warriors were told that the brave vestures they should wear were now prepared. As they had craved it, so it now was done. Then no longer would they tarry on the Rhine. They sent a message to their war companions, if perchance they should care to view their new attire, to see if it be too long or short. All was found in fitting measure, and for this they gave the ladies thanks. All who saw them could not but aver that never in the world had they seen attire more fair. Therefore they wore it gladly at the court. None wist how to tell of better knightly weeds, nor did they fail to give great thanks. Then the lusty knights craved leave to go, and this the lordings did in courtly wise. Bright eyes grew dim and moist thereat from weeping. Kriemhild spake, "Dear brother, ye might better tarry here a while, and pay court to other dames, where ye would not so risk your life. Then would I say, well done. You might find near a home a wife of as high a birth." I ween their hearts did tell them what would hap. All wept alike, no matter what men said. The gold upon their breasts was tarnished by their tears, which thick and fast coursed downward from their eyes. She spake, "Sir Siegfried, let this dear brother of mine be commended to your fealty and troth, that naught may harm him in Brunhild's land." This the full brave knight vowed in Lady Kriemhild's hand. The mighty warrior spake, "If I lose not my life, you may be free from every care, my lady. I'll bring him to you sound again hither to the Rhine, that I know of a surety." The fair maid bowed her thanks. Men bare their gold-hued shields out to them upon the sands, and brought them all their harness. One bade lead up the steeds, for they would ride away. Much weeping then was done by comely dames. The winsome maids stood at the easements. A high wind stirred the ship and sails. The proud war fellowship embarked upon the Rhine. Then spake King Gunther, "Who shall be the captain of the ship?" "That will I," quoth Siegfried. "I wot well how to steer you on the flood. That know, good knights, the right waterways be well known to me." So they parted merrily out from the Burgundian land. Siegfried quickly grasped an oar, and from the shore the stalwart man gan push. Bold Gunther took the helm himself, and thus the worshipful and speedy knights set forth from land. With them they took rich food, and eke good wine, the best that could be found along the Rhine. Their steeds stood fair, they had good easement, their ship rode well, scant harm did hap them. Their stout sheet rope was tightened by the breeze. 20 leagues they sailed, or ever came the night, with a good wind, downward toward the sea. These hard toils later brought the high-mettled warriors pain. Upon the 12th day morning, as we here say, the winds had borne them far away to Isenland in Brunhild's land. To none save Siegfried was this known. But when King Gunther spied so many castles and broad marches too, how soon he spake. "Pray tell me, friend Siegfried, is it known to you? Whose are these castles and this lordly land?" Siegfried answered, "I know it well. It is the land and folk of Brunhild, and the fortress Isenland, as ye heard me say. Fair ladies ye may still see there today. Methinketh good to advise you, heroes, that ye be of one single mind, and that ye tell the self same tale. For if we go today before Brunhild, in much jeopardy must we stand before the Queen. When we behold the lovely maiden with her train, then, ye far-famed heroes, must ye tell but this single tale, that Gunther be my master, and I his man. Then what he craveth will come to pass." Full ready they were for whatever he bade them vow, nor because of pride did any one abstain. They promised what he would, wherefrom they all fared well. When King Gunther saw fair Brunhild, "Forsooth, I vow it less for thy sake than for thy sister's, the comely maid, who is to me as mine own soul and body. Gladly will I bring it to pass that she become my wife." End of chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of the Nibelungenlied. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by L.D. Hamilton. The Nibelungenlied. Translated by Daniel B. Shumway. Adventure 7. How Gunther Won Brunhild. Meanwhile their bark had come so near the castle that the king saw many a comely maiden standing at the casements. Much it irked King Gunther that he knew them not. He asked his comrade Siegfried, "Hast thou no knowledge of these maidens, who yonder are gazing downward towards us on the flood? Whoever be their lord, they are of lofty mood." At this Sir Siegfried spake, "I pray you, spy secretly among the high-born maids, and tell me then whom ye would choose, and ye had the power." "That will I," spake Gunther, the bold and valiant knight. "In yonder window do I see one stand in snow-white weeds. She is fashioned so fair that mine eyes would choose her for her comeliness. Had I power, she should become my wife. Right well thine eyes have chosen for thee. It is the noble Brunhild, the comely maid, for whom thy heart doth strive, and eke thy mind and mood." All her bearing seemed to Gunther good. One bade the queen her high-born maids go from the windows, for it behooved them not to be the mark of strangers' eyes. Each one obeyed. What next the ladies did hath been told us since. They decked their persons out to meet the unknown knights, a way fair maids have ever had. To the narrow casements they came again, where they had seen the knights. Through love of gazing this was done. But 4 there were that were come to land. Through the windows the stately women saw how Siegfried led a horse out on the sand, whereby King Gunther felt himself much honoured. By the bridle he held the steed, so stately, good and fair, and large and strong, until King Gunther had sat him in the saddle. Thus Siegfried served him, the which he later quite forgot. Such service he had seldom done afore, that he should stand at any here's stirrup. Then he led his own steed from the ship. All this the comely dames of noble birth saw through the casements. The steeds and garments, too, of the lusty knights, of snow-white hue, were right well matched and all alike. The bucklers, fashioned well, gleamed in the hands of the stately men. In lordly wise they rode to Brunhild's hall, their saddles set with precious stones, with narrow martingales, from which hung bells of bright and ruddy gold. So they came to the land, as well befit their prowess, with newly sharpened spears, with well-wrought swords, the which hung down to the spurs of these stately men. The swords the bold men bore were sharp and broad. All this Brunhild, the high-born maid, espied. With the king came Dankwart and Hagen too. We have heard tales told of how the knights wore costly raiment, raven black of hue. Fair were their bucklers, mickle, good, and broad. Jewels they wore from the land of India, the which gleamed gloriously upon their weeds. By the flood they left their skiff without a guard. Thus the brave knights and good rode to the castle. 86 towers they saw within, 3 broad palaces, and one hall well wrought of costly marble, green as grass, wherein Brunhild herself sate with her courtiers. The castle was unlocked, and the gates flung wide. Then ran Brunhild's men to meet them, and welcomed the strangers into their mistress's land. One bade relieve them of their steeds and shields. Then spake a chamberlain, Pray give us now your swords and your shining breastplates too. That we may not grant you, said Hagen of Tröneg. We ourselves will bear them. Then gan Siegfried tell aright the tale. The usage of the castle, let me say, is such that no guests may here bear arms. Let them now be taken hence, then will all be well. Unwillingly, Hagen, Gunther's man, obeyed. For the strangers' men bade pour out wine and make their lodgings ready. Many doughty knights were seen walking everywhere at court in lordly weeds. Mickle and oft were these heroes gazed upon. Then the tidings were told to Lady Brunhild, that unknown warriors were come in lordly raiment, sailing on the flood. The fair and worthy maid gan ask concerning this. Pray let me hear, spake the queen, who be these unknown knights, who stand so lordly in my castle, and for whose sake the heroes have journeyed hither? Then spake one of the courtiers, My lady, I can well say, that never have I set eyes on any of them, but one like Siegfried doth stand among them. Him ye should give fair greetings, that is my rede in truth. The second of their fellowship is so worthy of praise that he were easily a mighty king over broad and princely lands, and he had the power and might possess them. One doth see him stand by the rest in such right lordly wise. The third of the fellowship is so fierce, and yet withal so fair of body, most noble queen. By the fierce glances he so oft doth east, I ween he be grim of thought and mood. The youngest among them is worshipful indeed. I see the noble knight stand so charmingly, with courtly bearing, in almost maiden modesty. We might all have cause for fear, had any done him aught. However blithely he doth practice chivalry, and how so fair of body he be, yet might he well make many a comely woman weep, should he e'er grow angry. He is so fashioned that in all knightly virtues he must be a bold knight and a brave. Then spake the queen, Now bring me my attire. If the mighty Siegfried be come unto this land through love of mine, he doth risk his life. I fear him not so sore, that I should become his wife. Brunhild the fair was soon well clad. Then went there with her many a comely maid, full 100 or more, decked out in gay attire. The stately dames would gaze upon the strangers. With them there walked good knights from Isenland, Brunhild's men at arms, 500 or more, who bore swords in hand. This the strangers rued. From their seats then the brave and lusty heroes rose. When that the queen spied Siegfried, now hear what the maid did speak. Be ye welcome, Siegfried, here in this our land. What doth your journey mean? That I fain would know. Gramercy, my lady Brunhild, that ye have deigned to meet me, most generous queen, in the presence of this noble knight who standeth here before me, for he is my liege lord. This honour I must needs forswear. By birth he's from the Rhine. What more need I to say? For thy sake are we come hither. Fain would he woo thee, however he fare. Methink thee now betimes, my lord will not let thee go. For he is hight Gunther, and he is a lordly king. An he win thy love, he doth crave naught more. Forsooth, this knight, so well beseen, did bid me journey hither. I would fain have given it over, could I have said him nay. She spake, Is he thy liege, and thou his man? Dare he essay the games which I mete out, and gain the mastery? Then I'll become his wife. But should I win, 'twill cost you all your lives. Then upspoke Hagen of Tröneg, My lady, let us see your mighty games. It must indeed go hard, or ever Gunther, my lord, give you the palm. He troweth well to win so fair a maid. He must hurl the stone, and after spring and cast the spear with me. Be ye not too hasty. You are like to lose here your honour and your life as well. Bethink you therefore rightly, spake the lovely maid. Siegfried the bold went to the king, and bade him tell the queen all that he had in mind. He should have no fear. I'll guard you well against her with my arts. Then spake King Gunther, Most noble queen, now mete out whatso ye list, and were it more, that would I all endure for your sweet sake. I'll gladly lose my head, and ye become not my wife. When the queen heard this speech, she begged them hasten to the games, as was but meet. She bade purvey her with good armour for the strife, a breastplate of ruddy gold, and a right good shield. A silken surcoat, too, the maid put on, which sword had never cut in any fray, of silken cloth of Libya. Well was it wrought. Bright embroidered edging was seen to shine thereon. Meanwhile, the knights were threatened much with battle cries. Dankwart and Hagen stood ill at ease. Their minds were troubled at the thought of how the king would speed. Thought they, Our journey will not bring us warriors aught of good. Meanwhile, Siegfried, the stately man, or ever any marked it, had hied him to the ship, where he found his magic cloak concealed. Into it he quickly slipped, and so was seen of none. He hurried back, and there he found a great press of knights, where the queen dealt out her lofty games. Thither he went in secret wise, by his arts it happed, nor was he seen of any that were there. The ring had been marked out, where the games should be, afore many valiant warriors, who were to view them there. More than 700 were seen bearing arms, who were to say who won the game. Then was come Brunhild, armed as though she would battle for all royal lands. Above her silken coat she wore many a bar of gold. Gloriously her lovely colour shone beneath the armour. Then came her courtiers, who bare along a shield of ruddy gold, with large broad strips as hard as steel, beneath the which the lovely maid would fight. As shield thong there served a costly band, upon which lay jewels green as grass. It shone and gleamed against the gold. He must needs be passing bold, to whom the maid would show her love. The shield the maid should bear was 3 spans thick beneath the studs, as we are told. Rich enow it was, of steel and eke of gold, the which 4 chamberlains could scarcely carry. When the stalwart Hagen saw the shield borne forth, the knight of Tröneg spake full grim of mood, How now, King Gunther? How we shall lose our lives! She you would make your love is the devil's bride in truth. Hear now about her weeds, enow of these she had. She wore a surcoat of silk of azagoo, noble and costly. Many a lordly stone shone in contrast to its color on the person of the queen. Then was brought forth for the lady a spear, sharp, heavy, and large, the which she cast all time, stout and unwieldy, mickle and broad, which on its edges cut most fearfully. Of the spear's great weight here wonders told. 3 1/2 weights of iron were wrought therein, the which scarcely 3 of Brunhild's men could bear. The noble Gunther gan be sore afraid. Within his heart he thought, what doth this mean? How could the devil from hell himself escape alive? Were I safe and sound in Burgundy, long might she live here free of any love of mine. Then spake Hagen's brother, the valiant Dankwart. The journey to this court doth rue me sore. We, who have ever borne the name of knights, how must we lose our lives? Shall we now perish at the hands of women in these lands? It doth irk me much that ever I came unto this country. Had but my brother Hagen his sword in hand, and I mine too, then should Brunhild's men go softly in their overweening pride. This know for sure, they'd guard against it well. And had I sworn a peace with 1,000 oaths, before I'd see my dear lord die, the comely maid herself should lose her life. We might leave this land unscathed, spake then his brother Hagen, had we the harness which we sorely need, and our good swords as well. Then would the pride of this strong dame become a deal more soft. What the warrior spake, the noble maid heard well. Over her shoulders she gazed with smiling mouth. Now sith he thinketh himself so brave, bring them forth their coats of mail, put in the warriors' hands their sharp-edged swords. When they received their weapons as the maiden bade, bold Dankwart blushed for very joy. Now let them play whatso they list, spake the doughty man. Gunther is unconquered, since now we have our arms. Mightily now did Brunhild's strength appear. Into the ring men bare a heavy stone, huge and great, mickle and round. 12 brave and valiant men-at-arms could scarcely bear it. This she threw at all times, when she had shot the spear. The Burgundians' fear now grew amain. Woe is me, cried Hagen, whom hath King Gunther chosen for a love? Certes, she should be the foul fiend's bride in hell. Upon her fair white arm the maid turned back her sleeves. With her hands she grasped the shield and poised the spear on high. Thus the strife began. Gunther and Siegfried feared Brunhild's hate, and had Siegfried not come to Gunther's aid, she would have bereft the king of life. Secretly Siegfried went and touched his hand. With great fear Gunther marked his wiles. Who hath touched me? Thought the valiant man. Then he gazed around on every side, but saw none standing there. 'Tis I, Siegfried, the dear friend of thine. Thou must not fear the queen. Give me the shield from off thy hand, and let me bear it and mark aright what thou dost hear me say. Make thou the motions, I will do the deeds. When Gunther knew that it was Siegfried, he was overjoyed. Quoth Siegfried, Now hide thou my arts, tell them not to any man. Then can the queen win from thee little fame, albeit she doth desire it. See how fearlessly the lady standeth now before thee. Then with might and main the noble maiden hurled the spear at a shield, mickle, new, and broad, which the son of Siegmund bore upon his arm. The sparks sprang from the steel, as if the wind did blow. The edge of the mighty spear broke fully through the shield, so that men saw the fire flame forth from the armor rings. The stalwart men both staggered at the blow. But for the cloak of darkness, they had lain there dead. From the mouth of Siegfried the brave gushed forth the blood. Quickly the good knight sprang back again and snatched the spear that she had driven through his shield. Stout Siegfried's hand now sent it back again. He thought, I will not pierce the comely maid. So he reversed the point and cast it at her armor with the butt, that it rang out loudly from his mighty hand. The sparks flew from the armor rings as though driven by the wind. Siegmund's son had made the throw with might. With all her strength she could not stand before the blow. In faith, King Gunther never could have done the deed. Brunhild the fair, how quickly up she sprang! Gunther, noble knight, I cry you mercy for the shot. She weened that he had done it with his strength. To her had crept a far more powerful man. Then went she quickly, angry was her mood. The noble maid and good raised high the stone and hurled it mightily far from her hand. After the cast she sprang, that all her armor rang in truth. The stone had fallen 12 fathoms hence, but with her leap the comely maid outsprang the stone. Then went Sir Siegfried to where lay the stone. Gunther poised it, while the hero made the throw. Siegfried was bold, strong, and tall. He threw the stone still further and made a broader jump. Through his fair arts he had strength enow to bear King Gunther with him as he sprang. The leap was made, the stone lay on the ground. Men saw none other save Gunther, the knight, alone. Siegfried had banished the fear of King Gunther's death. Brunhild the fair waxed red with wrath. To her courtiers she spake a deal too loud when she spied the hero safe and sound at the border of the ring. Come nearer quickly, ye kinsmen and liegemen of mine, ye must now be subject to Gunther the king. Then the brave knights laid aside their arms and paid their homage at the feet of mighty Gunther from the Burgundian land. They weened that he had won the games by his own strength alone. He greeted them in loving wise. In sooth, he was most rich in virtues. Then the lovely maiden took him by the hand. Full power she granted him within the land. At this, Hagen, the bold and doughty knight, rejoiced him. She bade the noble knight to go with her hence to the spacious palace. When this was done, they gave the warriors with their service better cheer. With good grace, Hagen and Dankwart now must needs submit. The doughty Siegfried was wise enow, and bare away his magic cloak. Then he repaired to where the ladies sate. To the king he spake, and shrewdly did he this: Why wait ye, good my lord? Why begin ye not the games, of which the queen doth deal so great a store? Let us soon see how they be played. The crafty man did not as though he wist not a whit thereof. Then spake the queen, How hath it chanced that ye, Sir Siegfried, have seen naught of the games which the hand of Gunther here hath won? To this Hagen of the Burgundian land made answer. He spake, Ye have made us sad of mind, my lady. Siegfried the good knight was by the ship when the lord of the Rhineland won from you the games. he knoweth naught thereof. Well is me of this tale, spake Siegfried the knight, that your pride hath been brought thus low, and that there doth live a wight who hath a power to be your master. Now, O noble maiden, must ye follow us hence to the Rhine. Then spake the fair-fashioned maid, that may not be. First must my kith and liegemen learn of this. Certes, I may not so lightly void my lands. My dearest friends must first be fetched. Then bade she messengers ride on every side. She called her friends, her kinsmen, and her men at arms, and begged them come without delay to Isenland, and bade them all be given lordly and rich apparel. Daily, early and late, they rode in troops to Brunhild's castle. Well away, cried Hagen, what have we done? We may ill abide the coming of fair Brunhild's men. If now they come into this land in force, then hath the noble maid been born to our great rue. The will of the queen is unknown to us. What if she be so wroth that we be lost? Then the stalwart Siegfried spake, of that I'll have care. I'll not let hap that which ye fear. I'll bring you help hither to this land, from chosen knights, the which till now ye have not known. Ye must not ask about me. I will fare hence. Meanwhile, may God preserve your honour. I'll return eftsoon, and bring you 1,000 men, the very best of knights that I have ever known. Pray tarry not too long, spake then the king. Of your help we be justly glad. He answered, in a few short days I'll come again. Tell ye to Brunhild that ye sent me hence. End of chapter 7. Recording by L.D. Hamilton.
Chapter 8 of the Nibelungenlied. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Nibelungenlied, translated by Daniel B. Shumway. Chapter 8. Adventure 8 Note. Adventure 8. This whole episode, in which Siegfried fetches men to aid Gunther in case of attempted treachery on Brunhild's part, is of late origin and has no counterpart in the older versions. It is a further development of Siegfried's fight, in which he slew Schilbung and Nibelung, and became the ruler of the Nibelung land. The fight with Alberich is simply a repetition of the one in the former episode. How Siegfried fared to his men-at-arms, the Nibelungs. Through the gate Siegfried hied him in his cloak of darkness down to the sand, where he found a skiff. Secretly the son of Siegmund embarked and drove it quickly hence, as though the wind did blow it on. None saw the steersman. The bark fared fast, impelled by Siegfried's mighty strength. They weened a seldom strong wind did drive it on. Nay, it was rowed by Siegfried, the son of Siegelind the fair. In the time of a day and night, with might and main, he reached a land full 100 rests away, or more. The people hight Nibelungs, where he owned the mighty Hoard. The hero rowed alone to a broad isle, where the lusty knight now beached the boat and made it fast full soon. To a hill he hied him, upon which stood a castle, and sought here lodgment, as wayworn travellers do. He came first to a gateway that stood fast locked. In sooth they guarded well their honour, as men still do. The stranger now 'gan knock upon the door, the which was closely guarded. There within he saw a giant standing, who kept the castle, and at whose side lay at all times his arms. He spake, "Who is it who doth knock so rudely on the gate?" Then bold Siegfried changed his voice and spake, "I am a knight. Do up the door, else will I enrage many a one outside to-day, who would liefer lie soft and take his ease." When Siegfried thus spake, it irked the warder. Meanwhile the giant had donned his armor and placed his helm upon his head. Quickly the mighty man snatched up his shield and opened wide the gate. How fiercely he ran at Siegfried, and asked how he durst wake so many valiant men. Huge blows were dealt out by his hand. Then the lordly stranger gan defend him, but with an iron bar the warder shattered his shield plates. Then was the hero in dire need. Siegfried gan fear a deal his death when the warder struck him such mighty blows. And now his master Siegfried loved him for this cause. They strove so sore that all the castle rang, and the sound was heard in Nibelung's hall. He overcame the warder and bound him too. The tale was noised abroad in all the Nibelung's land. Alberich the bold, a savage dwarf, heard the fierce struggle through the mountain. He armed him quick and ran to where he found the noble stranger, as he bound the mighty giant. Full wroth was Alberich, and strong enow. On his body he bare helmet and rings of mail, and in his hand a heavy scourge of gold. Swift and hard he ran to where Siegfried stood. 7 heavy knobs hung down in front, with which he smote so fiercely the shield upon the bold man's arm that it brake in parts. The stately stranger came in danger of his life. From his hand he flung the broken shield and thrust into the sheath a sword, the which was long. He would not strike his servant dead, but showed his courtly breeding as his knightly virtue bade him. He rushed at Alberich, and with his powerful hands he seized the grey-haired man by the beard. So roughly he pulled his beard that he screamed aloud. The tugging of the youthful knight hurt Alberich sore. Loud cried the valiant dwarf, "Now spare my life, and might I be the vassal of any save one knight, to whom I swore an oath that I would own him as my lord. I'd serve you till my death." So spake the cunning man. He then bound Alberich, as he had the giant afore. Full sore the strength of Siegfried hurt him. The dwarf gan asked, "How are ye named?" "My name is Siegfried," he replied. "I deemed ye knew me well." "Well is me of these tidings," spake Alberich the dwarf. "Now I have noted well the knightly deeds through which ye be by right the sovereign of the land. I'll do whatso ye bid, and ye let me live." Then spake Sir Siegfried, "Go quickly now, and bring me the best of knights. We have 1,000 Nibelungs, that they may see me here." Why he wanted this none heard him say. He loosed the bonds of Alberich and the giant. Then ran Alberich swift to where he found the knights. In fear he waked the Nibelung men. He spake, "Up now, ye heroes, ye must go to Siegfried." From their beds they sprang, and were ready in a trice. 1,000 doughty knights soon stood well clad. They hied them to where they saw Sir Siegfried stand. Then was done a fair greeting, in part by deeds. Great store of tapers were now lit up. They proffered him mulled wine. He gave them thanks that they were come so soon. He spake, "Ye must away with me across the flood." Full ready for this he found the heroes brave and good. Well 300 men were come eftsoon, from whom he chose 1,000 of the best. Men brought them their helmets and other arms, for he would lead them to Brunhild's land. He spake, "Ye good knights, this will I tell you. Ye must wear full costly garments there at court, for many lovely dames shall gaze upon us. Therefore must ye deck yourselves with goodly weeds." Early on a morn they started on their way. What a speedy journey Siegfried won! They took with them good steeds and lordly harness, and thus they came in knightly wise to Brunhild's land. The fair maid stood upon the battlements. Then spake the queen, "Knoweth any who they be whom I see sailing yonder far out upon the sea? They have rich sails, e'en whiter than the snow." Quoth the king of the Rhineland, "They're men of mine, the which I left hard by here on the way. I had them sent for, and now they be come, my lady." All eyes were fixed upon the lordly strangers. Then one spied Siegfried standing at his vessel's prow in lordly weeds and many other men. The queen spake, "Sir king, pray tell me, shall I receive the strangers, or shall I deny them greetings?" He spake, "Ye must go to meet them out before the palace, that they may well perceive how fain we be to see them here. Then the queen did as the king advised her. She marked out Siegfried with her greetings from the rest. Men purveyed them lodgings, and took in charge their trappings. So many strangers were now come to the land, that everywhere they jostled Brunhild's bands. Now would the valiant men fare home to Burgundy. Then spake the queen, My favour would I bestow on him who could deal out to the king's guests, and mine, my silver and gold, of which I have such store. To this Dankwart, King Geiselher's liegeman, answered, Most noble queen, spake the brave knight, let me but wield the keys. I trow to deal it out in fitting wise. Whatso of blame I gain, let be mine own. That he was bountiful he made appear full well. When now Sir Hagen's brother took the keys in charge, the hero's hand did proffer many a costly gift. He who craved a mark received such store that all the poor might lead a merry life. Full £100 he gave, nor did he stop to count, and now walked before the hall in rich attire, who never had worn afore such lordly dress. Full sore it rued the queen when this she heard. She spake, Sir King, I fain would have your aid, lest your chamberlain leave naught of all my store of dress. He squandereth eke my gold. If any would forfend this, I'd be his friend for aye. He giveth such royal gifts, the knight must ween, forsooth, that I have sent for death. I would fain use it longer, and trow well myself to waste that which my father left me. No queen as yet hath ever had so bounteous a chamberlain. Then spake Hagen of Dronech, My lady, be it told you that the king of the Rhineland hath such great store of gold and robes to give that we have no need to carry hence aught of Brunhild's weeds. Nay, and ye love me, spake the queen, let me fill 20 travelling chests with gold and silk as well, the which my hand shall give when we are come across to Gunther's land. Men filled her chests with precious stones, the while her chamberlain stood by. She would not trust the duty to Geiselher's men. Gunther and Hagen began to laugh thereat. Then spake the queen, With whom shall I leave my lands? This my hand and yours must first decree. Quoth the noble king, Now bid draw near whom ye deem fit, and we will make him steward. The lady spied near by one of her highest kin. It was her mother's brother. To him the maiden spake, Now let me be commended to your care, my castles and my lands, till that King Gunther's hand rule here. Then 200 of her men she chose, who should fare with her hence to Burgundy, together with those 1,000 warriors from the Nibelungenlied. They dressed their journey, one saw them riding forth upon the sand. 86 dames they took along, and thereto 100 maids, their bodies passing fair. No longer now they tarried, for they were fain to get them hence. Ho! What great wail was made by those they left at home! In courtly wise she voided thus her land. She kissed her nearest kinsmen, who were found at court. After a fair leave-taking they journeyed to the sea. To her fatherland the lady nevermore returned. Many kinds of games were seen upon the way. Pastimes they had galore. A real sea breeze did help them on their voyage. Thus they fared forth from the land fully merrily. She would not let her husband court her on the way. This pleasure was deferred until their wedding tide in the castle, their home at Worms, to which in good time she came right joyfully with all her knights. End of Chapter 8. Recording by Tamara Schwartz, Newburgh, Oregon.
Chapter 9 of the Nibelungenlied. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Asterix. The Nibelungenlied, translated by Daniel B. Shumway. How Siegfried was sent to Worms. When they had thus fared on their way full 9 days, Hagen of Dronech spake, Now mark ye what I say. We wait too long with the tidings for Worms upon the Rhine. Our messengers should be e'en now in Burgundy. Then spake King Gunther, Ye have told me true, and none be more fitting for this trip than ye, friend Hagen. Now ride ye to my land. None can acquaint them better with our journey home to court." To this Hagen made answer: "I am no fit envoy. Let me play chamberlain. I'll stay with the ladies upon the flood and guard their robes until we bring them to the Burgundian land. Bid Siegfried bear the message. He knoweth how to do it well with his mighty strength. If he refuse you the journey, then must ye in courtly and gentle wise pray him of the boon for your sister's sake." Gunther sent now for the warrior, who came to where he stood. He spake: "Sith we be now nearing my lands at home, it behoveth me to send a messenger to the dear sister of mine, and to my mother too, that we draw near the Rhine. This I pray you, Siegfried. Now do my will, that I may requite it to you ever," spake the good knight. Siegfried, the passing bold man, however, said him nay, till Gunther gan beseech him sore. He spake: "Ye must ride for my sake, and for Kriemhild's too, the comely maiden, so that the royal maid requite it, as well as I." When Siegfried heard these words, full ready was the knight. "Now bid me what ye will, naught shall be withheld. I will do it gladly for the fair maid's sake. Why should I refuse her whom I bear in heart? Whatso ye command for love of her shall all be done." "Then tell my mother Uta, the queen, that we be of lofty mood upon this voyage. Let my brothers know how we have fared. These tidings must ye let our friends hear too. Hide naught from my fair sister. Give her mine and Brunhild's greetings. Greet the retainers too, and all my men. How well I have ended that for which my heart hath ever striven. And tell Ortwin, the dear nephew of mine, that he bids seats be built at Worms along the Rhine. Let my other kinsmen know that I am willed to hold with Brunhild a mighty wedding feast. And tell my sister, when she hath heard that I be come with my guests to the land, that she give fair greeting to my bride, for that I will ever render Kriemhild service." The good Lord Siegfried soon took leave of Lady Brunhild, as beseemed him well, and of all her train. Then rode he to the Rhine. Never might there be a better envoy in this world. He rode with 24 men-at-arms. To Worms he came without the king. When that was noised about, the courtiers all were grieved. They feared their master had been slain. Then they dismounted from their steeds. High stood their mood. Giselher, the good young king, came soon to meet them, and Gernot his brother too. How quickly then he spake, when he saw not Gunther at Siegfried's side. "Be welcome, Siegfried. Pray let me know where ye have left the king my brother. The prowess of Brunhild, I ween, hath ta'en him from us. Great scathe had her haughty love then brought us. Let be this fear, my battle comrade sendeth greetings to you and to his kin. I left him safe and sound. He sent me on ahead, that I might be his messenger with tidings hither to this land. Pray have a care, however, that mayhap that I may see the queen and your sister too, for I must let them hear what message Gunther and Brunhild have sent them. Both are in high estate." Then spake Giselher the youth: "Now must ye go to her, for ye have brought me much of joy. She is mickle fearful for my brother. I'll answer that the maid will see you gladly." Then spake Sir Siegfried: "Howsoever I may serve her, that shall be gladly done, in faith. Who now will tell the ladies that I would hie me thither?" Giselher then became the messenger, the stately man. The doughty knight spake to his mother and his sister too, when that he saw them both. "To us is come Siegfried, the hero from Netherland. Him my brother Gunther hath sent hither to the Rhine. He bringeth the news of how it standeth with the king. Pray let him therefore come to court. He'll tell you the right tidings straight from Isenland." As yet the noble ladies were acquaint with fear. but now for their weeds they sprang, and dressed them, and bade Sir Siegfried come to court. This he did full gladly, for he was fain to see them. Kriemhild, the noble maid, addressed him fair. "Be welcome, Sir Siegfried, most worshipful knight. Where is my brother Gunther, the noble and mighty king? We ween that we have lost him through Brunhild's strength. Woe is me, poor maid, that ever I was born." Then spake the daring knight, "Now give me an envoy's guerdon, ye passing fair ladies. Ye do weep without a cause. I do you to wit, I left him safe and sound. They have sent me with the tidings to you both. He and his bride do send you kindly greetings and a kinsman's love, O noble queen. Now leave off your weeping, they'll come full soon." In many a day she had not heard a tale so glad. With her snow-white hem she wiped the tears from her pretty eyes, and began to thank the messenger for the tidings which now were come. Thus her great sorrow and her weeping were taken away. She bade the messenger be seated, full ready he was for this. Then spake the winsome maid, "I should not rue it, should I give you as an envoy's meed my gold. For that ye are too rich, but I will be your friend in other ways. And had I alone, spake he, 30 lands, yet would I gladly receive gifts from your fair hand." Then spake the courtly maid, "It shall be done." She bade her chamberlain go fetch the mead for tidings. 24 arm rings set with goodly gold she gave him as his meed. So stood the hero's mood that he would not retain them, but gave them straightway to her nearest maidens, he found within the bower. Full kindly her mother offered him her service. "I am to tell you the tale," then spake the valiant man, "of what the king doth pray you when he cometh to the Rhine. If ye perform that, my lady, he'll ever hold you in his love. I heard him crave that ye should give fair greetings to his noble guests, and grant him the boon that ye ride to meet him out in front of Worms upon the strand. This ye are right truly admonished by the king to do." Then spake the winsome maid, "For this am I full ready. In whatsoever wise I can serve the king, that will I not refuse. With a kinsman's love it shall be done." Her colour heightened for very joy. Never was the messenger of any prince received more fair. The lady would have kissed him, had she but dared. How lovingly he parted from the dames. The men of Burgundy then did as Siegfried counselled. Sindolt and Hunolt and Rumolt, the knight, must needs be busy with the work of putting up the seats outside of Worms upon the strand. The royal stewards too were found at work. Ortwin and Gere would not desist, but sent to fetch their friends on every side, and made known to them the feasting that was to be. The many comely maids arrayed themselves against the feast. Everywhere the palace and the walls were decked out for the guests. Gunther's hall was passing well purveyed for the many strangers. Thus began full merrily this splendid feast. From every side along the highways of the land pricked now the kinsmen of these 3 kings, who had been called, that they might wait upon those who were coming home. Then from the presses great store of costly weeds was taken. Soon tidings were brought that men saw Brunhild's kinsmen ride along. Great jostling then arose from the press of folk in the Burgundian land. Ho, what bold knights were found on either side! Then spake fair Kriemhild, "Ye maids of mine, who would be with me at the greeting, seek out from the guests the very best of robes. Then will praise and honour be given us by the guests." Then came the warriors too, and bade the lordly saddles of pure red gold be carried forth, on which the ladies should ride from Worms down to the Rhine. Better trappings might there never be. Ho, what bright gold did sparkle on the jet-black palfreys! From their bridles there gleamed forth many a precious stone. The golden stepping blocks were brought and placed on shining carpets for the ladies, who were gay of mood. As I have said, the palfreys now stood ready in the courtyard for the noble maids. One saw the steeds wear narrow martingales of the best of silk, of which tale might be told. 86 ladies who wore fillets in their hair were seen come forth. The fair ones came to Kriemhild, wearing glittering robes. Then followed many a comely maid in brave attire, 54 from the Burgundian land. They were eke the best that might anywhere be found. Men saw them walking with their flaxen hair and shining ribbons. That which the king desired was done with zeal. They wore before the stranger knights rich cloth of silk, the best that could be found, and so many a goodly robe, which well befit their ample beauty. One found there many clothes of sable and ermine fur. Many an arm and hand was well adorned with bracelets over the silken sleeves which they should wear. None might tell the story of this tiring to the end. Many a hand played with well-wrought girdles, rich and long, above gay-coloured robes, over costly ferrand skirts of silken cloth of Araby. In high spirits were these maids of noble birth. Clasps were sewed in lovely wise upon the dress of many a comely maid. She had good cause to rue it, whose bright colour did not shine in contrast to her weeds. No kingly race hath now such fair retainers. When now the lovely maids had donned the garments they should wear, there then drew near a mickle band of high-mettled champions. Together with their shields they carried many an ashen spear. End of chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of the Nibelungenlied. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by L. D. Hamilton. The Nibelungenlied. Translated by Daniel B. Shumway. Adventure 10. How Brunhild was received at Worms. Across the Rhine, men saw the king with his guests in many bands, pricking to the shore. One saw the horse of many a maiden, too, led by the bridle. All those who should give them welcome were ready now. When those of Isenland and Siegfried's Nibelung men were come across in boats, they hasted to the shore, not idle were their hands, where the kindred of the king were seen upon the other bank. Now hear this tale too of the queen, the noble Uta, how she herself rode hither with the maidens from the castle. Then many a knight and maid became acquaint. Durch Gere led Kriemhild's palfrey by the bridle till just outside the castle gate. Siegfried, the valiant knight, must needs attend her further. A fair maid she was. Later, the noble dame requited well this deed. Ortwin the bold rode by Lady Uta's side, and many knights and maidens rode in pairs. Well may we aver that so many dames were never seen together at such stately greeting. Many a splendid joust was ridden by worshipful knights. Not well might it be left undone, afore Kriemhild the fair, down to the ships. Then the fair-fashioned ladies were lifted from the palfreys. The king was come across, and many a worthy guest. Ho, what costly bucklers rang loudly as they closed! The lovely fair stood by the shore as Gunther and his guests alighted from the boats. He himself led Brunhild by the hand. Bright gems and gleaming armour shone forth in rivalry. Lady Kriemhild walked with courtly breeding to meet Dame Brunhild and her train. White hands removed the chaplets. As these twain kissed each other, through deference this was done. Then in courteous wise the maiden Kriemhild spake, Be ye welcome in these lands of ours, to me and to my mother, and to all the loyal kin we have. Low bows were made, and the ladies now embraced full oft. Such loving greeting hath one never heard as the two ladies, Dame Uta and her daughter, gave the bride. Upon her sweet mouth they kissed her oft. When now Brunhild's ladies all were come to land, stately knights took many a comely woman by the hand in loving wise. The fair-fashioned maids were seen to stand before the Lady Brunhild. Long time elapsed, or ever the greetings all were done. Many a rose-red mouth was kissed, in sooth. Still side by side the noble princesses stood, which liked full well the doughty warriors for to see. They who had heard men boast afore that such beauty had ne'er been seen as these two dames possessed, spied now with all their eyes, and must confess the truth. Nor did one see upon their persons cheats of any kind. Those who wot how to judge of women and lovely charms praised Gunther's bride for beauty. But the wise had seen more clear, and spake that one must give Kriemhild the palm before Brunhild. Maids and ladies now drew near each other. Many a comely dame was seen arrayed full well. Silken tents and many rich pavilions stood hard by, the which quite filled the plain of Worms. The kinsmen of the king came crowding around, when Brunhild and Kriemhild, and with them all the dames, were bidden to go to where shade was found. Thither the knights from the Burgundian land escorted them. Now were the strangers come to horse, and shields were pierced in many royal jousts. From the plain the dust gan rise, as though the whole land had burst forth into flames. There many a knight became well known as champion. Many a maiden saw what there the warriors plied. Methinks Sir Siegfried and his knights rode many a turn afore the tents. He led 1,000 stately Nibelungs. Then Hagen of Tröneg came, as the king had counselled, and parted in gentle wise the jousting, that the fair maids be not covered with the dust, the which the strangers willingly obeyed. Then spake Sir Gernot, Let stand the steeds till the air grow cooler, for ye must be full ready when that the king will ride. Meanwhile let us serve the comely dames before the spacious hall. When now over all the plain the jousts had ceased, the knights on pastime bent, hied them to the ladies under many a high pavilion in the hope of lofty joys. There they passed the hours, until they were minded to ride away. Just at eventide, when the sun was setting and the air grew chill, no longer they delayed, but man and woman hasted toward the castle. Many a comely maiden was caressed with loving glances. In jousting great store of clothes were torn by good knights, by the high-mettled warriors, after the custom of the land, until the king dismounted by the hall. Valiant heroes helped the ladies, as is their wont. The noble queens then parted. Lady Uta and her daughter went with their train to a spacious hall, where great noise of merriment was heard on every side. The seats were now made ready, for the king would go to table with his guests. At his side men saw how fair Brunhild stand, wearing the crown in the king's domain. Royal enow she was in sooth. Good broad tables, with full many benches for the men, were set with victual, as we are told. Little they lacked that they should have. At the king's table many a lordly guest was seen. The chamberlains of the host bare water forth in basins of ruddy gold. It were but in vain if any told you that men were ever better served at princes' feasts. I would not believe you that. Before the lord of the Rhineland took the water to wash his hands, Siegfried did as was but meet. He minded him by his troth of what he had promised, or ever he had seen Brunhild at home in Isenland. He spake, Ye must remember how ye swore me by your hand, that when Lady Brunhild came to this land, ye would give me your sister to wife. Where be now these oaths? I have suffered mickle hardship on our trip. Then spake the king to his guest, Rightly have ye minded me. Certes my hand shall not be perjured. I'll bring it to pass as best I can. Then they bade Kriemhild go to court before the king. She came with her fair maidens to the entrance of the hall. At this Sir Giselher sprang down the stairs. Now bid these maids turn again. None save my sister alone shall be here by the king. Then they brought Kriemhild to where the king was found. There stood noble knights from many princes' lands. Throughout the broad hall one bade them stand quite still. By this time Lady Brunhild had stepped to the table too. Then spake King Gunther, Sweet sister mine, by thy courtesy redeem my oath. I swore to give thee to a knight, and if he become thy husband, then thou hast done my will most loyally. Quoth the noble maid, Dear brother mine, ye must not thus entreat me. Certes I'll be ever so, that whatever ye command, that shall be done. I'll gladly pledge my troth to him whom ye, my lord, do give me to husband. Siegfried here grew red at the glance of friendly eyes. The knight then proffered his service to Lady Kriemhild. Men bade them take their stand at each other's side within the ring, and asked if she would take the stately man. In maidenly modesty she was a deal abashed, yet such was Siegfried's luck and fortune that she would not refuse him out of hand. The noble king of Netherland vowed to take her too to wife. When he and the maid had pledged their troths, Siegfried's arm embraced eftsoon the winsome maid. Then the fair queen was kissed before the knights. The courtiers parted, when that had happed. On the bench over against, the king Siegfried was seen to take his scat with Kriemhild. Thither many a man accompanied him as servitor. Men saw the Nibelungs walk at Siegfried's side. The king had seated him with Brunhild the maid. When she espied Kriemhild, naught had ever irked her so, sitting at Siegfried's side. She began to weep, and hot tears coursed down fair cheeks. Quoth the lord of the land, What aileth you, my lady, that ye let bright eyes grow dim? Ye may well rejoice. My castles and my land, and many a stately vassal own your sway. I have good cause to weep, spoke the comely maid. My heart is sore because of thy sister, whom I see sitting so near thy vassal's side. I must ever weep that she be so demeaned. Then spake the king Gunther, Ye would do well to hold your peace. At another time I will tell you the tale of why I gave Siegfried my sister unto wife. Certes she may well live ever happily with the knight. She spake, I sorrow ever for her beauty and her courtesy. I fain would flee, and I wist whether I might. Go, for never will I lie close by your side, unless ye tell me through what cause Kriemhild be Siegfried's bride. I'll do it you, to wit. He hath castles and broad domains, as well as I. Know of a truth, he is a mighty king. Therefore did I give him the peerless maid to love. But whatsoever the king might say, she remained full sad of mood. How many a good knight hastened from the board! Their hurtling waxed so passing hard that the whole castle rang. But the host was weary of his guests. Him thought that he might lie more soft at his fair lady's side, and yet he had not lost at all the hope that much of joy might hap to him through her. Lovingly he began to gaze on Lady Brunhild. Men bade the guests leave off their nightly games, for the king and his wife would go to bed. Brunhild and Kriemhild then met before the stairway of the hall, as yet without the hate of either. Then came their retinue. Noble chamberlains delayed not, but brought them lights. The warriors, the liegemen of the two kings, then parted on either side, and many of the knights were seen to walk with Siegfried. The lords were now come to the rooms where they should lie. Each of the twain thought to conquer by love his winsome dame. This made them blithe of mood. Siegfried's pleasure on that night was passing great. When Lord Siegfried lay at Kriemhild's side, and with his noble love caressed the high-born maid so tenderly, she grew as dear to him as life, so that not for 1,000 other women would he have given her alone. No more I'll tell how Siegfried wooed his wife. Hear now the tale of how King Gunther laid by Lady Brunhild's side. The stately knight had often lain more soft by other dames. The courtiers now had left, both maid and man. The chamber soon was locked. He thought to caress the lovely maid. Forsooth, the time was still far off ere she became his wife. In a smock of snowy linen she went to bed. Then thought the noble knight, now have I here all that I have ever craved in all my days. By rights she must needs please him through her comeliness. The noble king gan shroud the lights, and then the bold knight hied him to where the lady lay. He laid him at her side, and great was his joy when in his arms he clasped the lovely fair. Many loving caresses he might have given, had but the noble dame allowed it. She waxed so wroth that he was sore a-troubled. He weened that they were lovers, but he found here hostile hate. She spake, Sir knight, pray give this over, which now ye hope. Forsooth, this may not hap, for I will still remain a maid until I hear the tale. Now mark ye that. Then Gunther grew wroth. He struggled for her love, and rumpled all her clothes. The high-born maid then seized her girdle, the which was a stout band she wore around her waist, and with it she wrought the king great wrong enow. She bound him hand and foot, and bare him to a nail, and hung him on the wall. She forbade him love, sith he disturbed her sleep. Of a truth, he came full nigh to death through her great strength. Then he, who had weened to be the master, began to plead. Now loose my bands, most noble queen. I no longer trow to conquer you, fair lady, and full seldom will I lie so near your side. She reeked not how he felt, for she lay full soft. There he had to hang all night till break of day, until the bright morn shone through the casements. Had he ever had great strength, it was little seen upon him now. Now tell me, Sir Gunther, would that irk you aught? The fair maid spake. And your servants found you bound by a woman's hand? Then spake the noble knight, that would serve you ill, nor would it gain me honour, spake the doughty man. By your courtesy, pray let me lie now by your side. Sith that my love mislike you so, I will not touch your garment with my hands. Then she loosed him soon and let him rise. To the bed again, to the lady he went, and laid down so far away, that thereafter he full seldom touched her comely weeds, nor would she have allowed it. Then their servants came and brought them new attire, of which great store was ready for them against the morn. However merry men made, the lord of the land was sad enow, albeit he wore a crown that day. As was the usage which they had, and which they kept by right, Gunther and Brunhild no longer tarried, but hied them to the minster, where mass was sung. Thither too Sir Siegfried came, and a great press arose among the crowd. In keeping with their royal rank, there was ready for them all that they did need, their crowns and robes as well. Then they were consecrated. When this was done, all four were seen to stand joyful near their crowns. Many young squires, 600 or better, were now girt with sword in honour of the kings, as ye must know. Great joy rose then in the Burgundian land. One heard spear shafts clashing in the hands of the sworded knights. There at the windows the fair maids sat. They saw shining afore them the gleam of many a shield. But the king had sundered him from his liegemen. Whatso others plied, men saw him stand full sad. Unlike stood his and Siegfried's mood. The noble knight and good would fain have known what ailed the king. He hasted to him and gan ask, Pray, let me know how ye have fared this night, Sir King. Then spake the king to his guest, Shame and disgrace have I won. I have brought a fell devil to my house and home. When I weened to love her, she bound me sore. She bare me to a nail, and hung me high upon a wall. There I hung affrighted all night until the day, wherever she unbound me. How softly she lay bedded there. In hope of thy pity do I make plaint to thee as friend to friend. Then spake stout Siegfried, That rueth me, in truth. I'll do you this to wit, and ye allow me without distrust. I'll contrive that she lie by you so near this night, that she'll never more withhold from you her love. After all his hardships, Gunther liked well this speech. Sir Siegfried spake again, Thou mayst well be of good cheer. I ween we fared unlike last night. Thy sister Kriemhild is dearer to me than life. The lady Brunhild must become thy wife to-night. I'll come to thy chamber this night, so secretly in my cloud cloak that none may note at all my arts. Then let the chamberlains betake them to their lodgings, and I'll put out the lights in the pages' hands, whereby thou mayst know that I be within, and that I'll gladly serve thee. I'll tame for time thy wife, that thou mayst have her love tonight, or else I'll lose my life. Unless be thou embrace my dear lady, spake then the king, I shall be glad, if thou do to her as thou dost list. I could endure it well, and thou didst take her life. In sooth, she is a fearful wife. I pledge upon my troth, quoth Siegfried, that I will not embrace her. The fair sister of thine, she is to me above all maids that I have ever seen. Gunther believed full well what Siegfried spake. From the knightly sports there came both joy and woe, but men forbade the hurtling and the shouting, since now the ladies were to hie them to the hall. The grooms in waiting bade the people stand aside. The court was cleared of steeds and folk. A bishop led each of the ladies, as they should go to table in the presence of the kings. Many a stately warrior followed to the seats. In fair hope the king sate now full merrily. Well he thought on that which Siegfried had vowed to do. This one day thought him as long as 30 days, for all his thoughts were bent upon his lady's love. He could scarce abide the time to leave the board. Now men let fair Brunhild and Kriemhild too both go to their rest. Ho! What doughty knights were seen to walk before the queens. The Lord Siegfried sate in loving wise by his fair wife, in bliss without alloy. With her snow-white hands she fondled his, till that he vanished from before her eyes, she wist not when. When now she no longer spied him, as she toyed, the queen spake to her followers, Much this wondereth me, whither the king be gone? Who hath taken his hands from mine? She spake no other word, but he was gone to where he found many grooms of the chamber stand with lights. These he gan snuff out in the page's hands. Thus Gunther knew that it was Siegfried. Well wist he what he would. He bade the maids and ladies now withdraw. When that was done, the mighty king himself made fast the door, and nimbly shoved in place 2 sturdy bolts. Quickly then he hid the lights behind the hangings of the bed. Stout Siegfried and the maiden now began a play, for this there was no help, which was both lief and loth to Gunther. Siegfried laid him close by the high-born maid. She spake, Now, Gunther, let that be, and it be lief to you, that ye suffer not hardship as afore. Then the lady hurt bold Siegfried sore. He held his peace, and answered not a whit. Gunther heard well, though he could not see his friend a bit, that they plied not secret things, for little ease had they upon the bed. Siegfried bare him as though he were Gunther, the mighty king. In his arms he clasped the lovely maid. She cast him from the bed upon a bench near by, so that his head struck loudly against the stool. Up sprang the valiant man with all his might. Fain would he try again. When he thought how to subdue her, she hurt him sore. Such defence, I ween, might never more be made by any wife. When he would not desist, up sprang the maid. Ye shall not rumple thus my shift so white. Ye are a clumsy churl, and it shall rue you sore. I'll have you to know full well, spake the comely maid. In her arms she grasped the peerless knight. She weened to bind him, as she had done the king, that she might have her ease upon the bed. the lady avenged full sore, that he had rumpled thus her clothes. What availed his mickle force and his giant strength? She showed the knight her masterly strength of limb. She carried him by force, and that must needs be, and pressed him rudely twixt a close press and the wall. Alas, so thought the knight, if now I lose my life at a maiden's hands, then may all wives hereafter bear towards their husbands haughty mien, who would never do it else. The king heard it well, and feared him for his liegeman's life. Siegfried was sore ashamed. Wrathful he waxed, and with surpassing strength he set himself against her, and tried it again with Lady Brunhild in fearful wise. It thought the king full long before he conquered her. She pressed his hands, till from her strength the blood gushed forth from out the nails. This irked the hero. Therefore he brought the high-born maiden to the pass that she gave over her unruly will, which she asserted there afore. The king heard all, albeit not a word he spake. Siegfried pressed her against the bed, so that she shrieked aloud. Passing sore his strength did hurt her. She grasped the girdle around her waist, and would fain have bound him, but his hand prevented it in such a wise that her limbs and all her body cracked. Thus the strife was parted, and she became King Gunther's wife. She spake, "Most noble king, pray spare my life. I'll do thee remedy for whatso I have done thee. I'll no longer struggle against thy noble love, for I have learned full well that thou canst make thee master over women." Siegfried let the maiden be, and stepped away, as though he would do off his clothes. From her hand he drew a golden finger ring, without that she wist it, the noble queen. Thereto he took her girdle, a good stout band. I know not if he did that for very haughtiness. He gave it to his wife, and rued it sore in after time. Then lay Gunther and the fair maid side by side. He played the lover, as beseemed him, and thus she must needs give over wrath and shame. From his embrace a little pale she grew. Ho, how her great strength failed through love! Now was she no stronger than any other wife. He caressed her lovely form in lover's wise. Had she tried her strength again, what had that availed? All this had Gunther wrought in her by his love. How right lovingly she lay beside him in bridal joy until the dawn of day. Now was Sir Siegfried gone again to where he was given fair greetings by a woman fashioned fair. She turned aside the question she had thought to put, and hid long time from her what he had brought, until she ruled as queen within his land. How little he refused to give her what he should. On the morn the host was far cheerier of mood than he had been afore. Through this the joy of many a noble man was great in all his lands, whom he had bidden to his court, and to whom he had proffered much of service. The wedding feast now lasted till the 14th day, so that in all this while the sound never died away of the many joys which there they plied. The cost to the king was rated high. The kinsmen of the noble host gave gifts in his honor to the strolling folk, as the king commanded. Vesture and ruddy gold, steeds and silver too. Those who there craved gifts departed hence full merrily. Siegfried, the lord from Netherland, with 1,000 of his men, gave quite away the garments they had brought with them to the Rhine, and steeds and saddles too. Full well they wot how to live in lordly wise. Those who would home again thought the time too long till the rich gifts had all been made. Nevermore have guests been better eased. Thus ended the wedding feast. Gunther, the knight, would have it so. End of chapter 10. Recording by L. D. Hamilton.
Chapter 11 of the Nibelungenlied. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Nibelungenlied, translated by Daniel B. Shumway. Chapter 11. How Siegfried journeyed homeward with his wife. Now when the strangers had all ridden hence, Siegmund's son spake to his fellowship, We must make us ready too to journey to my lands. Lief was it with his wife, when the lady heard the tale aright. She spake to her husband, When shall we ride? I pray thee, make me not haste too sore. First must my brothers share their lands with me. It was loath to Siegfried when he heard this from Kriemhild. The lordings hied them to him, and all three spake. Now may ye know, Sir Siegfried, that our true service be ever at your bidding till our death. Then he made obeisance to the knights, as it was proffered him in such kindly wise. We shall share with you, spake Geeson, the youth, both land and castles which we do own, and whatever broad realms be subject to our power. Of these ye and Kriemhild shall have a goodly share. The son of Siegmund spake to the princes, as he heard and saw the lordings' will. God grant that ye be ever happy with your heritage and the folk therein. My dear bride can well forego, in truth, the share which ye would give. There where she shall wear a crown, she shall be mightier than any one alive, and live to see the day. For whatsoever else ye do command, I stand ready to your bidding. Then spake the lady Kriemhild, Though ye forego my heritage, yet it is not so light a matter with the Burgundian men-at-arms. A king might gladly lead them to his land. Forsooth, my brother's hands must share them with me. Then spake the Lord Gernot, Now take whomsoever thou dost wish. Thou wilt find here really a one who'll gladly ride with thee. We will give thee 1,000 of our 300 warriors. Be they thy court retainers. Kriemhild then gan send for Hagen of Troneg, and also for Ortwin, to ask if they and their kinfolk would be Kriemhild's men. At this Hagen waxed wonderly wroth. He spake, Certes, Gunther may not give us to any in the world. Let others follow as your train. Ye know full well the custom of the men of Troneg. We must in duty bound remain here with the kings at court. We must serve them longer, whom we till now have followed. They gave that over, and made them ready to ride away. Lady Kriemhild gained for herself 32 maids and 500 men, a noble train. The Margrave Eckert-Boulet followed Kriemhild hence. They all took leave, both knights and squires and maids and ladies, as was mickle right. Anon they parted with a kiss, and voided merrily King Gunther's land. Their kinsmen bare them company far upon the way, and bade them pitch their quarters for the night, whereso they listed throughout the prince's land. Then messengers were sent eftsoon to Siegmund, that he might know, and Sieglinde too, that his son would come with Lady Uta's child, Kriemhild the Fair, from Worms beyond the Rhine. Liefer tidings might they never have. Well for me, spake then Siegmund, that I have lived to see fair Kriemhild here as queen. My heritage will be thereby enhanced. My son, the noble Siegfried, shall himself be king. Then the Lady Sieglind gave much red velvet, silver, and heavy gold. This was the envoy's meed. The tale well liked her, which she then heard. She clad her and her handmaidens with care, as did beseem them. Men told who was to come with Siegfried to the land. Anon they bade seats be raised, where he should walk crowned before his friends. King Siegmund's liegemen then rode forth to meet him. Hath any been ever better greeted than the famous hero in Siegmund's land? I know not. Sieglind the Fair rode forth to meet Kriemhild with many a comely dame. Lusty knights did follow on behind. A full day's journey till one espied the guests. Home folk and strangers had little easement till they were come to a spacious castle, hight Xanten, where they later reigned. Smilingly Sieglind and Siegmund kissed Kriemhild many times for joy, and Siegfried too. Their sorrow was taken from them. All their fellowship received great welcome. One bade now bring the guests to Siegmund's hall, and lifted the fair young maids down from the palfreys. Many a knight gan serve the comely dames with zeal. However great the feasting at the Rhine was known to be, here one gave the heroes much better robes than they had worn in all their days. Of their splendour great marvels might be told. When now they sate in lofty honours, and had enow of all, what gold-hued clothes their courtiers wore with precious stones well worked thereon. Thus did Sieglind the noble queen purvey them well. Then to his friends Lord Siegmund spake, I do all Siegfried's kin to wit, that he shall wear my crown before these knights. Those of Netherland heard full fain the tale. He gave his son the crown, the cognizance and lands, so that he then was master of them all. When that men went to law, and Siegfried uttered judgment, that was done in such a wise that men feared sore fair Kriemhild's husband. In these high honours Siegfried lived, of a truth, and judged as king till the 10th year was come, when his fair lady bare a son. This was come to pass after the wish of the kinsmen of the king. They hastened to baptize and name him Gunther for his uncle. Nor had he need to be ashamed of this. Should he grow like to his kinsman, he would fare full well. They brought him up with care, as was but due. In these same times the Lady Sieglind died, and men enow made wail when death bereft them of her. Then the child of the noble Uta held withal the power over the lands, which well beseemed such high-born dames. Now also by the Rhine, as we hear tale, at mighty Gunther's court in Burgundian land, Brunhild the Fair had borne a son. For the hero's sake they named him Siegfried. With what great care they bade attend him. The noble Gunther gave him masters, who well wot how to bring him up to be a doughty man. Alas, what great loss of kin he later suffered through misfortune. Many tales were told all time of how right worshipfully the lusty knights dwelt always in Siegmund's land. Gunther dealt the same with his distinguished kin. The Nibelung land and Schilbung's knights, and the goods of both served Siegfried here. None of his kinsmen ever waxed mightier than he. So much the higher rose the mood of the valiant man. The very greatest herd that any hero ever gained, save those who owned it aforetime, the bold man had, the which he had won by his own hand hard by a hill, and for which he did many a lusty knight to death. He had honours to his heart's desire, and had this not been so, yet one might rightly aver the noble champion that he was one of the best that ever mounted a horse. Men feared his might, and justly too. End of chapter 11. Recording by Alan Mapstone in Oxford, England.
Chapter 7 of The Nibelungenlied. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by L.D. Hamilton. The Nibelungenlied. Translated by Daniel B. Shumway. Chapter 12. How Gunther bade Siegfried to the feasting. Now Gunther's wife thought alway, how haughtily doth Lady Kriemhild bear her. Is not her husband Siegfried our liegeman? Long time now hath he done us little service. This she bare within her heart, but held her peace. It irked her sore that they did make themselves such strangers, and that men from Siegfried's land so seldom served her. Fain would she have known from whence this came. She asked the king if it might hap that she should see Kriemhild again. Secretly she spake what she had in mind. The speech like the king, but moderately well. How might we bring them, quoth he, hither to our land? That were impossible, they live too far away. I dare not ask them this. To this Brunhild replied in full crafty wise, however high and mighty a king's vassal be, yet should he not leave undone whatsoever his lord command him. King Gunther smiled when she spake thus. However oft he saw Siegfried, yet did he not count it to him as service. She spake, Dear lord, for my sake, help me to have Siegfried and thy sister come to this land, that we may see them here. Naught liefer might ever hap to me in truth. Whenso I think of thy sister's courtesy and her well-bred mind, how it delighteth me. How we sate together when I first became thy wife. She may with honour love bold Siegfried. She besought so long, till the king did speak. Now know that I have never seen more welcome guests. Ye need but beg me gently. I will send my envoys for the twain, that they may come to see us to the Rhine. Then spoke the queen. Pray tell me then, when ye are willed to send for them, or in what time our dear kinsmen shall come into the land. Give me also to know whom ye will send thither. That will I, said the prince. I will let 30 of my men ride thither. He had these come before him, and bade them carry tidings to Siegfried's land. To their delight, Brunhild did give them full lordly vesture. Then spoke the king, Ye knights must say from me all that I bid you to mighty Siegfried and the sister of mine. This must ye not conceal, that no one in the world doth love them more, and beg them both to come to us to the Rhine. For this I and my lady will be ever at your service. And the next midsummer's day shall he and his men gaze upon many here, who would fain do them great honour. Give to the king Siegmund my greetings, and say that I and my kinsmen be still his friends, and tell my sister too, that she fail not to ride to see her kin. Never did feasting beseem her better. Brunhild and Uta, and whatever ladies were found at court, all commended their service to the lovely dames, and the many valiant men in Siegfried's land. With the consent of the kinsmen of the king, the messengers set forth. They rode as wandering knights. Their horses and their trappings had now been brought them. Then they voided the land, for they had haste of the journey whither they would fare. The king bade guard the messengers well with convoys. In 3 weeks they came riding into the land to Nibelung's castle in the marches of Norway, whither they were sent. Footnote 1. Quote, Norway, close quote. The interpolated character of the adventures 11 to 13, which are not found in the earlier versions, is shown by the confusion in the location of Siegfried's court. The poet has forgotten that Xanten is his capital, and locates it in Norway. No mention is made, however, of the messengers crossing the sea. On the contrary, Kriemhild speaks of their being sent down the Rhine. End of footnote. Here they found the night. The mounts of the messengers were weary from the lengthy way. Both Siegfried and Kriemhild were then told that knights were to come, who wore such clothes as men were wont to wear at Burgundy. She sprang from a couch on which she lay to rest, and bade a maiden hie her to the window. In the court she saw bold Gere standing, him and the fellowship that had been sent thither. What joyful things she there found against her sorrow of heart. She spake to the king, Now behold where they stand, who walk in the court with the sturdy Gere, whom my brother sendeth us adown the Rhine. Spake then the valiant Siegfried, They be welcome to us. All the courtiers ran to where one saw them. Each of them in turn then spake full kindly, as best he could, to the envoys. Siegmund, the lord, was right blithe of their coming. Then Gere and his men were lodged, and men bade their steeds in charge. The messengers then went hence, to where Lord Siegfried sate by Kriemhild. This they did, for they had leave to go to court. The host and his lady rose from their seats at once, and greeted well Gere of the Burgundian land with his fellowship, Gunther's liegemen. One bade the mighty Gere go and sit him down. Permit us first to give our message, afore we take our seats, lest us way-worn strangers stand the while. We be come to tell you tidings which Gunther and Brunhild, with whom all things stand well, have sent you, and also what Lady Uta, your mother, sendeth. Giselher, the youth, and Sir Gernot too, and your dearest kin. They have sent us hither, and commended their service to you from out the Burgundian land. Now God requite them, quoth Siegfried. I trow them much troth and good, as one should to kinsfolk. Their sister doth the same. Yet must tell us more, whether our dear friends at home be of good cheer. Since we have been parted from them, hath any done amiss to my lady's kinsmen? That ye must let me know. If so, I'll ever help them bear it in duty bound, until their foes must rue my service. Then spake the Margrave Gere, a right good knight. They are in every virtue of such right high mood, that they do bid you to a feasting by the Rhine. They would fain see you, as ye may not doubt, and they do beg my lady that she come with you, when the winter hath taken an end. They would see you before the next Midsummer's Day. Quoth the stalwart Siegfried, "That might hardly hap." Then answered Gera from the Burgundian land, "Your mother Uta, Gernot, and Giselher have charged you that ye refuse them not. I hear daily wail that ye do live so far away. My lady Brunhild and all her maids be fain of the tidings, if that might be that they should see you again, and this would raise their spirits high." These tidings thought fair Kriemhild good. Gera was of their kin. The host bade him be seated, and had wine poured out for the guests. No longer did they tarry. Now Siegmund was come to where he saw the messengers. The Lord said to Burgundians in friendly wise, "Be welcome, sir knights, ye men of Gunther. Sith now Siegfried, my son, hath won Kriemhild to wife. One should see you more often here in this our land, if ye would show your kinship." They answered that they would gladly come when so he would. Of their weariness they were cased with joyous pastime. Men bade the messengers be seated, and brought them food, of which Siegfried had them given great store. They must needs stay there full 9 days, till at last the doughty knights made plaint that they durst not ride again to their land. Meantime King Siegfried had sent to fetch his friends. He asked them what they counselled, whether or no they should to the Rhine. "My kinsman Gunther and his kin have sent to fetch me for feasting. Now I would go full gladly, but that his land doth lie too far away. They beg Kriemhild too, that she journey with me. Now advise, dear friends, in what manner she shall ride thither. Though I must harry for them through 30 lands, yet would Siegfried's arm fain serve them there." Then spake his warriors, "And ye be minded to journey to the feasting, we will advise what ye must do. Ye should ride to the Rhine with 1,000 knights. Then can ye stand with worship there in Burgundy land." Up spake then Lord Siegmund of Netherland, "Will ye to the feasting? Why make ye it not known to me? If ye scorn it not, I will ride thither with you, and will take 100 knights, wherewith to swell your band." "And will ye ride with us, dear father mine?" quoth brave Siegfried. "Glad shall I be of that. Within a 12th night I will quit my lands." All who craved it were given steeds and vesture too. Since now the noble king was minded for the journey, men made the good and speedy envoys ride again. He sent word to his wife's kindred on the Rhine, that he would full fain be at their feasting. Siegfried and Kriemhild, as the tale doth tell, gave the messengers such store of gifts that their horses could not bear them to their native land. A wealthy man was he. They drove their sturdy sumpters merrily along. Siegfried and Siegmund arrayed their men. Eckert-Boulet, the Margrave, that very hour bade seek out ladies' robes, the best that were at hand, or might be found throughout all Siegfried's land. Men gan prepare the saddles and the shields. To knights and ladies who should go hence with him was given whatso they would, so that they wanted naught. He brought to his kinsfolk many a lordly stranger. The messengers pricked fast upon their homeward way. Now was Gera the knight come to Burgundy, and was greeted fair. Then they dismounted from their steeds, and from the nags in front of Gunther's hall. Young and old did hie them, as people do, to ask the tidings. Quoth the good knight, "When I tell them to the king, thou be at hand ahere." With his fellowship he went to where he found King Gunther. For very joy the king sprang from his seat. Fair Brunhild cried them mercy, that they were come so quick. Gunther spake to the envoys, How fareth Siegfried, from whom so much of gladness hath happed to me? Brave Gera spake, He blushed for joy, he and your sister. No truer tidings did ever any man send to friends than the Lord Siegfried and his father too have sent to you. Then to the Margrave spake the noble queen, Now tell me, cometh Kriemhild to us? Hath the fair still kept the graces which she knew how to use? She cometh to you surely, quoth Gera, the knight. Then Uta bade the messenger come quickly to her. By her question, one might note full well that she was fain to hear if Kriemhild still were well. He told how he had found her, and that she would shortly come. Nor were the gifts concealed by them at court, which Siegfried gave them, gold and vesture. These they brought for the vassals of the 3 kings to see. For their passing great bounty, men gave them thanks. He may lightly give these great gifts, spake then Hagen. He could not squander all his wealth, and he should live for aye. His hand hath closed upon the hoard of the Nibelungs. Ho, let him only come to the Burgundian land. All the courtiers were glad that they should come. Early and late the men of the 3 kings were busy. Many benches they gan raise for the folk. The valiant Hunold and the knight Sindold had little rest. All time they had to oversee the stewards and the butlers, and raise many a bench. Ortvin helped them too at this, and Gunther set them thanks. Hunold, the master cook, how well he ruled his underlings. Ho, how many a broad kettle, pot, and pan they had. They made ready the victual for those who were coming to the land. End of chapter 12. Recording by L. D. Hamilton.
Chapter 13 of the Nibelungenlied. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. The Nibelungenlied, translated by Daniel B. Shumway. Chapter 13. How they journeyed to the feasting. Let us now take leave of all their bustling, and tell how Lady Kriemhild and her maidens journeyed from the Nibelung land down toward the Rhine. Never did sumpters bear so much lordly raiment. They made ready for the way full many travelling chests. Then Siegfried the knight, and the queen as well, rode forth with their friends to where they had hope of joys. Later it sped them all to their great harm. They left Siegfried's little child, Kriemhild's son, at home. That must needs be. Great grief befell him through their journey to the court. The bairn never saw his father and his mother more. With them too there rode Lord Siegmund. Had he known aright how he would fare at the feasting, no whit of it would he have seen. No greater woe might ever hap to him in loving friends. Messengers were sent ahead who told the tale. Then, with a stately band, there rode to meet them many of Uta's kith and Gunther's liegemen. The host gan bestir him for his guests. He went to where Brunhild sate, and asked, How did my sister greet you when ye came to our land? In like manner must ye greet Siegfried's wife. That will I gladly, quoth she, for I have good cause to be her friend. The mighty king spake further, They come to us early on the morrow. If ye would greet them, set quickly to work, that we abide them not within the castle. At no time have such welcome guests ever come to see me. At once she bade her maids and ladies hunt out goodly raiment, the best they had, the which her train should wear before the guests. One may lightly say, they did this gladly. Gunther's men hasted also for to serve them, and around him the host did gather all his knights. Then the queen rode forth in princely wise, and mickle greeting of the welcome guests was done. With what great joy did they receive them! It thought them as though Lady Kriemhild had not greeted Lady Brunhild so fair in the Burgundian land. Those who had never seen her became acquaint with lofty mood. Now was Siegfried come with his liegemen. One saw the heroes wending to and fro upon the plain in unwieldy bands. None might guard him there against the jostling and the dust. When that the ruler of the land spied Siegfried and Siegmund, how lovingly he spake! Now be ye full welcome to me and all my friends. We shall be of good cheer because of this your journey to our court. Now God requite you, quoth Siegmund, the honour-seeking man. Sith my son Siegfried won you to kinsman, my heart hath urged that I should go to see you. At this spake Gunther, Now hath joy happed to me thereby. Siegfried was received with much great worship, as beseemed him. None bare him hatred there. Giselher and Gernot helped him thereby with great courtesy. I ween never have guests been greeted in such goodly wise. Then the wives of the two kings drew near each other. Emptied were many saddles, as fair ladies were lifted down by knightly hands upon the sward. How busy were those who gladly served the dames! The lovely women now drew near each other, and many a knight was blithe, that such fair greeting passed between the twain. Then one saw great press of warriors standing by the high-born maids. The lordly many grasped each other by the hand. Much courteous bowing was seen, and loving kisses from fair-fashioned dames. This liked well Gunther's and Siegfried's liegemen for to see. They bided now no longer, but rode to town. The host bade show his guests full well that all were fain to see them in the Burgundian land. Many a royal joust took place before the high-born maids. Hagen of Troneck and Ortwin, too, proved full well their prowess. One durst not leave undone whatso they would command. Much service was rendered by them to the welcome guests. Many shields were heard resound from thrusts and blows before the castle gate. The host and his guests tarried long time without, or ever they came within. Forsooth, the hours passed quickly for them with their sports. Merrily they rode before the royal palace. Many cunning housings of good cloth and well cut were seen hanging on either side from the saddles of the fair-fashioned dames. Then came Gunther's liegemen. Men bade lead the strangers quickly to their easement. At times one saw Brunhild glance at Lady Kriemhild, who was passing fair enow. Her colour against the gold gave back the gleam in lovely wise. On every side in Worms one heard the courtiers shout. Gunther bade Dankwart, his marshal, have them in his care. who then gan lodge the retinue in goodly wise. One let them eat within, and eke without. Never were stranger guests better cared for. Men gave them gladly all they craved. So rich was the king, that not a wish was there denied. Men served them in friendly wise, without all hate. The host now took his seat at table with his guests. One bade Siegfried be seated where he sate afore. Then many a stately man went with him to the seats. 1200 warriors, in sooth, did sit at his round table. Brunhild thought her that a vassal could not be mightier than he. Yet she was still so friendly to him that she did not wish his death. On an evening when the king was seated at the board, many costly robes were wet with wine, as the butlers hied them to the tables. Full service was given there with mickle zeal. As hath long been the wont at feasts, men bade the ladies and the maids be given fair lodgment. From wherever they were come, the host bare them right good will. One gave them all enow with goodly honours. When the night had an end and the day appeared, many a precious stone from the sumpter chest sparkled on goodly weeds, as they were touched by woman's hand. Many a lordly robe was taken forth. Or ever the day had fully dawned, many knights and squires came out before the hall. Then rose a merry rout before the early mass which was sung for the king. Their young heroes rode so well that the king did cry them mercy. Many a trumpet rang out passing loud, and the noise of drums and flutes did grow so great that the broad town of Worms re-echoed with the sound. The high-mettled heroes horsed them everywhere. Then there rose in the land high knightly play from many a doughty champion. One saw a great rout of them, whose youthful hearts beat high, and many a dapper knight and a good stood armed with shield. At the easement sate the high-born dames, and many comely maids, decked out in brave attire. They watched the pastimes of the many valiant men. The host himself gan tilt there with his friends. Thus they passed the time, the which seemed aught but long. Then from the dome was heard the sound of many bells. The palfreys came, the ladies rode away. But many a bold man followed the noble queens. They alighted on the green before the minster. Brunhild was still friendly to her guests. Wearing crowns, they entered the spacious church. Later their love was parted, which caused great hate. When they had heard the mass, they rode away again with many honours, and were soon seen going merrily to table. Their pleasure at the feasting did not flag until the 11th day. End of chapter 13.
Chapter 14 of The Nibelungenlied. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by L. D. Hamilton. The Nibelungenlied. Translated by Daniel B. Shumway. Chapter 14. How the Queens Reviled Each Other. On a day before the vesper tide, a great turmoil arose, which many knights made in the court, where they plied their nightly sports for pastime's sake, and a great throng of men and women hasted there to gaze. The royal queens had sat them down together, and talked of two worshipful knights. Then spake the fair Kriemhild, I have a husband who by right should rule over all these kingdoms. Quoth Lady Brunhild, How might that be? If none other lived but he and thou, then might these kingdoms own his sway. But the while Gunther liveth, this may never hap. Kriemhild replied, Now dost thou see how he standeth, how right royally he walketh before the knights, as the moon doth before the stars? Therefore must I needs be merry of mood. Said Lady Brunhild, However stately be thy husband, howso worthy and fair, yet must thou grant the palm to King Gunther, the noble brother of thine. Know of a truth, he must be placed above all kings. Then Kriemhild spake again, So doughty is my husband, that I have not lauded him without good cause. His worship is great in many ways. Dost thou believe it, Brunhild? He is easily Gunther's peer. Forsooth, thou must not take it amiss of me, Kriemhild, for I have not spoken thus without good reason. I heard them both aver when I saw them first of all, and the king was victor against me in the games, and when he won my love in such knightly wise, that he was liegeman to the king, and Siegfried himself declared the same. I hold him therefore as my vassal, sith I heard him speak thus himself. Then spake fair Kriemhild, Ill had I then sped. How could my noble brothers have so wrought, that I should be a mere vassal's bride? Therefore I do beseech thee, Brunhild, in friendly wise, that for my sake thou kindly leave off this speech. I'll not leave it off, quoth the king's wife. Why should I give up so many a knight, who with the warrior doth owe us service? Kriemhild, the passing fair, waxed wroth out of wit. Thou must forego that however do you a vassal's service, he is worthier than my brother Gunther, the full nobleman. Thou must retract what I have heard thee say. Certes, it wondereth me, sith he be thy vassal, and thou hast so much power over us twain, why he hath rendered thee no tribute so long a time. By right I should be spared thy overweening pride. Thou bedrest thee too high, spake the king's wife. I would fain see whether men will hold thee in such high honour as they do me. The ladies both grew wonderly wroth of mood. Then spake the lady Kriemhild, This must now hap. Sith thou hast declared my husband for thy liegeman, now must the men of the two kings perceive to-day whether I durst walk before the queen to church. Thou must see to-day that I am noble and free, and that my husband is worthier than thine. Nor will I myself be taxed therewith. Thou shalt mark to-day how thy liegewoman goeth to court before the knights of the Burgundian land. I myself shall be more worshipful than any queen was known to be, who ever wore a crown. Great hate enow rose then betwixt the ladies. Then Brunhild answered, Wilt thou not be a liegewoman of mine, so must thou sunder thee with thy ladies from my train, when that we go to church. To this Kriemhild replied, In faith that shall be done. Now array you, my maids, spake Siegfried's wife, I must be here without reproach. Let this be seen to-day, and ye do have rich weeds. Brunhild shall fain deny what she hath here averted. They needed not much bidding, but sought rich robes, and many a dame and maid attired her well. Then the wife of the noble king went forth with her train. Fair Kriemhild, too, was well arrayed, and 43 maidens with her, whom she had brought hither to the Rhine. They wore bright vesture wrought in Araby, and thus the fair-fashioned maids betook them to the minster. All Siegfried's men awaited them before the house. The folk had marvel whence it chanced that the queens were seen thus sundered, so that they did not walk together as afore. From this did many a warrior later suffer dire distress. Here before the minster stood Gunther's wife, while many a good knight had pastime with the comely dames whom they there espied. Then came the lady Kriemhild, with a large and noble train. Whatever kind of clothes the daughters of noble knights have ever worn, these were but the wind against her retinue. She was so rich in goods, that what the wives of 30 kings could not purvey, that Kriemhild did. And one would wish too, yet he could not aver that men had ever seen such costly dresses as at this time her fair-fashioned maidens wore. Kriemhild had not done it, save to anger Brunhild. They met before the spacious minster. Through her great hate, the mistress of the house in evil wise bade Kriemhild stand. Forsooth, no vassaless should ever walk before the queen. Then spake fair Kriemhild. Angry was her mood. Couldst thou have held thy peace, 'twere well for thee. Thou hast disgraced thee, and the fair body of thine. How might a vassal's leman ever be the wife of any king? Footnote, quote, leman, close quote. M.E. Lemon, O.E. Lofman, Liefman, in other words, dear one. Mistress in a bad sense. End of footnote. Whom callest thou here leman? Spake the queen. That call I thee, quoth Kriemhild. Thy fair person was first caressed by Siegfried, my dear husband. Certes, it was not my brother who won thy maidhood. Whither could thy wits have wandered? It was an evil trick. Wherefore didst thou let him love thee, sith he be thy vassal? I hear thee make plaint without good cause, quoth Kriemhild. Ay, faith, spake then Brunhild, Gunther shall hear of this. What is that to me? Said Kriemhild. Thy pride hath bewrayed thee. With words thou hast claimed me for thy service. No, by my troth, it will ever grieve me, for I shall be no more thy faithful friend. Then Brunhild wept. Kriemhild delayed no longer, but entered the minster with her train before the queen. Thus there rose great hatred, from which bright eyes grew dim and moist. Whatso men did or sang to God's service there, the time seemed far too long for Brunhild, for she was sad of heart and mood. Many a brave knight and a good must later rue this day. Brunhild with her ladies now went forth and stopped before the minster. Her thought, Kriemhild must tell me more of what this word-shrewd woman hath so loudly charged me. Hath Siegfried made boast of this? 'Twill cost his life. Now the noble Kriemhild came with many a valiant liegeman. Lady Brunhild spake. Stand still a while. Ye have declared me for a leman, that must ye let be seen. Know that through thy speech I have fared full ill. Then spake the lady Kriemhild. Ye should have let me pass. I'll prove it by the ring of gold I have upon my hand, and which my lover brought me when he first lay at your side. Brunhild had never seen so ill a day. She spake, This costly hoop of gold was stolen from me, and hath been hid full long a time from me in evil wise. I'll find out yet who hath ta'en it from me. Both ladies now had fallen into grievous wrath. Kriemhild replied, I'll not be called a thief. Thou hast done better to have held thy peace, and thou hold thine honour dear. I'll prove it by the girdle which I wear about my waist, that I lie not. Certes, my Siegfried became thy lord. She wore the cord of silk of Nineveh, set with precious stones. In sooth, 'twas fair enow. When Brunhild spied it, she began to weep. Gunther and all the Burgundian men must needs now learn of this. Then spake the queen, Bid the prince of the Rhineland come hither. I will let him hear how his sister hath mocked me. She saith here openly that I be Siegfried's wife. The king came with knights, and when he saw his love weeping, how gently he spake. Pray tell me, dear lady, who hath done you aught? She answered to the king, I must stand unhappy. Thy sister would fain part me from all mine honours. I make here plaint to thee, she doth aver that Siegfried, her husband, hath had me as his leman. Quoth King Gunther, Then hath she done ill. She weareth here my girdle, which I have lost, and my ring of ruddy gold. It doth repent me sore that I was ever born, unless be thou clearest me of this passing great shame, for that I'll serve thee ever. King Gunther spake, Have him come hither. He must let us hear if he hath made boast of this, or he must make denial, the hero of Netherland. One bade fetch at once Kriemhild's love. When Siegfried saw the angry dames, he wist not of the tale. How quickly then he spake, I fain would know why these ladies weep, or for what cause the king hath had me fetched. Then King Gunther spake, It doth rue me sore, forsooth. My lady Brunhild hath told me here a tale, that thou hast boasted thou wast the first to clasp her lovely body in thine arms. This lady Kriemhild, thy wife, doth say. Then spake Lord Siegfried, And she hath told this tale, she shall rue it sore, or ever I turn back, and I'll clear me with solemn oaths in front of all thy men that I have not told her this. Quoth the king of the Rhineland, Let that be seen. The oath thou dost offer, and let it now be given, shall free thee of all false charges. They bade the proud Burgundians form a ring. Siegfried the bold stretched out his hand for the oath. Then spake the mighty king, Thy great innocence is so well known to me, that I will free thee of that of which my sister doth accuse thee, and say thou hast never done this thing. Siegfried replied, If it boot my lady aught to have thus saddened Brunhild, that will surely cause me boundless grief. Then the lusty knights and good gazed one upon the other. One should so train women, spake again Siegfried the knight, that they leave haughty words unsaid. Forbid it to thy wife, and I'll do the same to mine. In truth, I do shame me of her great discourtesy. Many fair ladies were parted by the speech. Brunhild mourned so sore that it moved King Gunther's men to pity. Then came Hagen of Trönög to his sovereign lady. He found her weeping, and asked what grief she had. She told him then the tale. On the spot he vowed that Kriemhild's lord should rue it sore, or he would never more be glad. Ortwin and Gernot joined their parley, and these heroes counselled Siegfried's death. Giselher the son of the noble Uta, came hither too. When he heard the talk, he spake full true. Ye trusty knights, wherefore do ye this? Siegfried hath not merited forsooth such hate, that he should therefore lose his life. Certes, women oft grow angry over little things. Shall we then raise cuckolds? Answered Hagen. Such good knights would gain from that but little honour. Because he hath boasted of my liege lady, I will rather die, and it cost him not his life. Then spake the king himself, He hath shown us naught but love and honour, so let him live. What booteth it if I now should hate the knight? He was ever faithful to us, and that right willingly. Knight Ortwin of Metz then spake, His great prowess shall not in sooth avail him aught. If my lord permit, I'll do him every evil. So without cause the heroes had declared a feud against him. In this none followed, save that Hagen counselled all time Knight Gunther, that if Siegfried no longer lived, then many kingly lands would own his sway. At this the king grew sad, so they let it rest. Jousting was seen once more. Ho, what stout shafts they splintered before the minster in the presence of Siegfried's wife, even down to the hall. Enow of Gunther's men were now in wrath. The king spake, Let be this murderous rage. He is born to our honour and to our joy. Then, too, the wonderly bold man is so fierce of strength that none durst match him if he marked it. No, not he, spake Hagen then. Ye may well keep still. I trow to bring it to pass in secret that he rue Brunhild's tears. Certes, Hagen hath broken with him for all time. Then spake King Gunther, How might that chance? To this Hagen made answer, I'll let you hear. We'll bid messengers, that be not known to any here, ride into our land, to declare war upon us openly. Then do ye say before your guests that ye and your men will take the field. When that is done, he will vow to serve you then, and from this he shall lose his life, and I learned the tale from the bold knight's wife. The king followed his liege man Hagen in evil wise. These chosen knights gan plan great faithlessness, if ever anyone was ware. From two women's quarrelling, full many a hero lost his life. End of chapter 14. Recording by L.D. Hamilton.
Chapter 15 of the Nibelungenlied. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. The Nibelungenlied. Translated by Daniel B. Shumway. Chapter 15. How Siegfried Was Betrayed. Upon the fourth morning 32 men were seen to ride to court, and the tale was brought to mighty Gunther that war had been declared. The very direst woes befell fair women from a lie. They gained leave to come before the king, and say that they were Ludeger's men, whom Siegfried's hand had conquered afore, and had brought as hostages to Gunther's land. He greeted then the messengers, and bade them go and seat them. One among them spake, My lord, pray let us stand, till we have told the message we do bear you. This know, Ye have of a truth many a mother's son as foe. Ludegast and Ludeger, whom ye one time gave grievous sores, declare a feud against you, and are minded to ride with an army to this land. The king waxed wroth when he heard this tale. Men bade lead the perjurers to their lodgings. How might Siegfried, or any else against whom they plotted, wear himself against their wiles? This later brought great sorrow to them all. The king walked whispering with his friends. Hagen of Tronic never let him rest. Enow of the king's liegemen would fain have parted the strife, but Hagen would not give up his plan. On a day Siegfried found them whispering. The hero of Netherland gan ask, How go the king and his men so sadly? I'll help avenge it. Hath any done you aught? Then spake King Gunther, I am rightly sad. Ludegast and Ludeger have challenged me to war. They are minded to ride openly into my land. At this the bold knight said, Siegfried's hand shall hinder that with zeal, as beseemeth your honours. I'll do yet to these knights as I did before. I'll lay waste their lands, or ever I turn again. Be my head your pledge of this. Ye and your warriors shall stay at home, and let me ride to meet them with those I have. I'll let you see how fain I serve you. This know, through me it shall go evil with your foes. Well is me of these tidings, spake then the king, as though he were glad in earnest of this aid. With guile the faithless man bowed low. Quoth Lord Siegfried, Ye shall have small care. Then they made ready for the journey hence with the men-at-arms. This was done for Siegfried and his men to see. He too bade those of Netherland get them ready. Siegfried's warriors sought out warlike weeds. Then the stalwart Siegfried spake, My father Siegmund, ye must stay here. We shall return in short space hither to the Rhine, and God give us luck. Ye must here make merry with the king. They tied fast their banners, as though they would away, and there were enow of Gunther's men, who wist not wherefore this was done. Great rout of men was seen at Siegfried's side. They bound their helmets and their breastplates upon the steeds, and many a stout knight made ready to quit the land. Then Hagen of Tronic went to find Kriemhild, and asked for leave, sith they would void the land. Now well is me, spake Kriemhild, that I have won a husband who dare protect so well my loving kinsfolk as my lord Siegfried doth here. Therefore, spake the queen, will I be glad of heart. Dear friend Hagen, think on that I do serve you gladly, and never yet did bear you hate. Requite this now to me in my dear husband. Let him not suffer, if I have done to Brunhild aught. I have since rued it, spake the noble wife. Moreover, he since has beaten me black and blue. The brave hero and a good hath well avenged that ever I spake what grieved her heart. You'll be friends once more after some days. Kriemhild, dear lady, pray tell me how I may serve you in your husband Siegfried. Liefer will I do this for you than for any else. I should be without all fear, quoth the noble dame, that any one would take his life in the fray, if he would not follow his overweening mood, Then the bold knight and the good were safe. Lady, spake then Hagen, an ye do think that men might wound him, pray let me know with what manner of arts I can prevent this. On foot, on horse will I ever be his guard. She spake, Thou art my kinsman, and I am thine. I'll commend to thee, trustingly, the dear lover of mine, that thou mayst guard him well, mine own dear husband. She made him acquaint with tales which had been better left unsaid. She spake, My husband is brave and strong enow. When he slew the dragon on the hill, the lusty warrior bathed him of a truth in the blood, so that since then no weapon ever cut him in the fray. Yet I am in fear whenever he standeth in the fight, and many javelins are cast by heroes' hands, that I may lose this dear husband of mine. Alas, how oft I suffer sore for Siegfried's sake! Dear kinsman, in the hope that thou wilt hold thy troth with me, I tell thee where men may wound the dear lord of mine. I let thee hear this, 'tis done in faith. When the hot blood gushed from the dragon's wounds, and the bold hero and the good bathed him therein, a broad linden leaf did fall betwixt his shoulder blades. Therefore am I sore afraid that men may cut him there. Then spake Hagen of Trønnek, Sew a small mark upon his coat, whereby I may know where I must guard him, when we stand in battle. She weened to save her knight, but 'twas done unto his death. She spake, With fine silk I'll sew a secret cross upon his vesture. There, knight, thy hand must guard my husband. When the strife is on, and he standeth in the battle before his foes. That will I well, dear my lady. Hagen then replied, The lady weened that it would boot him aught, but Kriemhild's husband was thereby betrayed. Hagen then took leave, merrily he hied him hence. The king's liegeman was blithe of mood. I ween that nevermore will warrior give such false counsel as was done by him when Kriemhild trusted in his troth. Next morning Siegfried with 1,000 of his men rode merrily forth. He weened he should avenge the grievance of his kinsmen. Hagen rode so near him that he could eye his clothes. When he saw the sign, he sent in secret 2 of his men who should tell another tale, that Gunther's land should still have peace, and that Lüdeger had sent them to the king. How loth Siegfried now rode home again, or ever he had avenged his kinsman's wrongs. Gunther's men could hardly turn him back. He rode then to the king. The host gan thank him. Now God requite you of your will, friend Siegfried, that ye do so willingly what I bid you. For this I'll ever serve you, as I rightly should. I trust you more than all my friends. Now that we be rid of this foray, I am minded to ride a hunting for bears and boars to the Vosges forest, as I have done oft time. That Hagen the faithless knight had counselled. Let it be told to all my guests that we ride betimes. Those that would hunt with me must make them ready. If any choose to stay at home to court the ladies, that liketh me as well. Then spake Sir Siegfried in lordly wise. "And ye would a hunting, I'd fain go with you. Pray lend me a huntsman and some brach, and I will ride to the pines." "Will ye have but one?" spake the king anon. "I'll lend you, an ye will, 4 men, to whom both wood and paths be known, where the game is wont to go, and who will not let you miss the camp." Then rode the full lusty warrior to his wife, whilst Hagen quickly told the king how he thought to trap the doughty knight. A man should never use such faithlessness. End of chapter 15.
Chapter 16 of the Nibelungenlied. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Katherine. The Nibelungenlied, translated by Daniel B. Shumway. Chapter 16. How Siegfried Was Slain. Gunther and Hagen, the passing bold knights, faithfully let cry a hunting in the woods, that with sharp spears they would hunt boars and bears and bison. What might be braver? With them rode Siegfried in lordly guise. Many kinds of victual did they take along. At a cool spring he later lost his life, the which Brunhild, King Gunther's wife, had counselled. The bold knight then went to where he found Kriemhild. His costly hunting garb and those of his fellowship were already bound upon the sumpters, for they would cross the Rhine. Never could Kriemhild have been more sorrowful. He kissed his love upon her mouth. "God, let me see thee, lady, still in health, and grant that thine eyes may see me too. Thou shalt have pastime with thy loving kinsman. I may not stay at home." Then she thought of the tale she had told to Hagen, though she durst not say a whit. The noble queen began to rue that she was ever born. Lord Siegfried's wife wept out of measure. She spake to the knight, "Let be your hunting. I had an evil dream last night, how 2 wild boars did chase you across the heath. Then flowers grew red. I have in truth great cause to weep so sore. I be much adread of sundry plans, and whether we have not misserved some who might bear us hostile hate. Tarry here, dear my lord, that I counsel by my troth." He spake, "Dear love, I'll come back in a few short days. I wot not here of people who bear me aught of hate. Each and all of thy kinsmen be my friends, nor have I deserved it other of the knights. No, no, Sir Siegfried, in truth I fear thy fall. I had last night an evil dream, how 2 mountains fell upon thee. I saw thee never more. It doth cut me to the heart that thou wilt part from me." In his arms he clasped his courteous wife and kissed her tenderly. Then in a short space he took his leave and parted hence. Alas, she never saw him in health again. Then they rode from thence into a deep wood for pastime's sake. Many bold knights did follow Gunther and his men, but Gernot and Giselher stayed home. Many laden sumpters were sent before them across the Rhine, the which bear for the hunting fellowship, bread and wine, meat and fish, and great store of other things which so mighty a king might rightly have. They bade the proud huntsman and bold halt before a green wood over against the courses of the game, upon a passing broad glade where they should hunt. The king was told that Siegfried too was come. The hunting fellowship now took their stand on every side. Then the bold knight, the sturdy Siegfried, asked, "Ye heroes bold and brave, who shall lead us to the game within the wood?" "Let us part," spake Hagen, "ere we begin the chase. Thereby my lords and I may know who be the best hunter on this woodland journey. Let us divide the folk and hounds, and let each turn whithersoever he list. He who doth hunt the best shall have our thanks." Short time the huntsman bided by another after that. Then spake Lord Siegfried, I need no dogs, save one brach, that hath been trained that he can tell the track of the beasts through the pine woods. Quoth Kriemhild's husband, We'll find the game. Then an old huntsman took a good sleuth hound, and in a short space brought the lord to where many beasts were found. Whatso rose from its lair the comrades hunted, as good hunters still are wont to do. Whatever the brach started, bold Siegfried, the hero of Netherland, slew with his hand. His horse did run so hard that none escaped him. In the chase he gained the prize above them all. Doughty enough he was in all things. The beast which he slew with his hands was the first, a mighty boar. After which he found full soon a monstrous lion. When the brach started this from its lair, he shot it with his bow, in which he had placed a full sharp arrow. After the shot the lion ran the space of but 3 bounds. The hunting fellowship gave Siegfried thanks. Thereafter he speedily slew a bison and an elk, 4 strong oxen, and a savage shelk. His horse bare him so swiftly that naught escaped him, nor could hart nor hind avoid him. Then the sleuth-hound found a mighty boar. When he began to flee, at once there came the master of the hunt, and encountered him upon his path. Wrathfully the boar did run against the valiant hero, but Kriemhild's husband slew him with his sword. Another huntsman might not have done this deed so lightly. When he had felled him, they leashed the sleuth-hound. His rich booty was soon well known to the Burgundian men. Then spake his huntsman, Sir Siegfried, if might be so, let us leave a deal of the beasts alive. Ye'll empty both our hill and woods to-day. At this the brave knight and a bold gan smile. Then the calls of men and the baying of hounds were heard on every side. So great was the noise that both hill and pine woods echoed with the sound. The huntsman had let loose full 24 packs. Then passing many beasts must needs lose their lives. Each man weened to bring it to pass that men should give him the prize of the hunt. That might not be, for the stalwart Siegfried was already standing by the fire. The chase was over, and yet not quite. Those who would, to the campfire brought with them thither hides of many beasts and game in plenty. Ho, how much the king's many bare then to the kitchen. Then bade the king announce to the huntsman that he would dismount. A horn was blown full loud just once, that all might know that one might find the noble prince in camp. Spake then one of Siegfried's huntsmen, My lord, I heard by the blast of a horn that we must now hie us to the quarters. I'll now give answer. Thus by many blasts of horns they asked about the hunters. Then spake Sir Siegfried, Now let us leave the pine wood. His steed bare him smoothly, and with him they hasted hence. With their route they started up a savage beast, a wild bear it was. Quoth then the knight to those behind, I'll give our fellowship a little pastime. Let loose the brach. Forsooth I spy a bear which shall journey with us to the camp. Flee he never so fast, he shall not escape us. The brach was loosed, the bear sprang hence. Kriemhild's husband would fain overtake him. He reached a thicket where none could follow. The mighty beast weened now to escape from the hunter with his life, but the proud knight and a good leaped from his steed and began to chase him. The bear was helpless and could not flee away. At once the hero caught it and bound it quickly with not a wound, so that it might neither scratch nor bite the men. The doughty knight then tied it to his saddle and horsed him quickly. Through his overweening mood the bold warrior and a good brought it to the campfire as a pastime. In what lordly wise he rode to the quarters. Mickle was his boar-spear, strong and broad. A dainty sword hung downward to his spurs. The lord bare also a fair horn of ruddy gold. Never heard I tell of better hunting weeds. One saw him wear a coat of black and silky cloth, and a hat of sable, rich enough it was. Ho, what costly bands he wore upon his quiver! A panther's skin was drawn over it for its sweet fragrance's sake. He bare a bow, which any but the hero must needs draw back with a windlass, and he would bend it. His vesture was befurred with otter skin from head to toe. From the bright fur shone out on both sides of the bold master of the hunt many a bar of gold. Balmung he also bare a good broad sword, that was so sharp that it never failed, when 'twas wielded 'gainst a helmet, its edge was good. In high spirits was the lordly huntsman. Sith I must tell you all the tale, his costly quiver was full of goodly darts, the heads a full hand's breadth on golden shafts. What he pierced therewith must needs die soon. Thus the noble knight rode hence in hunter's garb. Gunther's men espied him coming and ran out to meet him, and took his horse in charge. On his saddle he carried a large bear and a strong. When he had dismounted, he loosed the bonds from feet and snout. Those of the pack bayed loudly that spied the bear. The beast would to the woods, the serving folk had fear. Dazed by the din, the bear made for the kitchen. Ho, how he drove the scullions from the fire! Many a kettle was upset, and many a firebrand scattered. Ho, what good victual men found lying in the ashes! Then the lordings and their liegemen sprang from their seats. The bear grew furious, and the king bade loose the pack that lay enleashed. Had all sped well, they would have had a merry day. No longer the doughty men delayed, but ran for the bear with bows and pikes. There was such press of dogs that none might shoot, but from the people's shouts the whole hill rang. The bear began to flee before the dogs. None could follow him but Kriemhild's husband, who caught and slew him with his sword. Then they bore the bear again to the fire. Those that saw it averred he was a mighty man. Men bade now the proud hunting fellowship seat them at the tables. Upon a fair mead there sat a goodly company. Ho, what rich viands they bare there to the noble huntsman! The butlers who should bring the wine delayed, else might never heroes have been better served. Had they not been so falsely minded, then had the knights been free of every blame. Now the Lord Siegfried spake. Me wondereth, since men do give us such great store from the kitchen, why the butlers bring us not the wine. Unless men purvey the hunters better, I'll be no more your hunting fellow. I have well deserved that they regard me too. The king addressed him from his seat with guile. We fain would do you remedy of what we lack. It is Hagen's fault, who is willed to let us die of thirst. Then spoke Hagen. Dear my lord, I weened that the hunt should be in the Spessart wood, therefore sent I thither the wine. Though we may not drink today, how well will I avoid this in the future? At this Lord Siegfried spake. Small thanks you'll get for that. One should have brought me hither 7 sumpters' load of mead and mulled wine. If that might not be, then men should have placed our benches nearer to the Rhine. Then spake Hagen of Tronig. Ye noble knights and bold, I wot near by a good cold spring. Let us go thither, that ye wax not wroth. To the danger of many a knight was this counsel given. The pangs of thirst now plagued the warrior Siegfried. He bade the tables be borne away the sooner, for he would go to the spring in the mountains. With false intent the counsel was then given by the knights. They bade the game which Siegfried's hand had slain be carried home on wains. Whoever saw it gave him great laud. Hagen of Tronig now foully broke his troth to Siegfried. When they would hence to the broad linden, he spake. It hath oft been told me that none can keep pace with Kriemhild's husband when he be minded for to race. Ho, if he would only let us see it here. Bold Siegfried from Netherland then answered, Ye can well test that, and ye will run a race with me to the spring. When that is done, we can give the prize to him who winneth. So let us try it then, quoth Hagen the knight. Spake the sturdy Siegfried, Then will I lay me down on the green sward at your feet. How lief it was to Gunther when he heard these words. Then the bold knight spake again, I'll tell you more. I'll take with me all my trappings, my spear and shield, and all my hunting garb. Around him he quickly girded his quiver and his sword. Then they drew the clothes from their limbs. Men saw them stand in 2 white shifts. Like two wild panthers through the clover they ran, but men spied bold Siegfried first at the spring. In all things he bare away the prize from many a man. Quickly he ungirt his sword, and laid aside his quiver, and leaned the stout spear against a linden bough. The lordly stranger now stood by the flowing spring. Passing great was Siegfried's courtesy. He laid down his shield where the spring gushed forth, but the hero drank not, albeit he thirsted sore, until the king had drunk, who gave him evil thanks. Cool, clear, and good was the spring. Gunther stooped down then to the flowing stream, and when he had drunken, straightened up again. Bold Siegfried would fain also have done the same, but now he paid for his courtesy. Hagen bare quite away from him both bow and sword, and bounded then to where he found the spear. Then he looked for the mark on bold Siegfried's coat. As Lord Siegfried drank above the spring, he pierced him through the cross, so that his heart's blood spurted from the wounds almost on Hagen's clothes. Never more will hero do so foul a deed. Hagen left the spear sticking in his heart, and fled more madly than he ever in the world had run from any man. When Lord Siegfried felt the mighty wound, up from the spring he started in a rage. From betwixt his shoulder blades a long spear shaft towered. He weened to find his bow or his sword, and then had Hagen been repaid as he deserved. But when the sorely wounded hero found no trace of his sword, then had he naught else but his shield. This he snatched from the spring and ran at Hagen, nor could King Gunther's man escape him. Albeit he was wounded unto death, yet he smote so mightily that a plenty of precious stones were shaken from the shield. The shield itself burst quite apart. Fain would the lordly stranger have avenged him. Now was Hagen fallen to the ground at his hands, and from the force of the blow the glade rang loudly. Had he had a sword in hand, then had it been Hagen's death, so sore enraged was the wounded man. Forsooth he had good cause thereof. His hue grew pale, he could not stand. His strength of body melted quite away, for in bright colours he bore the signs of death. Thereafter he was bewailed by fair dames enough. Kriemhild's husband fell now among the flowers. Fast from his wounds his blood was seen to gush. He began to rail, as indeed he had great cause, at those who had planned this treacherous death. The deadly wounded spake. Forsooth, ye evil cowards, what avail my services now that ye have slain me? This is my reward, that I was always faithful to you? Alas, ye have acted ill against your kinsmen. Those of them who are born in after days will be disgraced. Ye have avenged your wrath too sore upon me. With shame shall ye be parted from all good warriors. The knights all ran to where he lay slain, for enough of them it was a hapless day. He was bewailed by those who had aught of loyalty, and this the brave and lusty knight had well deserved. The king of the Burgundians bemoaned his death. Quoth the deadly wounded, there is no need that he should weep who hath done the damage. He doth merit mickle blame. It had been better left undone. Then spake the fierce Hagen, Forsooth I wot not what ye now bewail. All our fear and all our woe have now an end. We shall find scant few who dare withstand us now. Well is me that to his rule I have put an end. Ye may lightly boast you, Siegfried then replied. Had I wist your murderous bent, I had well guarded my life against you. None doth rue me so sore as Lady Kriemhild, my wife. Now, may God have pity that I ever had a son to whom the reproach will be made in after days, that his kindred have slain a man with murderous intent. If I might, so spake Siegfried, I should rightly make complaint of this. Piteously the deadly wounded spake again. Noble king, if ye will keep your troth to any in the world, then let my dear love be commended to your grace, and let it avail her that she be your sister. For the sake of your princely courtesy, protect her faithfully. My father and my men must wait long time for me. Never was woman sorer wounded in a loving friend. The flowers on every side were wet with blood. With death he struggled, but not for long, sith the sword of death had cut him all too sorely. Then the lusty warrior and a brave could speak no more. When the lordlings saw that the knight was dead, they laid him on a shield of ruddy gold, and took counsel how they might conceal that Hagen had done the deed. Enough of them spake, "Ill hath it gone with us. Ye must all hide it, and aver alike that robbers slew Kriemhild's husband as he rode alone a-hunting through the pine wood." Then Hagen of Tronig spake, "I'll bring him home. I care not if it be known to her, for she hath saddened Brunhild's heart. Little doth it trouble me, however much she weep." End of chapter 16. Recording by Katherine. Chapter 17 of the Nibelungenlied. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Katherine. The Nibelungenlied, translated by Daniel B. Shumway. Chapter 17. How Kriemhild mourned her husband, and how he was buried. Then they waited for the night, and crossed the Rhine. Never had heroes hunted worse. Noble maids bewept the game they slew. Forsooth many good warriors must needs atone for this in after days. Now ye may hear a tale of great overweening and dire revenge. Hagen bade carry Siegfried of the Nibelungland, thus dead, before the bower where Kriemhild lodged. He bade place him stealthily against the door, that she might find him when she went forth before the break of day to matins, which Lady Kriemhild full seldom missed through sleep. Men rang the minster bells according to their custom. Lady Kriemhild the fair now waked her many maids, and bade them bring a light and her vesture too. Then came a chamberlain and found Siegfried there. He saw him red with blood, his clothes all wet. He wist not it was his lord, but with the light in his hand he hasted to the bower, and through this Lady Kriemhild learned the baneful tale. As she would set out with her ladies for the minster, the chamberlain spake, "Pray stay your feet, there doth lie before the chamber a knight, slain unto death." Kriemhild gan make passing sore wail, or ever she heard aright that it was her husband. She began to think of Hagen's question, of how he might protect him. Then first she suffered dole, she renounced all pleasure at his death. To the earth she sank, not a word she spake, and here they found lying the hapless fair. Passing great grew Kriemhild's woe. After her faint she shrieked that all the chamber rang. Then Hermione said, "Perchance it is a stranger knight." The blood gushed from her mouth, from dole of heart. She spake, "'Tis Siegfried, mine own dear husband. Brunhild hath counselled this, and Hagen hath done the deed." The lady bade them lead her to where the hero lay. With her white hand she raised his head, and though it was red with blood, she knew him soon. There lay the hero of the Nibelungland in piteous guise. The gracious queen cried sadly, "O woe is me of my sorrow! Thy shield is not carved with swords, thou liest murdered here. Wist I who hath done this deed, I'd ever plot his death." All her maids made mourn and wailed with their dear lady, for they grieved sore for their noble lord whom they had lost. Hagen had cruelly avenged the wrath of Brunhild. Then spake the grief-stricken dame, "Go now and wake with haste all Siegfried's men. Tell Siegmund also of my grief. Mayhap he'll help me bewail brave Siegfried." A messenger ran quickly to where lay Siegfried's warriors from the Nibelungland, and with his baleful tidings stole their joy. They could scarcely believe it till they heard the weeping. Right soon the messenger came to where the king did lie. Siegmund, the lord, was not asleep. I trow his heart did tell him what had happed. Never again might he see his dear son alive. "Awake, Sir Siegmund! Kriemhild my lady bade me go to fetch you. A wrong hath been done her that doth cut her to the heart more than all other ills. Ye must help her mourn, for much it doth concern you. Siegmund sat up. He spake, What are fair Kriemhild's ills, of which thou tellest me? Weeping, the messenger spake, I cannot hide them from you. Alas, bold Siegfried of Netherland is slain. Quoth Siegmund, For my sake let this be jesting in such evil tales, that thou shouldst tell any that he be dead, for I might never bewail him fully before my death. If ye will believe naught of what ye hear me say, then ye may hear yourself Kriemhild and all her maids bewailing Siegfried's death. Siegmund then was sore affrighted, as indeed he had great need. He and 100 of his men sprang from their beds and grasped with their hands their long sharp swords. In sorrow they ran toward the sound of wail. Then came 1,000 men-at-arms, bold Siegfried's men. When they heard the ladies wail so pitifully, some first grew ware that they should dress them. Forsooth they lost their wits for very sorrow. Great heaviness was buried in their hearts. Then King Siegmund came to where he found Kriemhild. He spake, Alas for the journey hither to this land! Who hath so foully bereft me of my child, and you of your husband, among such good friends? Oh, if I knew him, spake the noble wife, neither my heart nor soul would ever wish him well. I would plan such ill against him that his kin must ever weep because of me. Around the prince Lord Siegmund threw his arms. So great grew the sorrow of his kin that the palace, the hall, and the town of Worms resounded from the mighty wail and weeping. None might now comfort Siegfried's wife. They stripped off the clothes from his fair body, they washed his wounds, and laid him on the bier. Woe were his people from their mighty grief. Then spake his warriors from the Nibelungland, Our hands be ever ready to avenge him. He liveth in this castle who hath done this deed. All of Siegfried's men hasted then to arms. These chosen knights came with their shields, 1,100 men-at-arms, who Lord Siegmund had in his troop. He would fain avenge the death of his son, as indeed he had great need. They wist not to whom they should address their strife, unless it be to Gunther and his men, with whom Lord Siegfried had ridden to the hunt. Kriemhild saw them armed, which rued her sore. However great her grief and how dire her need, yet she did so mightily fear the death of the Nibelungs at the hands of her brother's liegemen, that she tried to hinder it. In kindly wise she warned them, as kinsmen do to loving kin. The grief-stricken woman spake, My lord Siegmund, what will ye do? Ye wot not aright, forsooth King Gunther hath so many valiant men, ye will all be lost, and ye would encounter these knights. With their shields uncovered the men stood eager for the fight. The noble queen both begged and bade that the lusty knights avoid it. When they would not give it over, sorely it grieved her. She spake, Lord Siegmund, ye must let it be until more fitting time. Then I'll avenge my husband with you, and I receive proof who hath bereft me of him, I'll do him scathe. There be too many haughty warriors by the Rhine, wherefore I will not counsel you to fight. They have full well 30 men to each of ours. Now God speed them as they deserve of us. Stay ye here, and bear with me my dole. When it beginneth to dawn, help me, ye lusty knights, to coffin the dear husband of mine. Quoth the knights, That shall be done. None might tell you all the marvel of knights and ladies, how they were heard to wail, so that even in the town men marked the sound of weeping. The noble burghers hasted hither. With the guests they wept, for they too were sore aggrieved. None had told them of any guilt of Siegfried, or for what cause the noble warrior lost his life. The wives of the worthy burghers wept with the ladies of the court. Men bade smiths haste to work a coffin of silver and of gold, mickle and strong, and make it firm with strips of good hard steel. Sad of heart were all the folk. The night was gone, men said the day was dawning. Then the noble lady bade them bear Lord Siegfried, her loved husband, to the minster. Whatever friends he had there were seen weeping as they went. Many bells were ringing as they brought him to the church. On every side one heard the chant of many priests. Then came Gunther with his men, and Grimhagen also toward the sound of wail. He spake, Alas for thy wrongs, clear sister, that we may not be free from this great scathe. We must ever lament for Siegfried's death. That ye do without cause, spake the sorrow-laden wife. Were this loath to you, it never would have happed. I may well aver, ye thought not on me, when I thus was parted from my dear husband. Would to God, quoth Kriemhild, that it had happed to me. Firmly they made denial. Kriemhild gan speak. Whoso declareth him guiltless, let him show that now. He must walk to the bier before all the folk. Thereby one may know the truth eftsoon. This is a great marvel which oft doth hap. Whenever the blood-stained murderer is seen to stand by the dead, the latter's wounds do bleed, as indeed happed here, whereby one saw the guilt was Hagen's. The wounds bled sore as they had done at first. Much greater grew the weeping of those who wailed afore. Then spoke King Gunther. I'd have you know that robbers slew him. Hagen did not do the deed. I know these robbers well, quoth she. Now may God yet let his friends avenge it. Certes, Gunther and Hagen, 'twas done by you. Siegfried's knights were now bent on strife. Then Kriemhild spake again. Now share with me this grief. Gernot, her brother, and young Giselher, these twain now came to where they found him dead. They mourned him truly with the others. Kriemhild's men wept inly. Now should mass be sung. So on every side men, wives, and children did hie them to the minster. Even though who might lightly bear his loss, wept then for Siegfried. Gernot and Giselher spake, Sister mine, now comfort thee after this death, as needs must be. We'll try to make it up to thee the while we live. Yet none in the world might give her comfort. His coffin was ready well towards midday. From the bier whereon he lay they raised him. The lady would not have that he be buried, so that all the folk had mickle trouble. In a rich cloth of silk they wound the dead. I ween men found none there that did not weep. Uta, the noble dame, and all her many, mourned bitterly the stately man. When it was noised abroad that men sang in the minster and had encoffined him, then rose a great press of folk. What offerings they made for his soul's sake! He had good friends enough for these foes. Poor Kriemhild spake to her chamberlains, Ye must now be put to trouble for my sake, ye who wished him well, and be my friends. For Siegfried's soul shall ye deal out his gold. No child, however small, that had its wits, but must go to service or ever he was buried. Better than 100 masses were sung that day. Great throng was there of Siegfried's friends. When that mass was sung, the folks went hence. Then Lady Kriemhild spake, Pray let me not hold vigil over the chosen knight this night alone. With him all my joys have come to fall. I will let him lie in state 3 days and nights, until I sate me with my dear lord. What if God doth bid that death should take me too? Then had ended well the grief of me, poor Kriemhild. The people of the town returned now to their lodgings. She begged the priests and monks, and all his retinue that served the knight, to stay. They spent full evil nights and toilsome days. Many a man remained without all food and drink. For those who would partake, it was made known that men would give them to the full. This Sir Siegmund purveyed. Then were the Nibelungs made acquaint with mickle toil. During the 3 days, as we here tell, those who knew how to sing were made to bear a deal of work. What offerings men brought them! Those who were very poor grew rich enough. Whatever of poor men there were, the which had naught, these were bid go to mass with gold from Siegfried's treasure chamber. Since he might not live, many thousand marks of gold were given for his soul. She dealt out well-tilled lands wherever cloisters and pious folk were found. Enough of gold and silver was given to the poor. By her deeds she showed that she did love him fondly. Upon the third morning at time of Mass, the broad churchyard by the minster was full of weeping country folk. They served him after death as one should do to loving kin. In the 4 days, as hath been told, full 30,000 marks, or better still, were given to the poor for his soul's sake. Yet his great beauty and his life lay low. When God had been served and the chants were ended, much people fought 'gainst monstrous grief. Men bade bear him from the minster to the grave. Those were seen to weep and wail who missed him most. With loud laments the people followed hence. None was merry, neither wife nor man. They sang and read a service before they buried him. Ho, what good priests were present at his burial! Ere Siegfried's wife was come to the grave, her faithful heart was wrung with grief, so that they must needs oft sprinkle her with water from the spring. Her pain was passing great, a mickle wonder it was that she ever lived. Many a lady helped her in her plaint. Then spake the queen, Ye men of Siegfried, by your loyalty must ye prove your love to me. Let me receive this little favour after all my woe, that I may see once more his comely head. She begged so long, with grief's strong will, that they must needs break open the lordly casket. Then men brought the lady to where he lay. With her white hand she raised his fair head, and kissed the noble knight and good, thus dead. Tears of blood her bright eyes wept from grief. Then there happed a piteous parting. Men bare her hence, she could not walk, and soon they found the high-born lady lying senseless. Fain would the lovely fair have died of grief. When they had now buried the noble lord, those who were come with him from the Nibelung land were seen to suffer from unmeasured grief. Men found Siegmund full seldom merry then. There were those that for 3 days would neither eat nor drink, for passing grief. Yet might they not so waste away their bodies, but that they recovered from their sorrows, as still happeneth oft enough. End of chapter 17. Recording by Katherine.
Chapter 18 of the Nibelungenlied. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. The Nibelungenlied. Translated by Daniel B. Shumway. Chapter 18. How Siegmund journeyed home again. Kriemhild's husband's father went to where he found her. Unto the queen he spake. We must unto our land. By the Rhine, I ween we be unwelcome guests. Kriemhild, dear lady, now journey with me to my lands. Albeit treachery here in these lands hath bereft us of your noble husband, yet should ye not requite this, I will be friendly to you for my dear son's sake. Of this shall ye have no doubt. He shall have, my lady, all the power which Siegfried, the bold knight, gave you aforetime. The land and also the crown shall be subject to you. All Siegfried's men shall serve you gladly. Then the squires were told that they must ride away. A mickle hurrying for steeds was seen, for they were loath to stay with their deadly foes. Men bade dames and maidens seek their robes. When that King Siegmund would fain have ridden forth, Kriemhild's mother gan beg her that she stay there with her kindred. The royal lady answered, That might hardly hap. How could I bear the sight of him, from whom such great wrong hath happed to me, poor wife? Then spake young Giselher, Dear sister mine, by thy troth, thou shouldst stay here with thy mother. Thou dost need no service of them that have grieved thee and saddened thy mood. live from my goods alone. To the warrior she spake, Certes it may not hap, for I should die of dole whenever I should gaze on Hagen. I'll give thee rede for that, dear sister mine. Thou shalt live with thy brother Giselher, and of a truth I'll comfort thee of thy husband's death. Then answered the hapless wife, Of that hath Kriemhild need. When the youth had made her such kindly offer, then gan Uta and Gernot and her faithful kin entreat. They begged her to tarry there, for but little kith she had among Siegfried's men. They be all strangers to you, spake Gernot. None that liveth is so strong but that he must come to die. Consider that, dear sister, and console your mind. Stay with your kinsfolk, ye shall fare well in truth. Then she made vow to Giselher that she would stay. The steeds were brought for Siegfried's men, sith they would ride to the Nibelungland. Also all the trappings of the knights were packed upon the sumpters. Then the Lord Siegmund hied him to Kriemhild's side. To the lady he spake, Siegfried's men are waiting by the steeds. Now must we ride away, for I be ill content in Burgundy. The lady Kriemhild then replied, All that I have of faithful kin advise me that I stay here with them. I have no kith in the Nibelungland. Loath was it to Siegmund, when that he found Kriemhild of this mind. He spake, Let no one tell you that. Before all my kinsmen ye shall wear the crown, with such sovereign power as ye did aforetime. Ye shall not suffer, because we have lost the knight. Ride also with us home again, for the sake of your little child. Lady, you should not leave him orphaned. When your son groweth up, he will comfort your heart. Meanwhile many bold heroes and good shall serve you. Sir Siegmund, quoth she, forsooth I like not for to ride. Whatever fortune, here must I tarry with my kindred, who help me mourn. These tales gan now displease the doughty warriors. All spake alike. We might well aver that now first hath ill befallen us. If ye would stay here with our foes, then have heroes never ridden to court more sorrowfully. Ye shall journey free of care, commended unto God. Ye shall be given safe conduct to Siegmund's land. I'll bid them guard you well. To the care of you knights shall my dear child be given. When they marked that she would not go hence, then wept all of Siegmund's men alike. How right sorrowfully Siegmund parted then from Lady Kriemhild. He became acquaint with grief. Woe worth this courtly feasting, spake the noble king. Through pastime will never more hap to a king or to his kinsman what here hath happed to us. Men shall see us never more in Burgundy. Then Siegfried's men spake openly. A journey to this land might still take place if we discovered aright him who slew our lord. Enow of his kinsmen be their deadly foes. He kissed Kriemhild. How sorrowfully he spake when he perceived aright that she would stay. Now let us ride joyless home unto our land. Now first do I feel all my sorrow. Down to the Rhine from Worms they rode without an escort. They were surely of the mind that they, the bold Nibelungs, could well defend them should they be encountered in hostile wise. Leave they asked of none, but Gernot and Giselher were seen to go to Siegmund in loving wise. These brave and lusty knights convinced him that they mourned his loss. Courteously Prince Gernot spake, God in heaven knoweth well that I be not to blame for Siegfried's death, nor heard I ever that any was his foe. I mourn him justly. Giselher, the youth, gave them safe conduct. Sorrowly he led them from the land, home to Netherland. How few kinsmen were found joyous then! How they now fared at Worms I cannot tell. All time men heard Kriemhild mourn, so that none might comfort her heart nor mind, save Giselher alone. Loyal he was and good. Brunhild the fair sate in overweening pride. How Kriemhild wept she recked not, nor did she ever show her love or truth. Lady Kriemhild wrought her in after days the bitterest woe of heart. End of chapter 18.
Chapter 19 of the Nibelungenlied. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Asterix. The Nibelungenlied, translated by Daniel B. Shumway. How the Nibelung Hoard was brought to Worms. When the noble Kriemhild thus was widowed, the Margrave Eckewart with his vassals stayed with her in the land, and served her alway. He also often helped his mistress mourn his lord. At Worms, hard by the minster, they built for her a dwelling, broad and passing large, costly and great, where with her maids she since dwelt joyless. She liked for to go to church, and did this willingly. Where her love lay buried, thither she went all time in mournful mood. How seldom she gave that over! She prayed the good God to have mercy on her soul. With great fidelity she bewept the night full oft. Uta and Hermione comforted her all time, but so sorely wounded was her heart, that it booted naught whatever comfort men did offer her. She had the greatest longing for her dear love that ever wife did have for loving husband. One might see thereby her passing virtue. Until her end she mourned the while life lasted. In after days brave Siegfried's wife avenged herself with might. Thus she dwelt, after her sorrow, after her husband's death, and this is true, well 3½ years that she spake no word to Gunther, nor did she see her foeman Hagen in all this time. Then spake Hagen of Tronic, if ye could compass it to make your sister friendly, then might come to these lands the gold of Nibelung. Of this might ye win great store, and the queen would be our friend. The king made answer, let us try. My brothers bide with her. We will beg them to bring it to pass that she be our friend, if perchance she might gladly see us win the hoard. I trow not, spake Hagen, that it will ever hap. Then he bade Ortvin and the Margrave Gere go to court. When that was done, Gernot and Giselher the youth were also brought. They tried it with the Lady Kriemhild in friendly wise. Brave Gernot of Burgundy spake, Lady, ye mourn too long for Siegfried's death. The king will give you proof that he hath not slain him. We hear you mourn all time so greatly. She spake, none chargeth him with this. 'Twas Hagen's hand that struck him where he could be wounded. When he learned this of me, how could I think that he did bear him hate? Else had I guarded against this full well, spake the queen, so that I had not betrayed his life, then would I, poor wife, leave off my weeping. I'll never be a friend of him that did the deed. Then Giselher, the full stately man, began implore. When at last she spake, I will greet the king. Men saw him stand before her with his nearest kin, but Hagen durst not come before her. Well he wot his guilt, 'twas he had caused her dole. When now she would forego her hate of Gunther, so that he might kiss her, it had befitted him better had she not been wronged by his advice. Then might he have gone boldly unto Kriemhild. Nevermore was peace between kindred brought to pass with so many tears. Her loss still gave her woe. All, save the one man alone, she pardoned. None had slain him, had not Hagen done the deed. Not long thereafter they brought it to pass that Lady Kriemhild gained the hoard from the Nibelung land and brought it to the Rhine. It was her marriage morning gift, and was hers by right. Giselher and Gernot rode to fetch it. Kriemhild ordered 800 men that they should bring it from where it lay hid, where it was guarded by the knight Alberich and his nearest kin. When they saw those from the Rhine coming for the hoard, Alberich the bold spake to his friends. Naught of the treasure dare we withhold from her, sith the noble queen averreth it to be her marriage morning gift. Yet should this never be done, quoth Alberich, but that with Siegfried we have foully lost the good cloud cloak, for fair Kriemhild's love did wear it alway. Now, alas, it hath fared ill with Siegfried, that the hero bereft us of the cloud cloak, and that all this land did have to serve him. Then went the warder to where he found the keys. Before the castle stood Kriemhild's liegemen, and a deal of her kinsfolk. Men bade carry the treasure hence to the sea, down to the boats. One bear it then upon the waves to the mountains on the Rhine. Now may ye hear marvels of the hoard, the which 12 huge wains packed full were just able to bear away from the hill in 4 days and nights, and each must make the trip 3 times a day. There was naught else but gems and gold, and had men paid therewith the wage of all the world, not a mark less had it been worth. Forsooth, Hagen did not crave it so without good cause. The greatest prize of all was a wishing rod of gold. He who knew its nature might well be master over any man in the world. Many of Alberich's kinsmen journeyed with Gernot hence. When they stored away the hoard in Gunther's land, and the queen took charge of everything, chambers and towers were filled therewith. Never did men hear tales told of such wondrous store of goods. And had it been 1,000 times as much, if the Lord Siegfried were but alive again, Kriemhild would fain have stood empty-handed at his side. No more faithful wife did hero ever win. Now that she had the hoard, she brought many unknown warriors to the land. In truth, the lady's hand gave in such wise that men have never seen such bounty more. She used great courtesy, men owned this of the queen. To the rich and the poor she began to give so greatly that Hagen said, should she live yet a while, she would gain so many a man for her service that they would fare full ill. Then spake King Gunther, her life and her goods be hers. How shall I hinder that she do with them as she will? Forsooth, I hardly compassed it that she became thus much my friend. Let us not reck to whom she deal out her silver and her gold. Spake Hagen to the king. No doughty man should leave to any wife aught of the hoard. With her gifts she'll bring about the day when it well may rue the brave Burgundians sore. Then spake King Gunther, I swore an oath that nevermore would I do her harm, and will keep it further, for she is my sister. Spake then Hagen, let me be the guilty one. Few of their oaths were kept. From the widow they took the mighty store, and Hagen made him master of all the keys. This vexed her brother Gernot when he heard the tale aright. Lord Giselher spake, Hagen hath done my sister much of harm. I should prevent it. It would cost him his life were he not my kin. Siegfried's wife shed tears anew. Then spake the Lord Gernot, or ever we be imperilled by the gold, we should have it sunk entirely in the Rhine, that it belong to none. Full pitifully she went before her brother Giselher, she spake. Dear brother, thou shouldst think of me, and be the guardian of both my life and goods." Quoth he then to the lady, "That shall be done when we return again, for now we think to ride." The king and his kindred voided then the land, the very best among them that one might find. Only Hagen alone remained at home, through the hatred he bare to Kriemhild, and did so willingly. Before the king was come again, Hagen had taken the treasure quite, and sunk it all at Loche in the Rhine. He weened to use it, but that might not be. The lordings came again, and with them many men. With her maids and ladies, Kriemhild gan bewail her passing loss, for sore it grieved them. Gladly would Giselher have helped in all good faith. All spake alike, "He hath done wrong." Hagen avoided the prince's wrath until he gained their favour. They did him naught, but Kriemhild might never have borne him greater hate. Before Hagen of Troneck thus hid the treasure, they had sworn with mighty oaths that it should lie concealed as long as any one of them might live. Later they could not give it to themselves or any other. Kriemhild's mind was heavy with fresh sorrow over her husband's end, and because they had taken from her all her wealth. Her plaints ceased not in all her life, down to her latest day. After Siegfried's death, and this is true, she dwelt with many a grief full 13 years that she could not forget the warrior's death. She was true to him, as most folk owned. End of How the Nibelung Hoard was brought to Worms. Chapter 20 of the Nibelungenlied. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Asterix. The Nibelungenlied, translated by Daniel B. Shumway. Adventure 20. How King Etzel sent to Burgundy for Kriemhild. That was in a time when Lady Helka died, and the King Etzel sought another wife, that his friends advised his marriage to a proud widow in the Burgundian land, hight Lady Kriemhild. Since fair Helka was dead, they spake, would ye gain a noble wife, the highest and the best king ever won, then take this same lady. The stalwart Siegfried was her husband. Then spake the mighty king, how might that chance, sith I am heathen and be christened not a whit, whereas the lady is a Christian, and therefore would not plight her troth? It would be a marvel, and that ever happed. The doughty warriors answered, what if she do it, perchance, for the sake of your high name and your mickle goods? One should at least make a trial for the noble dame. Well may ye love the stately fair. The noble king then spake, which of you be acquaint with the people and the land by the Rhine? Up spake then the good knight Rudiger of Bechelaren. I have known from a child the 3 noble and lordly kings, Gunther and Gernot, the noble knights and good. The 3rd hight Giselher. Each of them doth use the highest honours and courtesy, as their forebears too have always done. Then answered Etzel, friend, I prithee, tell me whether she should wear the crown in this my land. And she be so fair as hath been told me, it shall never rue my dearest kin. She compareth well in beauty with my lady Helka, the royal queen. Certes, there might not be in all this world a king's bride more fair. He may well be of good cheer to whom she plight her troth. He spake, so bring it to pass, Rudiger, as I be dear to thee, and if ever I do lie at Kriemhild's side, I will requite thee for it as best I may. Then hast thou done my will in fullest wise. From my treasure chambers I will bid thee be given such store of horses, of clothes, and all thou wilt, that thou and thy fellowship may live full merrily. I'll bid full plenty of these things be made ready against thine errand. To this the lordly Margrave Rudiger replied, craved I thy goods, that were not worthy of praise. with mine own goods, which I have from thy hands, will I gladly be thy envoy to the Rhine." Then spake the mighty king, "Now, when wilt thou ride for the fair? May God keep thee and my lady in all worship on the journey. May fortune help me, that she look with favour on my suit." Rudiger made answer, "Ere we void the land, we must first make ready arms and trappings, that we may stand with honour before princes. I will lead to the Rhine 500 stately men, that wherever in Burgundy I and mine be seen, all may say of thee, Never did any king send afar so many men in better wise than thou hast done to the Rhine. If thou, O mighty king, wilt not turn back on this account, I'll tell thee that her noble love was subject unto Siegfried, Siegmund's son. Him thou hast seen here. Men could in right truth ascribe to him great worship." Then spake King Etzel, "Though she was the warrior's wife, yet was the noble prince so peerless that I should not disdain the queen. She liketh me well for her passing beauty." The Margrave answered, "Then I will tell thee that we will start hence in 24 days. I'll send word to Gotelind, my dear lady, that I myself will be the messenger to Kriemhild." Rudiger sent word to Bechelaren, at which the Margravine grew both sorrowful and proud. He told her he should woo for the king a wife. Lovingly she thought on Helka the fair. When the Margravine heard the message, a deal she rued it. Weeping beseemed her at the thought, whether she should gain a lady as afore. When she thought on Helka, it grieved her heart full sore. Rudiger should ride in 7 days from Hungary. Lusty and merry King Etzel was at this. There in the town of Vienna men prepared their weeds. Then might he no longer delay his journey. At Bechelaren Gotelind awaited him. The young Margravine too, Rudiger's child, gladly saw her father and his men. Many fair maids awaited them with joy. Ere the noble Rudiger rode from the city of Vienna to Bechelaren, all their clothes were placed upon the sumpters. They journeyed in such wise that not a whit was taken from them. When they were come to the town of Bechelaren, the host full lovingly bade lodge his fellowship and ease them well. The noble Gotelind saw the host come gladly, as likewise his dear daughter did, the young Margravine. To her his coming could not be liefer. How fain she was to see the heroes from the Hunnish land! With smiling mien the noble maiden spake, "Now be my father and his men full welcome here." Then great thanks were given to the young Margravine by many a doughty knight, in courteous wise. Well wot Gotelind Sir Rudiger's mood. When at night she lay close by his side, what kindly questions the Margravine put, whither the king of the Huns had sent him. He spake, "My lady Gotelind, I'll gladly make this known to thee. I must woo another lady for my lord, sith that the fair Helka hath died. I will ride for Kriemhild to the Rhine. She shall become a mighty queen here among the Huns." "Would to God," spake Gotelind, "and that might hap, sith we do hear such speech of her many honours, that she might perchance replace our lady for us in our old age, and that we might be fain to let her wear the crown in Hungary." Then spake the Margrave, "My love, ye must offer to those who are to ride with me to the Rhine your goods in loving wise. When heroes travel richly, then are they of lofty mood." She spake, "There be none that taketh gladly from my hand, to whom I would not give what well beseemeth him, or ever ye and your men part hence." Quoth the Margrave, "That doth like me well." Ho, what rich cloths of silk were borne from their treasure chambers! Within now of this, the clothing of the noble warriors was busily lined from the neck down to their spurs. Rudiger had chosen only men that pleased him well. On the 7th morning the host and his warriors rode forth from Bechelaren. Weapons and clothes aplenty they took with them through the Bavarian land. Seldom did men assail them on the highways for robbery's sake, and within 12 days they reached the Rhine. Then might the tidings not be hid. Men told it to the king and to his liegemen that stranger guests were come. The host gan say, if any knew them, he should tell him so. One saw their sumpters bear right heavy loads. 'Twas seen that they were passing rich. Anon in the broad town men purveyed them quarters. When that the many strangers had been lodged, these same lords were gazed upon full oft. The people wondered from whence these warriors were come to the Rhine. The host now sent for Hagen, if perchance they might be known to him. Then spake the knight of Tronic, None of them have I ever seen, but when we now gaze upon them, I can tell you well from whence they ride hither to this land. They must indeed be strangers, and I know them not full soon. Lodgings were now taken for the guests. The envoy and his fellowship were come in passing costly vesture. To the court they rode wearing good garments, cut in full cunning wise. Then spake the doughty Hagen, As well as I can tell, for I have not seen the lord long time, they ride as if 'twere Rudiger from the Hunnish land, a lordly knight and brave. How can I believe, spake at once the king, that the lord of Bechelaren be come to this land? When King Gunther had ended his speech, Hagen the brave espied the good knight Rudiger. He and his friends all ran to meet them. Then 500 knights were seen dismounting from their steeds. Fair were the men from Hungary greeted. Messengers had never worn such lordly clothes. Then Hagen of Tronic spake full loudly. Now be these knights, the lord of Bechelaren and all his men, welcome in God's name. With worship the speedy knights were greeted. The next of kin to the king went to where they stood. Ortwin of Metz spake to Rudiger. Never have we seen guests so gladly here at any time. This I can truly say. On all sides they thanked the warriors for their greeting. With all their fellowship they hied them to the hall, where they found the king, and with him many a valiant man. The lords rose from their seats. Through their great chivalry this was done. How right courteously he met the messengers. Gunther and Gernot greeted the stranger and his vassals warmly, as was his due. He took the good knight Rudiger by the hand and led him to the seat where he sat himself. Men bade pour out for the guests, full gladly this was done, passing good mead, and the best of wine that one might find in the land along the Rhine. Giselher and Gere both were come. Dankwart and Folker too had heard about the strangers. Merry they were of mood, and greeted before the king the noble knights and good. Then spake Hagen of Tronic to his lord, These thy knights should ever requite what the Margrave for our sake hath done. For this should the husband of fair Gotelind receive reward. King Gunther spake, I cannot hold my peace. Ye must tell me how fare Etzel and Helke of the Hunnish land. To this the Margrave now made answer, I'll gladly let you know. He rose from his seat with all his men and spake to the king. And that be that ye permit me, O prince, so will I not conceal the tidings that I bring, but will tell them willingly. Quoth the king, The tidings that have been sent us through you, these I'll let you tell without the rede of friends. Pray let me and my vassals hear them, for I begrudge you no honour that ye here may gain. Then spake the worthy envoy, My great master doth commend to you upon the Rhine his faithful service, and to all the kinsmen ye may have. This message is sent in all good faith. The noble king bade complain to you his need. His folk is joyless. My lady the royal Helke, my master's wife, is dead. Through her hath many a high-born maid been orphaned, daughters of noble princes whom she hath trained. Therefore it standeth full piteously in his land. They have, alas, none that might befriend them faithfully. The king's grief, I ween, will abate but slowly. Now God reward him, spake Gunther, that he so willingly commendeth his service to me and to my kin. Full gladly have I here heard his greeting, and this both my kindred and my men shall fain requite. Then spake the warrior Gernot of Burgundy. The world must ever rue fair Helke's death for her many courtesies, which she well knew how to use. With this speech Hagen, the passing stately knight, agreed. Then answered Rudiger, the noble and lordly envoy, Sith ye permit me, O king, I shall tell you more, the which my dear lord hath hither sent you, sith he doth live so right sorrowfully in longing after Helka. Men told my lord that Kriemhild be without a husband, that Sir Siegfried be dead. If this be so, then shall she wear a crown before Etzel's knights, would ye but permit her. This my sovereign bade me say. Then spake the mighty king, full courteous was his mood, and she care to do this, she shall hear my pleasure. This will I make known to you in these 3 days. Why should I refuse King Etzel before I've learned her wish? Meanwhile men bade purvey good easement for the guests. They were served so well that Rudiger owned he had good friends there among Gunther's men. Hagen served him gladly, as Rudiger had done to him of yore. Till the 3rd day Rudiger thus remained. The king sent for his council, full wisely he acted, to see whether his kinsmen would think it well that Kriemhild take King Etzel to husband. All together they advised it, save Hagen alone. He spake to Gunther the knight. Have ye but the right wit, ye will take good care that ye never do this, though she were fain to follow. Why, spake then Gunther, should I not consent? Whatever pleasure happen to the queen, I should surely grant her this. She is my sister. We ourselves should bring it to pass, if perchance it might bring her honour. Then answered Hagen, Give over this speech. Had ye knowledge of Etzel, as have I, and should she marry him, as I hear you say, then first hath danger happed to you by right. Why, quoth Gunther, I'll take good care that I come not so near him that I must suffer aught of hatred on his part, and she become his wife. Said Hagen, Never will I give you this advice. For Gernot and Giselher men bade send to learn whether the 2 lords would think it well that Kriemhild should take the mighty and noble king. Hagen still gainsaid, but no one other. Then spake the knight Giselher of Burgundy. Friend Hagen, ye may still show your fealty. Make her to forget the wrongs that ye have done her. Whatever good fortune she may have, this ye should not oppose. Ye have in truth done my sister so many an ill, continued Giselher, the full lusty knight, that she hath good cause if she be angry with you. Never hath one bereft a lady of greater joys. Quoth Hagen, I'll do you to wit what well I know. If she take Etzel and live long enow, she'll do us still much harm in whatever way she can. Forsooth, full many a stately vassal will own her service. To this brave Gernot answered, It may not happen that we ever ride to Etzel's land before they both be dead. Let us serve her faithfully that maketh for our honour. Again Hagen spake, None can gainsay me, and the noble Kriemhild wear the crown of Helka. She will do us harm as best she may. Ye should give it over. 'Twould beseem you knights far better. Wrathfully then spake Giselher, fair Uta's son. Let us not all act as traitors. We should be glad of whatever honours may be done her. Whatever ye may say, Hagen, I shall serve her, by my troth. Gloomy of mood grew Hagen when he heard these words. Gernot and Giselher, the proud knights and good, and Gunther the mighty, spake at last. If Kriemhild wished it, they would let it hap without all hate. Then spake Prince Gere, I will tell the lady that she look with favour upon King Etzel, to whom so many knights owe dread obedience. He can well requite her of all the wrongs that have been done her. Then the doughty warrior hied him to where he saw Kriemhild. Kindly she received him. How quickly then he spake. Ye may well greet me gladly, and give me a messenger's meed. Fortune is about to part you from all your woes. For the sake of your love, my lady, one of the very best that ever gained a kingdom with great honours, or should wear a crown, hath sent envoys hither. Noble knights be wooing, this my brother bade me tell you. Then spake the sorrow-laden dame, God should forbid you and all my kinsmen that ye make a mock of me, poor woman. What could I be to a man who had ever gained heartfelt love from a faithful wife?" Sorely she gainsaid it. But then came Gernot her brother, and Giselher the youth, and lovingly bade her ease her heart. It would do her good, in truth, could she but take the king. None might persuade the lady that she should marry any man. Then the knights begged, "If ye do naught else, pray let it hap that ye deign to see the messengers." "I'll not deny," spake the noble dame, "but that I should gladly see the Margrave Rudiger for his passing courtesy. Were he not sent hither, whoever else might be the messenger, never should he become acquainted with me. Pray bid him come to-morrow to my bower. I'll let him hear my will in full, and tell it him myself." At this her great laments brake forth anew. The noble Rudiger now craved naught else but that he might see the high-born queen. He wist himself to be so wise that she could not but let the knight persuade her, if it should ever be. Early on the morrow, when mass was sung, the noble envoys came. A great press arose of those who should go to court with Rudiger. Many a lordly man was seen arrayed. Full sad of mood the high-born Kriemhild bided the noble envoy and good. He found her in the weed she wore each day, whereas her handmaids wore rich clothes enow. She went to meet him to the door, and greeted full kindly Etzel's liegeman. Only as one of 12 he went to meet her. Men offered him great worship, for never were come more lofty envoys. They bade the lording and his vassals seat them. Before her were seen to stand the 2 margraves, Eckewart and Gere, the noble knights and good. None they saw merry of mood for the sake of the lady of the house. Many fair women were seen to sit before her, but Kriemhild only nursed her grief. Her dress upon her breast was wat with scalding tears. This the noble Margrave noted well on Kriemhild. Then spake the high-born messenger, "Most noble princess, I pray you, permit me and my comrades that are come with me to stand before you and tell you the tidings, for the sake of which we have ridden hither." "Now may ye speak whatso ye list," spake the queen. "I am minded to hear it gladly. Ye be a worthy messenger." The others noted well her unwilling mood. Then spake Prince Rudiger of Bechelaren, "Etzel, a high-born king, hath in good faith sent you a friendly greeting, my lady, by messengers hither to this land. Many good knights hath he sent hither for your love. Great joy without grief he doth offer you most truly. He is ready to give you constant friendship, as he did afore to Lady Helka, who lay within his heart. Certes, through longing for her virtues, he hath full often joyless days." Then spake the queen, "Margrave Rudiger, were there any who knew my bitter sorrow, he would not bid me marry any man. Of a truth, I lost the best of husbands that ever lady won." "What may comfort grief," the bold knight replied, "but married joy? When that any can gain this, and chooseth one who doth beseem him, naught availeth so greatly for woe of heart. And ye care to love my noble master, ye shall have power over 12 mighty crowns. Thereto my lord will give you the lands of 30 princes, all of which his doughty hand hath overcome. Ye shall become the mistress over many worthy liegemen who were subject to my lady Helka, and over many dames of high and princely race who owned her sway." Thus spake the brave knight and bold. "Thereto my lord will give you," this he bade me say, "if ye would deign to wear with him the crown, the very highest power which Helka ever won. This shall ye rule before all Etzel's men." Then spake the queen, "How might it ever list me to become a hero's bride? Death hath given me in the one such dole that I must ever live joyless unto mine end." To this the Huns replied, "O mighty queen, your life at Etzel's court will be so worshipful that it will ever give you joy, and it come to pass, for the mighty king hath many a stately knight, Helca's damosels and your maids shall together form one retinue, at sight of which warriors may well be blithe of mood. Be advised, my lady, ye will fare well, in truth. With courtesy she spake. Now let be this speech until the morrow early, when ye shall come here again. Then will I give you answer to what ye have in mind. The bold knights and good must needs obey. When all were now come to their lodgings, the noble dame bade send for Giselher, and for her mother too. To the twain she said that weeping did beseem her, and naught else better. Then spake her brother Giselher, Sister, it hath been told me, and I can well believe it, that King Etzel would make all thy sorrows vanish, and thou takest him to be thy husband. Whatever others may advise, this thinketh me well done. He is well able to turn thy grief to joy. Spake Giselher again. From the Rhone to the Rhine, from the Elbe down to the sea, there be no other king as mighty as he. Thou mayst well rejoice, an he make thee his wife. She spake, My dear brother, why dost thou advise me this? Weeping and wailing beseem me better far. How should I go to court before his knights? Had I ever beauty, of this I am now bereft. To her dear daughter the Lady Uta spake. Whatever thy brothers counsel thee, dear child, that do. Obey thy kindred, and it will go well with thee. I have seen thee now too long in thy great grief. Then she prayed God full oft to grant her such store of goods that she might have gold, silver, and clothes to give, as at her husband's side of yore, when he was still alive and well. Else would she never have again such happy hours. She thought within her mind, And shall I give my body to a Paynim, I am a Christian wife, forever in the world must I bear shame, and he give me all the kingdoms in the world, still I would not do it. Thus she let the matter rest. All night until the break of day the lady lay upon her bed in thought. Her bright eyes never grew dry, till on the morn she went to matins. Just at the time for mass the kings were come, and took their sister again in hand. In truth they urged her to wed the king of the Hunnish land. Little did any of them find the lady merry. Then they bade fetch hither Etzel's men, who now would fain have taken their leave, whatever the end might be, whether they gained or lost their suit. Rudiger came now to court. His heroes urged him to learn aright the noble prince's mind. To all it seemed well that this be done betimes, for long was the way back into their land. Men brought Rudiger to where Kriemhild was found. Winningly the knight gan beg the noble queen to let him hear what message she would send to Etzel's land. I ween he heard from her naught else than no, that she nevermore would wed a man. The Margrave spake, That were ill done. Why would ye let such beauty wither? Still with honour may ye become the bride of a worthy man. Naught booted that they urged, till Rudiger told the noble queen in secret that he would make amends for all that ever happed to her. At this her great sorrow grew a deal more mild. To the queen he spake, Let be your weeping. If ye had none among the Huns but me and my faithful kin and liegemen, sore must he repent it who had ever done you aught. At this the lady's mood grew gentler. She spake, Then swear me an oath that whatever any do to me, that ye will be the first to amend my wrongs. Quoth the Margrave, For this, my lady, I am ready. Rudiger with all his vassals swore that he would ever serve her faithfully, and pledged his hand that the noble knights from Etzel's land would ne'er refuse her aught. Then the faithful lady thought, Sith I, wretched wife, have won so many friends, I'll let the people say whatso they choose. What if my dear husband's death might still be avenged? She thought, Sith Etzel hath so many men-at-arms, I can do whatso I will, and I command them. He is likewise so rich that I shall have wherewith to give. The baleful Hagen hath bereft me of my goods. To Rudiger she spake, Had I not heard that he were a Paynim, gladly would I go whithersoever he listed, and would take him to my husband. Then spake the Margrave, Lady, give over this speech. He hath so many knights of Christian faith, that ye'll ever be joyful at his court. What if ye bring it to pass that he should let himself be christened? Therefore may ye fain become King Etzel's wife. Then her brothers spake again, Now pledge your troth, dear sister, ye should now give over your sadness. They begged her till she sadly vowed before the heroes to become King Etzel's bride. She spake, I will obey you, I, poor queen, and fare to the Huns as soon as ever that may be, whenever I have friends who will take me to his land. Of this fair Kriemhild pledged her hand before the knights. Then spake the Margrave, If ye have 2 liege men, I have still more. 'Twill be the best that with worship we escort you across the Rhine. No longer, lady, shall ye tarry here in Burgundy. I have 500 vassals and kinsmen too. They shall serve you, lady, and do whatso ye bid, both here and there at home. I'll do by you the same whenever ye do mind me of the tale, and never feel ashamed. Now bid the housings for your horses be made ready. Rudiger's counsel will never irk you. And tell it to your maids whom ye would take along, for many a chosen knight will meet us on the road. She still had harness with which they rode afore in Siegfried's time, so that she might take with her many maidens now with worship, whenever she would hence. Ho, what good saddles they fetch for the comely dames! Albeit they had aye worn costly robes, many more were now made ready, for much had been told them of the king. They opened up the chests, which stood afore well locked. For 4½ days they were aught but idle. From the presses they brought forth the stores that lay therein. Kriemhild now began to open up her treasure rooms. She fain would make all Rudiger's liegemen rich. Of the gold from the Nibelung land she still had such store that 100 horses might not bear it. She weened her hand should deal it out among the Huns. This tale Hagen heard told of Kriemhild. He spake, Sith Kriemhild will not become my friend, so Siegfried's gold must stay behind. For why should I give to my foes such great store of goods? Well I wot what Kriemhild will do with this hoard. I can well believe, an she take it with her, that it will be doled out to call forth hate against me. Nor have they steeds enow to bear it hence. Hagen doth intend to keep it. Pray tell Kriemhild that. When that she heard this tale, it irked her sore. It was likewise told to all 3 kings. Fain would they have changed it, but as this did not hap, the noble Rudiger spake full blithely. Mighty queen, why mourn ye for the gold? King Etzel doth bear you such great love, that when his eyes do light upon you, such store he'll give you, that ye can never spend it all. This will I swear to you, my lady. Then spake the queen, Most noble Rudiger, never hath king's daughter gained such wealth as that of which Hagen hath bereft me. Then came her brother Gernot to the treasure chamber. By leave of the king, in the door he thrust the key. Kriemhild's gold was handed forth, 1,000 marks or more. He bade the strangers take it. Much this pleased King Gunther. Then spake Gotelinc's knight from Bechelaren, And had my lady Kriemhild all the hoard that was brought from the Nibelung land? Little of it would mine or the queen's hand touch. Now bid them keep it, for I will none of it. Forsooth, I brought from home such store of mine that we can lightly do without this on the road, for we be furnished for the journey in full lordly wise. Afore this, her maids had filled 12 chests at leisure with the very best of gold that anywhere might be. This they took with them, and great store of women's trinkets, which they should wear upon the road. Her thought too great the might of Hagen. Of her gold for offerings she had still 1,000 marks. For her dear husband's soul she dealt it out. This Rudiger thought was done in faithful love. Then spake the mournful lady, "Where be now my friends who for my sake would live in exile? Let those who would ride with me to the Hunnish land now take my treasure and purchase horses and trappings." Then spake the Margrave Eckewart to the Queen, "Since the day I first became your vassal, I have served you faithfully," spake the knight, "and I will do the same by you until mine end. I will take with me also 500 of my men and place them in your service right loyally. Naught shall ever part us save death alone." For this speech Kriemhild bowed her thanks. Forsooth she had full need. Men now led forth the palfreys, for they would ride away. Then many tears were shed by kinsfolk. Royal Uta and many a comely maiden showed that they were sad at Kriemhild's loss. 100 high-born maids she took with her hence, who were arrayed as well befit them. Then from bright eyes the tears fell down, but soon at Etzel's court they lived to see much joy. Then came Lord Giselher and Gernot too, with their fellowship, as their courtesy demanded. Fain would they escort their dear sister hence. Of their knights they took with them full 1,000 stately men. Then came Ortwin and the doughty Gera. Rumolt, the master of the kitchen, must needs be with them too. They purveyed them night quarters as far as the Danube's shore, but Gunther rode no further than a little from the town. Ere they fared hence from the Rhine, they had sent their messengers swiftly on ahead to the Hunnish land, who should tell the king that Rudiger had gained for him to wife the noble high-born queen. End of How King Etzel sent to Burgundy for Kriemhild.
Chapter 21 of The Nibelungenlied. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in May 2012. The Nibelungenlied, translated by Daniel B. Shumway. Chapter 21. How Kriemhild journeyed to the Huns. Let now the messengers ride. We will do you to wit how the queen journeyed through the lands, and where Giselher and Gernot parted from her. They had served her as their fealty bade them. Down to Wergen on the Danube they rode. Here they gan crave leave of the queen, for they would ride again to the Rhine. Without tears these faithful kinsmen might not part. Doughty Giselher spake then to his sister, "Whenever, lady, thou shouldst need me, when aught doth trouble thee, let me but know, and I will ride in thy service to Etzel's land." Those who were her kin she kissed upon the mouth. Lovingly they took their leave of Margrave Rudiger's men. The queen had with her many a fair-fashioned maid, full 104, that wore costly robes of rich, gay-coloured silks. Many broad shields were borne close by the ladies on the road, but many a lordly warrior turned then from her. They journeyed soon from thence down through Bavarian land. Here the tale was told that many unknown strangers had gathered there, where still a cloister standeth, and where the Inn floweth into the Danube. In the town of Passau, where lived the bishop, lodgings were soon emptied, and the prince's court as well, as they hurried forth to meet the strangers in the Bavarian land, where the bishop pilgrim found fair Kriemhild. The knights of the land were little loth when in her train they saw so many comely maids. With their eyes they courted the daughters of noble knights. Later, good lodgings were given the noble guests. With his niece the bishop rode toward Passau. When it was told the burghers of the town that Kriemhild was come, their princess sister's child, well was she greeted by the merchants. The bishop had the hope that they would stay. Then spake Sir Eckewart, "That may not be. We must fare further down to Rudiger's land. Many knights await us, for all wot well the news." Well wist fair Gotelind the tale. She tired her and her noble child with care. Rudiger had sent her word that it thought him good that she should cheer the mind of the queen by riding forth with his vassals to the ends for to meet her. When this message had been given, one saw on every side the roads alive. On foot and horse they hastened to meet their guests. Now was the queen come to Efferding. Enow there were from the Bavarian land who might perchance have done the guests much harm, had they robbed upon the roads, as was their wont. That had been forestalled by the lordly Margrave. He led 1,000 knights or more. Now Gotelind, the wife of Rudiger, was come. With her there rode many a noble knight in lordly wise. When they were come across the Traun, upon the plain by ends, one saw erected huts and tents, where the guests should have their lodgings for the night. Rudiger gave the vitae to his guests. Fair Gotelind left her lodgings far behind her. Along the road there trotted many a shapely palfrey with jingling bridle. Fair was the welcome, right well was Rudiger pleased. Among those who rode to meet them on the way, on either side, in praiseworthy wise, was many a knight. They practised chivalry, the which full many a maiden saw. Nor did the service of the knights mislike the queen. When that Rudiger's liegemen met the guests, many truncheons were seen to fly on high from the warriors' hands in knightly custom. As though for a prize they rode before the ladies there. This they soon gave over, and many warriors greeted each other in friendly wise. They then escorted fair Gotelind from thence to where she saw Kriemhild. Scant leisure had they who wot how to serve the ladies. The lord of Bechelaren rode now to his wife. Little it irked the noble Margravine that he was come so well and sound from the Rhine. In part her cares had given way to joy. When she had welcomed him, he bade her dismount with the ladies of her train upon the sword. Many a noble knight bestirred him and served the ladies with eager zeal. Then Kriemhild spied the Margravine standing with her Maine. No nearer she drew, but checked the palfrey with the bridle, and bade them lift her quickly from the saddle. Men saw the bishop with Eckert-Boulet lead his sister's child to Gotelind. All stood aside at once. Then the exiled queen kissed Gotelind upon the mouth. Full lovingly spake Rudiger's wife, "Now well is me, dear lady, that I have ever seen with my own eyes your charming self in these our lands. Naught liefer might hap to me in all these times." "Now God requite you," quoth Kriemhild, "most noble Gotelind. Shall I and Botelung's son remain alive and well, it may believe to you that ye have seen me here." Neither knew what must needs later hap. Many maidens went to meet each other in courtly wise. The warriors, too, were full ready with their service. After the greeting, they set them down upon the clover. With many they became acquaint, who were full strange to them aforetime. As it was now high noon, men bade pour out wine for the ladies. The noble Maine no longer tarried, but rode to where they found many broad pavilions. There ample service stood ready for the guests. That night they had repose till early on the morn. Those from Bechelaren made ready for to lodge the worthy guests. So well had Rudiger planned that little enow they lacked. The embrasures in the walls stood open, the castle at Bechelaren was opened wide. In rode the guests whom men were fain to see. The noble host bade purvey them proper easement. Most lovingly Rudiger's daughter with her Maine went to welcome the queen. There, too, stood her mother, the Margrave's wife. Many a high-born maid was greeted with delight. They took each other by the hand and hied them hence to a broad hall, fashioned full fair, under which the Danube flowed along. Towards the breeze they sate, and held great pastime. What more they did I cannot tell, save that Kriemhild's men-at-arms were heard to grumble that they fared so slowly on their way, for much it irked them. Ho, what good knights rode with them hence from Bechelaren! Rudiger offered them much loving service. The queen gave Gotelin's daughter 12 ruddy armlets, and raiment too, as good as any that she brought to Etzel's land. Although the Nibelung gold was taken from her, yet she did win the hearts of all that saw her with the little she still might have. Great gifts were given to the courtiers of the host. In turn, the Lady Gotelind offered the guests from the Rhine worship in such friendly wise that men found passing few of the strangers that did not wear her jewels or her lordly robes. When they had eaten and should depart, faithful service was proffered by the lady of the house to Etzel's bride. The fair young Margravine too was much caressed. To the queen she spake, "Whenso it thinketh you good, I know well that my dear father will gladly send me to you to the Hunnish land." How well Kriemhild marked that the maiden loved her truly. The steeds were harnessed and led before the castle of Bechelaren, and the noble queen took leave of Rudiger's wife and daughter. With a greeting many a fair maid parted too. Full seldom did they see each other since these days. From Medelick the folk bare in their hands many a rich cup of gold, in which they offered wine to the strangers on the highway. Thus they made them welcome. A host dwelt there, hight Astold, who showed them the road to the Austrian land, towards Mautan down the Danube. There the noble queen was later served full well. From his niece the bishop parted lovingly. How he counselled her that she should bear her well, and that she should purchase honour for herself, as Helka too had done. Ho, what great worship she later gained among the Huns! To the Treisem they escorted hence the guests. Rudiger's men purveyed them zealously, until the Huns came riding across the land. Then the queen became acquaint with mickle honour. Near the Treisem the king of the Hunnish land did have a mighty castle, hight Zeisenmauer, known far and wide. Lady Helka dwelt there aforetime, and used such great virtues that it might not lightly ever hap again, unless it be through Kriemhild. She wist so how to give, that after all her sorrow she had the joy that Etzel's liegemen gave her great worship, of which she later won great store among the heroes. Etzel's rule was known far and wide, so that all time one found at his court the boldest warriors of whom men ever heard, among Christian or among Paynim. They were all come with him. All time there were at his court, what may not so lightly hap again, Christian customs and also heathen faith. In whatsoever wise each lived, the bounty of the king bestowed on all enow. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of The Nibelungenlied. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in June 2012. The Nibelungenlied, translated by Daniel B. Shumway. Adventure 22. How Etzel made Kriemhild his bride. Until the 4th day she stayed at Zeisenmauer. The while the dust upon the highway never came to rest, but rose on every side as if it were burning, where King Etzel's liegemen rode through Austria. Then the king was told aright how royally Kriemhild fared through the lands. At thought of this his sorrows vanished. He hastened to where he found the lovely Kriemhild. Men saw ride before King Etzel on the road many bold knights of many tongues and many mighty troops of Christians and of Paynims. When they met the lady, they rode along in lordly wise. Of the Russians and the Greeks there rode there many a man. The right good steeds of the Poles and Wallachians were seen to gallop swiftly, as they rode with might and main. Each did show the customs of his land. From the land of Kiev there rode many a warrior and the savage Pecheneggers. With the bow they often shot at the birds which flew there. To the very head they drew the arrows on the bows. By the Danube there lieth in the Austrian land a town that men call Tulna. There she became acquaint with many a foreign custom, the which size she had never seen afore. She greeted their renown, who later came through her to grief. Before Etzel there rode a retinue, merry and noble, courtly and lusty, full 24 princes, mighty and of lofty birth. They would fain behold their lady, and craved naught more. Duke Ramung of Wallachia, with 700 vassals, galloped up before her, like flying birds men saw them ride. Then came Prince Gibek with lordly bands. The doughty Hornbog, with full 1,000 men, wheeled from the king away towards the queen. Loudly they shouted after the custom of their land. Madly too rode the kinsmen of the Huns. Then came brave Havard of Denmark, and the doughty Iring, free of guile was he, and Irnfried of Thuringia, a stately man. With 1,200 vassals whom they had in their band, they greeted Kriemhild, so that she had therefrom great worship. Then came Sir Blodel, King Etzel's brother, from the Hunnish land, with 3,000 men. In lordly wise he rode to where he found the queen. Then King Etzel came, and Sir Dietrich too, with all his fellowship. There stood many worshipful knights, noble, worthy, and good. At this Dame Kriemhild's spirits rose. Then Sir Rudeger spake to the queen, Lady, here will I receive the high-born king, whomso I bid you kiss, that must ye do. Forsooth ye may not greet alike King Etzel's men. From the palfrey they helped the royal queen alight. Etzel the mighty bode no more, but dismounted from his steed with many a valiant man. Joyfully men saw them go towards Kriemhild. 2 mighty princes, as we are told, walked by the lady and bore her train, when King Etzel went to meet her, where she greeted the noble lording with a kiss in gracious wise. She raised her veil, and from out the gold beamed forth her rosy hue. Many a man stood there who vowed that Lady Helka could not have been more fair than she. Close by stood also Blodel, the brother of the king. Him Rudeger, the mighty Margrave, bade her kiss, and King Gibek too. There also stood Sir Dietrich. 12 of the warriors the king's bride kissed. She greeted many knights in other ways. All the while that Etzel stood at Kriemhild's side, the youthful warriors did as people still are wont to do. One saw them riding many a royal joust. This Christian champions did, and Paynim too, according to their custom. In what right knightly wise the men of Dietrich made truncheons from the shafts fly through the air, high above the shields, from the hands of doughty knights. Many a buckler's edge was pierced through and through by the German strangers. Great crashing of breaking shafts was heard. All the warriors from the land were come, and the king's guests too, many a noble man. Then the mighty king betook him hence with Lady Kriemhild. Hard by them a royal tent was seen to stand. Around about the plain was filled with booths, where they should rest them after their toils. Many a comely maid was shown to her place thereunder by the knights, where she then sate with the queen on richly covered chairs. The Margrave had so well purveyed the seats for Kriemhild, that all found them passing good. At this King Etzel grew blithe of mood. What the king there spake I know not. In his right lay her snow-white hand, thus they sate in lovers' wise, since Rudiger would not let the king make love to Kriemhild secretly. Then one bade the tourney cease on every side. In courtly wise the great rout ended. Etzel's men betook them to the booths. Men gave them lodgings stretching far away on every side. The day had now an end. They lay at ease, till the bright morn was seen to dawn again. Then many a man betook him to the steeds. Ho, what pastimes they gan ply in honour of the king! Etzel bade the Huns purvey all with fitting honours. Then they rode from Tulna to the town of Vienna, where they found many a dame adorned. With great worship these greeted King Etzel's bride. There was ready for them in great plenty whatever they should have. Many a lusty hero rejoiced at prospect of the rout. The king's wedding feast commenced in merry wise. They began to lodge the guests, but quarters could not be found for all within the town. Rudiger therefore begged those that were not guests to take lodgings in the country round about. I ween men found all time by Lady Kriemhild, Sir Dietrich, and many another knight. Their rest they had given over for toil, that they might purvey the guests good cheer. Rudiger and his friends had pastime good. The wedding feast fell on a Whitsuntide, when King Etzel lay by Kriemhild in the town of Vienna. With her first husband, I trow, she did not win so many men for service. Through presents she made her known to those who had never seen her. Full many among them spake to the guests, "We weened that Lady Kriemhild had naught of goods. Now hath she wrought many wonders with her gifts." The feasting lasted 17 days. I trow men can no longer tell of any king whose wedding feast was greater. If so be, 'tis hidden from us. All that were present wore brand new garments. I ween she never dwelt before in Netherland with such retinue of knights. Though Siegfried was rich in goods, I trow, he never won so many noble men at arms as she saw stand for Etzel. Nor hath any ever given at his own wedding feast so many costly mantles, long and wide, nor such good clothes, of which all had here great store, given for Kriemhild's sake. Her friends and the strangers too were minded to spare no kind of goods. Whatever any craved, this they willingly gave, so that many of the knights through bounty stood bereft of clothes. Kriemhild thought of how she dwelt with her noble husband by the Rhine. Her eyes grew moist, but she hid it full well that none might see it. Great worship had been done her after many a grief. Whatever bounty any used, 'twas but a wind to that of Dietrich. What Botelung's son had given him was squandered quite. Rudiger's lavish hand did also many wonders. Prince Bledel of Hungary bade empty many travelling chests of their silver and their gold. All this was given away. The king's champions were seen to live right merrily. Werbel and Swemmel, the minstrels of the king, each gained at the wedding feast, I ween, full 1,000 marks, or even better, when fair Kriemhild sate crowned at Etzel's side. On the 18th morning they rode forth from Vienna. Many shields were pierced in tilting by spears, which the warriors bare in hand. Thus King Etzel came down to the Hunnish land. They spent the night at ancient Heimburg. No one might know the press of folk, or with what force they rode across the land. Ho, what fair women they found in Etzel's native land! At mighty Miesenburg they boarded ship. The water which men saw flowing there was covered with steeds and men as if it were solid earth. The way-worn ladies had their ease and rest. Many good ships were lashed together, that neither waves nor flood might do them harm. Upon them many a goodly tent was spread, as if they still had both land and plain. From thence tidings came to Etzelburg, at which both men and wives therein were glad. Helka's Maini, that aforetime waited on their mistress, passed many a happy day thereafter at Kriemhild's side. There many a noble maid stood waiting, who had great grief through Helka's death. Kriemhild found still 7 royal princesses there, through whom all Etzel's land was graced. For the Maini the high-born maiden Herad cared, the daughter of Helka's sisters, beseen with many courtly virtues, the betrothed of Dietrich, a royal child, King Nentwin's daughter. Much worship she later had. Blithe of heart she was at the coming of the guests, for this too mighty treasures were prepared. Who might tell the tale of how the king held court? Never had man lived better among the Huns with any queen. When that the king with his wife rode from the shore, the noble Kriemhild was told full well who each one was. She greeted them the better. Ho, how royally she ruled in Helka's stead! She became acquaint with much loyal service. Then the queen dealt out gold and vesture, silk and precious stones. Whatever she brought with her across the Rhine to Hungary must needs be given all away. All the king's kinsmen and all his liegemen then owned her service, so that Lady Helka never ruled so mightily as she, whom they now must serve till Kriemhild's death. The court and all the land lived in such high honours that all time men found the pastimes which each heart desired, through the favour of the king and his good queen. End of chapter 22.
Chapter 23 of the Nibelungenlied. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Imke Grassl. The Nibelungenlied, translated by Daniel B. Shumway. Chapter 23. How Kriemhild thought to avenge her wrongs. With great worship of a truth they lived together until the 7th year. In this time the queen was delivered of a son, at which King Etzel could not have been more joyful. She would not turn back until she brought it to pass that Etzel's child was christened after the Christian rite. Men named it Ortlieb. At this great joy arose over all of Etzel's lands. Whatever courtly breeding Lady Helka had possessed, Dame Kriemhild practised this full many a day. Herad, the exiled maid, who in secret grieved full sore for Helka, taught her the customs. Well was she known to the strangers and the home folk. They vowed that never had a kingdom had a better or more bounteous queen. This they held for true. She bare this praise among the Huns until the 13th year. Now wot ye well that none would thwart her, as royal men-at-arms still do to a prince's wife, and that at all time she saw 12 kings stand before her. Over many a wrong she brooded that happed to her at home. She thought likewise on the many honours in the Nibelungenland which she had there enjoyed, and of which Hagen's hand had quite bereft her at Siegfried's death, and if perchance she might not make him suffer for his deed. That would hap if I might but bring him to this land. She dreamed that Giselher, her brother, walked often with her hand in hand. Always she kissed him in her gentle slumber. Later suffering came to both. I ween the foul fiend did counsel Kriemhild this, that she withdrew her friendship from Giselher, whom for forgiveness' sake she had kissed in the Burgundian land. At this hot tears again gan soil her robe. Early and late it lay within her heart, how without fault of hers they had made her wed a heathen man. Hagen and Gunther had brought her to this pass. This wish she seldom gave over in her heart. She thought, I am so mighty and have such great wealth, that I can do my foes an injury yet. Full ready would I be for this towards Hagen of Tronic. My heart doth often yearn for my faithful king. Might I be with those who did me wrong, my lover's death would well be avenged. Scarce can I abide this, spake Etzel's wife. All the king's men, Kriemhild's warriors, bear her love in duty bound. Of the chamber Eckert had charge, which won him friends. None might gainsay Dame Kriemhild's will. All time she thought, I will beg the king that in kindly wise may grant me to bring my kinsman to the Hunnish land. None marked the evil purpose of the queen. One night when she lay by the king, and he did hold her in his arms, as he was wont to love the noble dame, who was dear to him as life, the high-born lady thought her of her foes. To the king she spake, Dear my lord, I would fain beseech you by your grace that you would show me that ye did love my kinsfolk. I have earned the favour. Then spake the king, true was his heart. I'll give you to know, however well the knights may fare. I may well have joy of this, for never have I won better kin through woman's love. Again the queen spake, It hath been well told you, that I have high-born kin, therefore do I grieve that they so seldom reck to see me here. I hear the folk aver that I be banished. Then spake King Etzel, Dear lady mine, and it think you not too far, I bid hither to my lands from across the Rhine, whomso ye be fain to see. The lady joyed her when she heard his will. She spake, Would ye show me your faith, my lord, then send envoys to Worms across the Rhine, through whom I may tell my kinsfolk what I have in mind. Thus there will come hither to our land many a noble knight and a good. He answered, It shall happen so ye bid. Ye might not be more glad to see your kin than I to see the sons of the noble Uta. It doth irk me sore that they have been strangers to us so long a time. If it please you, dear lady mine, I would fain send my minstrels for your kinsmen to the Burgundian land. He bade the good minstrels be fetched straightway. Quickly they hasted to where the king sate by the queen. He told the twain they should be envoys to the Burgundian land, and bade full lordly weeds be made ready for them. Clothing was prepared for 24 warriors, and the message was told them by the king, how they should bid Gunther and his liegemen hither. Kriemhild the queen talked with them apart. Then spake the mighty king, I'll tell you what to say. I offer to my kin my love and service, that it may please them to ride hither to my land. But few such welcome guests have I known, and if they perchance will fulfil my wish, tell Kriemhild's kinsmen that they must not fail to come this summer to my feast, for much of my joy doth lie upon the kinsman of my wife. Then spake the minstrel, the proud Svemmel, When shall your feasting be in these lands, that I may tell it yonder to your kin? King Etzel answered, On next Midsummer's day. We'll do as ye command, spake then Verbal. The queen bade them to be brought secretly unto her bower, where she then talked with the envoys. From this but little joy happed to many a knight. To the 2 messengers she spake, Now earn ye mickle goods in that ye do my pleasure full willingly, and give the message which I send to my native land. I'll make you rich in goods and give you the lordly robes. And if ye see any of my kind at Worms upon the Rhine, ye must not tell them that ye ever saw me sad of heart. Tender my service to the heroes brave and good. Beg that they do as the king doth bid, and thus part me from all my grief. The Huns ween I be without kith and kin. Were I a knight, I'd visit them myself at times, and say to Gernot too, the noble brother of mine, that none in the world doth love him more. Beg him to bring with him to this land our best of friends, that it may be to our honour. Say also to Giselher that he remember well I never gained grief through fault of his. Therefore would mine eyes fain stew him. For his great loyalty I would gladly have him here. Tell my mother also of the honours which I have, and if Hagen of Tronic be minded to stay at home, who then should lead them through the lands? From a child he knoweth the roads of Hungary. The envoys wist not why it was done that they should not let Hagen of Tronic stay upon the Rhine. Later it repented them full sore. With him many a knight was doomed to a savage death. Letters and messages had now been given them. They rode forth rich and good, and well could lead a sumptuous life. Of Etzel and his fair wife they took their leave, their persons adorned full well with goodly weeds. End of chapter 23. Recording by Imke Grassl.
Chapter 24 of the Nibelungenlied. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Asterix. The Nibelungenlied, translated by Daniel B. Shumway. Chapter 24. How Verbal and Svemmel brought the message. When that Etzel had sent his envoys to the Rhine, these tidings flew from land to land. Through full speedy messengers he begged and bade to his high feasting. From this many a one met there his death. The envoys rode away from the Hunnish land to Burgundy. They were sent thither for 3 noble kings and for their men, that these should come to Etzel. Therefore all gan haste. To Bechelaren they came a-riding, where served them gladly. Rudiger and Gotelind, and the child of them twain, delayed not to send their service through the envoys to the Rhine. Nor did they let them part hence without gifts, that Etzel's men might fare the better. To Uta and her sons Rudiger sent word that they had no more loyal Margrave than he. To Brunhild also they tendered service and good wishes, constant fealty, and a loving mind. When they heard the speech that the envoys would ride, the Margravine begged God in heaven to keep them well. Before the messengers were quite come through Bavarian land, the doughty Verbal sought out the good Bishop Pilgrim. What word he sent to his kin upon the Rhine, that I know not. But naught but ruddy gold he gave the messengers, for love, and let them ride. Then spake the bishop, And might I see them here, my sister's sons, I should be blithe of mood, for full seldom can I come to them upon the Rhine. What roads they travelled to the Rhine I cannot tell. None robbed them of their silver and their weeds. Men feared their master's wrath. Certes, the noble high-born king was a mighty lord. Within a 12th night, Verbal and Svemmel came to the Rhine, to the land of Worms. To the kings and their liegemen tidings were told that there came strange messengers. Gunther, the lord of the Rhineland, gan ask, Who will do us to wit from whence these strangers ride into our land? This none wist, till Hagen of Tronic saw them, who then spake to Gunther. New tidings be come to us, as I will vouch, for I have seen King Etzel's minstrels here. Them your sister hath sent to the Rhine, for their master's sake we must give them a kindly welcome. Already they were riding up before the palace. Never did a prince's minstrels journey in more lordly wise. Straightway the king's myney bade them welcome. Men gave them lodgings, and bade take in charge their trappings. Their travelling clothes were rich, and so well fashioned that with honour they might come before the king. But they would not wear them longer there at court, and asked if there were any that desired them. At the selfsame moment folk were found who fain would take them, and to these they were sent. Then the strangers donned far better weeds, such as well befitted king's messengers for to wear. Then Etzel's retainers went by leave to where the king was sitting. Men saw this gladly. Hagen sprang courteously towards the messengers, and greeted them in loving wise. For this the squires did say him thanks. That he might know their tidings, he gan ask how Etzel fared and all his men. Then spake the minstrel, Never did the land stand better, nor were the folk more merry. Now know that of a truth. To the host they went. The hall was full. There men received the guests as one must do by right, when kindly greetings be sent to the lands of other kings. Verbal found full many warriors there at Gunther's side. In courteous wise the king gan greet them. Ye minstrels of the Huns, and all your fellowship, be ye welcome. Hath the mighty Etzel sent you hither to the Burgundian land? To the king they bowed. Then spake Verbal, My dear lord, and also Kriemhild, your sister, do send you loyal service to this land. They have sent us to unite in all good faith. Spake the mighty prince, Merry am I at this tale. How fareth Etzel? So asked the knight, and Kriemhild, my sister of the Hunnish land. Quoth the minstrel, This tale I'll tell you. Ye should know that never have folk fared better than the twain, and all their followers, their kinsmen, and their vassals. They joyed them of the journey as we departed hence. Gramercy for his greetings which he hath sent me, and for those of my sister, sith it standeth so that the king and his men live thus in happiness, for I did ask the news in fear and trembling. The two young princes were now also come, for they had but just heard the tale. For the sake of his sister, Giselher the youth, was fain to see the envoys. He spake to them in loving wise, Ye messengers, be very welcome to us. An ye would ride more often hither to the Rhine, ye would find friends here, whom ye would be glad to see. Little of harm shall hap you in this land. We trust you in all honour, spake then Svemel. I could not convey to you with all my wits how lovingly King Etzel and your noble sister, who live in such great worship, have sent their greetings. The queen doth mind you of your love and fealty, and that your heart and mind did ever hold her dear. But first and foremost we be sent to the king, that ye may deign to ride to Etzel's land. The mighty Etzel enjoined us strictly to beg you this, and sent the message to ye all, that if ye would not let your sister see you, he fain would know what he had done you, that ye be so strange to him and to his lands. An ye had never known the queen, yet would he fain bring it to pass that consent to come and see him. It would please him well, if that might hap. Then spake King Gunther, In a sennight I will tell you the tale of what I have bethought me with my friends. Meanwhile hie you to your lodgings and rest you well. Quoth Verbal again, And could that be that we might see my lady the royal Uta afore we take our easement? The noble Giselher spake them full courteously, None shall hinder that. An ye would go before her, ye will do in full my mother's wish, for she will gladly see you for my sister's sake, the lady Kriemhild. She will make you welcome. Giselher led them to where they found the queen. Gladly she gazed upon the envoys from the Hunnish land. Through her courtesy she gave them gentle greeting. The good and courtly messengers then told their tale. My lady offereth you of a truth, so spake Svemel, her love and duty. Might that be that she could see you oft, ye may well believe she had no better joy in all the world. Then spake the queen, That may not be. However gladly I would often see the dear daughter of mine, yet doth the wife of the noble king live, alas, too far from me. May she and Etzel be ever blessed. Pray let me know before ye leave when ye would hence again. Not in a long time have I seen messengers so gladly as I have you. The squires vowed that this should hap. Those from the Hunnish land now rode to their lodgings. Meanwhile the mighty king had sent to fetch his friends. The noble Gunther asked his liegemen how they liked the speech. Many a one gan say that the king well might ride to Etzel's land. The very best among them advised him this, save Hagen alone, him misliked it sore. Privily he spake to the king, Ye fight against yourself. Ye know full well what we have done. We may well be ever on our guard with Kriemhild, for with mine own hand I slew her husband to death. How durst we ride to Etzel's land? Then spake the mighty king, My sister gave over her wrath. With a kiss she lovingly forgave what we had done her, or ever she rode away. Unless be that the feud doth stand against you alone. Quoth Hagen, now let the messengers from the Huns beguile you not, whatsoever they say. Would ye visit Kriemhild, easily may ye lose there both life and honour. Full long of vengeance is King Etzel's wife. Then spake Prince Gernot to the council, why should we give it over because ye rightly fear death in the Hunnish lands? It were an ill deed not to go to see our sister. Then spake Prince Giselher to the knight, sith ye know you to be guilty, friend Hagen, ye should stay at home and guard you well, and let those who dare ride with us to my sister. At this the knight of Tronic grew wroth of mood. I will not that ye take any with you on the way who durst better ride to court than I. Sith ye will not turn you, I will well show you that. Then spake the master of the kitchen, Rumolt the knight, ye can well have the strangers and the home folk cared for here after your own desire, for ye have full store of goods. I ween Hagen hath never given you for a hostage, but if ye will not follow him, Rumolt adviseth you, for I be bound to you in fealty and duty, that for my sake ye abide here, and leave King Etzel there with Kriemhild. How might it fare more gently with you in all the world? Ye be well able to stand before your foes, so deck your body out with brave attire, drink the best of wine, and pay court to stately ladies. There too ye be served with the best of food that ever king did gain in the world. And were this not so, yet should ye tarry here for your fair wife's sake, before ye risk your life so childishly. Wherefore I do counsel you to stay at home. Your lands be rich, and one can redeem his pledges better at home than among the Huns. Who knoweth how it standeth there? Ye should stay at home, sire. That is Rumolt's counsel. We will not stay, quoth Gernot. Sith my sister and the mighty Etzel have bidden us in such friendly wise, why should we not accept? He that liketh not to go may stay at home. To this Hagen answered, take not my speech amiss, however ye may fare. In all truth I counsel you, would ye guard your lives, then ride to the Huns well armed. Sith ye will not turn you, send for your men-at-arms, the best ye have or can find in any part. From among them all I'll choose 1,000 doughty knights. Then Kriemhild's evil mood can bring you naught of harm. This rede I'll gladly follow, spake straightway the king. He then bade messengers ride far and wide throughout his lands. 3,000 champions or more they fetched. Little they weened to gain such grievous woe. Full merrily they rode to Gunther's court. Men bade, give all that were to ride forth from Burgundy, both steeds and trappings. The king gained full many a one with willing mood. Then Hagen of Tronic bade his brother Dankwart lead 80 of their warriors to the Rhine. In knightly guise they came. These doughty men took with them harness and trappings into Gunther's land. Then came bold Folker, a noble minstrel he, with 30 of his men for the journey to Kriemhild's court. They had clothing such as a king might wear. Gunther bade make known he would to the Hunnish land. I'll do you now to wit who Folker was. He was a noble lord, the liege of many doughty knights in Burgundy. A minstrel he was called, for that he wist how to fiddle. Hagen chose 1,000 whom he well knew. Oft had he seen what their hands had wrought in press of battle, or in whatever else they did. None might aver aught else of them than doughtiness. The tarrying irked Kriemhild's envoys sore, for great was their fear of their lord. Daily they craved leave to go. This Hagen would not grant through craftiness. To his master he spake, We should well guard against letting them ride away until we ourselves fare forth a se'night later to Etzel's land. If any beareth us ill will, the better shall we wot it. Nor may Lady Kriemhild then make ready that through any plan of hers men do us harm. And this be her will, she'll fare full ill, for many a chosen liegeman had we hence. Shields and saddles, and all the garments that they would take with them to Etzel's land, were now full ready for many a brave man-at-arms. Now men bade Kriemhild's messengers go before King Gunther. When they were come, Gernot spake. The king will do as Etzel asked us. We will gladly come to his high feast to see our sister. Be no more in doubt of that. Then King Gunther spake. Wist ye how to tell us when this feast shall be, or in what time we should go thither? Svemel replied, Of a truth it shall be on next Midsummer's Day. The king gave them leave, this had not happed as yet, if they would fain see Lady Brunhild, to go before her with his free will. This Folker hindered, which pleased her much. Forsooth, my Lady Brunhild is not so well of mood that ye may see her, spake the good knight. Bide the morrow, and men will let you see her. When they weened to gaze upon her, it might not hap. Then the mighty prince, who liked the envoys well, through his own courtesy, bade his gold be carried forth on the broad shields of which he had great store. Rich gifts were also given them by his kinsmen, Giselher and Gernot, Gere and Ortwin. Well they showed that they were generous too. They offered the messengers such rich gifts that for fear of their lord they durst not take them. Now spake the envoy Verbal to the king. Sir king, let your gifts stay here at home. We may carry none away. Our lord forbade that we take aught of gifts. Then too there is but little need. Then the ruler of the Rhine waxed wroth that they should thus refuse the gifts of so mighty a king. At last they were forced to take his gold and weeds, the which they later bare to Etzel's land. They would fain see the Lady Uta, or ever they departed hence, so the doughty Giselher brought the minstrels before his mother Uta. The lady sent the message that whatever honours her daughter had, this gave her joy. Then the queen bade give the minstrels of her edgings and her gold, for the sake of King Etzel and Kriemhild, whom she loved. Gladly they took the gifts, in good faith 'twas done. The messengers had now taken their leave from thence, from wives and men. Merrily they rode away to Swabia. Thither Gernot bade his knights escort them, that none might do them harm. When they parted from those who should have them in their care, Etzel's power did guard them on all their ways, so that none bereft them of either horse or trappings. With great speed they hasted towards Etzel's land. To all the friends they wot of, they made known that in a short time the Burgundians would come hither from the Rhine to the Hunnish land. To the bishop pilgrim too the tale was told. As they rode adown the highway before Bechelaren, men delayed not to tell Rudiger and Gotelind, the Margrave's wife. Merry she grew that she should see them. Men saw the minstrels hasting with the tidings. They found King Etzel in the town of Gran. Greeting after greeting they gave the king, of which full many had been sent him. He blushed for very joy. Happy of mood was the queen when she heard the tale aright that her brothers should come into the land. She gave the minstrels great gifts as meed. This was done for honour's sake. She spake. Now tell me, both of you, Verbal and Svemel, which of my kin are minded to be at the feast? Will the best of those we bade come hither to this land? Pray tell me what Hagen said when he heard the tale. The minstrel answered, he came on a morning early to the council, and but little of fair speech he spake thereby. When they pledged the journey hither to the Hunnish lands, that was as words of death to the wrathful Hagen. Your brothers, the 3 kings, will come in lordly mood. Whoever else may come, this tale I know not of a surety. The brave minstrel Folker vowed to ride along. Little do I reck, spake the queen, whether I ever see Folker here. Of Hagen I be fond, he is a doughty hero. My spirits stand high that we may see him here. Then the queen went to where she saw the king. How lovingly Dame Kriemhild spake. How like you these tales, dear my lord? What I have ever craved shall now be brought to pass. Thy wish is my joy, spake then the king. Never have I been so blithe of mine own kin, when they should come hither to my lands. Through the kindness of thy kinsman my care hath fled away. King Etzel's officers bade everywhere palace and hall be purveyed with benches for the guests which were to come. Thereafter the king heard from them mickle weeping. End of chapter 24. The Nibelungenlied, chapter 25. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Asterix. The Nibelungenlied, translated by Daniel B. Shumway. Adventure number 25. How the Lords all journeyed to the Huns. Now let us leave the tale of how they lived at Etzel's court. More high-mettled warriors never rode in such lordly wise to the land of any king. They had whatever they listed, both of weapons and of weeds. The ruler of the Rhineland clad his men, 1,060 knights, as I have heard, and 9,000 footmen, for the courtly feast. Those they left at home bewailed it in after-time. The trappings were now borne across the court at Worms. Then spake an aged bishop from Speyer to fair Uta. Our friends would journey to the feasting. May God preserve their honour there. The noble lady Uta then spake to her sons. Pray tarry here, good knights. Me dreamed last night of direst woe, how all the fowls in this land lay dead. Who recketh aught of dreams, quoth Hagen, he wotteth not how to say the proper words, when 'twould bring him great store of honours. I wish that my lord go to court to take his leave. We must gladly ride to Etzel's land. The arms of doughty heroes may serve kings there full well, where we shall behold Kriemhild's feast. Hagen counselled the journey, but later it rued him sore. He would have advised against it, but that Gernot encountered him with such rude words. Of Siegfried, Lady Kriemhild's husband, he minded him. He spake. Because of him, Hagen will not make the journey to the court. At this Hagen of Tronic spake. I do it not from fear. Heroes, when it please you, begin the work. Certes, I will gladly ride with you to Etzel's land. Later he carved to pieces many a helm and shield. The skiffs were now made ready. Many a knight stood there. Thither men bare whatever clothes they had. Busy they were until the eventide, then full merrily they set forth from home. Tents and pavilions were raised upon the green beyond the Rhine. When this had happed, the king bade his fair wife tarry with him. That night she still embraced her stately knight. Trumpeting and fluting rose early on the morn, as sign that they should ride. Then to the work they went. Whoso held in his arms his love caressed the fair. Later King Etzel's wife parted them with woe. Fair Uta's sons, they had a liegeman, brave and true. When they would hence, he spake to the king in secret wise his mind. Quoth he, I must bewail that ye make this journey to the court. He was hight Rumolt, and was a hero of his hands. He spake, to whom will ye leave your folk and lands? Oh, that none can turn you warriors from your mind. These tidings from Kriemhild have never thought me good. Be the land and my little child too commended to thy care. Serve well the ladies, that is my wish. Comfort any thou dost see in tears. Certes, King Etzel's bride will never do us harm." The steeds were now ready for the kings and their men. Many a one who lived there, high of spirit, parted thence with loving kisses. This many a stately dame must later needs bewail. When the doughty knights were seen to go toward the steeds, men spied full many ladies standing sadly there. Their hearts did tell them that this long parting boded them great harm. This doth never ease the heart. The doughty Burgundians started on their way. Then in the land a mighty turmoil rose. On either side of the mountains there wept both men and wives. But however the folk might bear them, the knights jogged merrily along. With them rode the men of Nibelung, 1,000 hauberks strong, who had left many comely dames at home, whom they never saw again. Siegfried's wounds gave Kriemhild pain. Gunther's liegemen now wended their way towards the river Main, up through eastern Frankland. Thither Hagen led them, for well he wot the way. Dankwart was their marshal, the hero from Burgundian land. As they rode away from the eastern Frankland towards Swanfield, men could tell the princes and their kin, the worshipful knights, by their lordly bearing. On the 12th morning the king came to the Danube. Hagen of Tronic rode foremost of them all, giving to the Nibelungs helpful cheer. On the sandy shore the bold knight dismounted, and bound his steed full soon to a tree. The river was swollen, the skiffs hidden away. Great fear the Nibelungs had as to how they might come across, for the stream was much too broad. Full many a lusty knight alighted on the ground. "Ill may it lightly hap with thee here," quoth Hagen, "O ruler of the Rhine. Now mayst thou thyself see the river is swollen, its flood is mighty. Certes, I ween we shall lose here many a worthy knight today." "Why dost thou rebuke me, Hagen?" spake the lordly king. "For thine own prowess' sake discomfit me no more, but seek us the ford across to the other bank, that we may take hence both steeds and trappings." "Forsooth," quoth Hagen, "I be not so weary of life that I would drown me in these broad waves. Sooner shall men die by my hands in Etzel's lands. That will I well. Stay by the water's side, ye proud knights and good, and I will seek the ferryman myself along the stream who shall ferry us across to Gelfrat's land." Then the stalwart Hagen seized his good shield. Well was he armed. The shield he bare along, his helmet bound upon his head. Bright enow it was. Above his breastplate he bare a sword so broad that most fiercely it cut on either edge. To and fro he sought the ferryman. He heard the splash of water and began to listen. In a fair spring wise women were bathing for to cool them off. Now Hagen spied them and crept toward them stealthily. When they grew aware of this, they hurried fast to escape him. Glad enow they were of this. The hero took their clothes, but did them naught else of harm. Then spake one of the mermaids, Hadburg she was called. "Sir Knight Hagen, we'll do you here to wit, an ye give us our weeds again, bold knight, how ye will fare upon this journey to the Hunnish court." Like birds they floated before him on the flood. Therefore him thought their senses strong and good. He believed the more what they would tell him. Well they answered what he craved of them. Hadburg spake again, "Ye may safely ride to Etzel's land. I'll stake my troth at once as pledge that heroes never rode better to any realm for such great honors. Now believe that in truth." In his heart Hagen was joyous at this rede. He gave them back their clothes and no longer tarried. As they donned their strange attire, they told him rightly of the journey to Etzel's land. The other mermaid spake, Siegelind she hight. I will warn thee, Hagen, son of Aldrian, for the sake of her weeds mine aunt hath lied to thee. An thou comest to the Huns, thou wilt be sore deceived. Time is that thou shouldst turn again, for ye heroes be bidden that ye may die in Etzel's land. Whose rideth hither hath taken death by the hand. Answered Hagen, Ye deceive us needlessly. How might it come to pass that we should all die there through anybody's hate? Then 'gan they tell him the tale still more knowingly. The same one spake again, It must needs be that none of you shall live save the king's chaplain. This we know full well. He will come again safe and sound to Gunther's land. Then spake bold Hagen, fierce of mood, It were not well to tell my lords that we should all lose our lives among the Huns. Now show us over the stream, thou wisest of all wives. She answered, Sith ye will not turn you from the journey, up yonder where an inn doth stand by the water side, there is a ferryman, and elsewhere none. At once he ceased to ask for further tidings. After the angry warrior she called, Pray bide a time, Sir Hagen. Forsooth ye are too much in haste. List further to the tale of how ye may cross to the other bank. The lord of these marches beareth the name of Else. His brother is hight Knight Gelfrat, a lord in the Bavarian land. 'Twill go hard with you an ye will cross his land. Ye must guard you well and deal full wisely with the ferryman. So grim of mood is he that he'll not let you live unless be that ye have your wits about you with the night. An ye will that he guide you, then give him his meed. He guardeth this land and is liegeman unto Gelfrat. And cometh he not betimes, so call across the flood and say ye hight Amalrich. He was a doughty here that, because of a feud, did void this land. The ferryman will come when he heareth this name. Haughty Hagen bowed then to the dames. He spake no more, but held his peace. Then by the river he hied him higher up upon the sandy shore to where he found an inn upon the other bank. Loudly he began to call across the flood. Now come and fetch me, ferryman, quoth the good knight, and I will give thee as meed an arm ring of ruddy gold. Know that of this passage I have great need in truth. So noble was the ferryman that it behooved him not to serve. Therefore he full seldom took wage of any wight. His squires too were full lofty of mood. All this time Hagen still stood alone this side of the flood. He called with might and main, that all the water rang, for mickle and great was the hero's strength. Now fetch me, I am Amalrich, Else's liegeman, that because of a great feud did void these lands. High upon his spear he offered him an armband, bright and fair it was, of ruddy gold, that one should ferry him over to Gelfrat's land. The haughty ferryman, the which was newly wed himself, did take the oar in hand, as he would earn Hagen's gold so red. Therefore he died the sword-grim death at the hands of the knight. The greed for great goods doth give an evil end. Speedily the boatman rowed across to the sandy bank. When he found no trace of him whose name he heard, wroth he grew in earnest. When he spied Hagen, with fierce rage he spake to the hero, Ye may perchance hight Amalrich, but ye are not like him whom I weened here. By father and by mother he was my brother. Sith ye have bewrayed me, ye may stay on this hither shore. No, by the mighty God, spake then Hagen, I am a stranger knight, and have warriors in my care. Now take ye kindly my meed today, and ferry me over. I am in truth your friend. The ferryman replied, This may not be. My dear lords have foes, wherefore I never ferry strangers to this land. If ye love your life, step out quickly on the sand. Now do it not, spake Hagen. Sad is my mind. Take this good gold from me as a token of my love, and ferry us across. 1,000 horse and just as many men." The grim boatman answered, "'Twill ne'er be done." He raised a mighty rudder oar, mickle and broad, and struck at Hagen. Full wroth he grew at this, so that he fell upon his knees in the boat. The Lord of Tronic had never met so fierce a ferryman. Still more the boatman would vex the haughty stranger. He smote with an oar so that it quite to broke over Hagen's head. A man of might was he. From this the ferrymen of Elze took great harm. Hagen, fierce of mood, seized straightway his sheath wherein he found his sword. His head he struck off and cast it on the ground. Eftsoon these tidings were made known to the proud Burgundians. At the very moment that he slew the boatman, the skiff gan drifting down the stream. Enow that irked him. Weary he grew before he brought it back. King Gunther's liegeman pulled with might and main. With passing swift strokes the stranger turned it, until the sturdy oar snapped in his hand. He would hence to the knights out upon the shore. None other oar he had. Ho, how quickly he bound it with a shield strap, a narrow band! Towards a wood he floated down the stream, where he found his sovereign standing by the shore. Many a stately man went down to meet him. The doughty knights and good received him with a kindly greeting. When they beheld in the skiff the blood reeking from a gaping wound which he had dealt the ferryman, Hagen was plied enow with questions by the knights. When that King Gunther spied the hot blood swirling in the skiff, how quickly he spake. "Wherefore tell ye me not, Hagen, whither the ferryman be come? I ween your prowess hath bereft him of his life." At this he answered craftily, "When I found the skiff hard by a willow tree, I loosed it with my hand. I have seen no ferryman here to-day, nor hath harm happed to any one through fault of mine." Then spake Sir Gernot of Burgundy, "I must needs fear the death of dear friends to-day. Sith we have no boatman here at hand, how shall we come over? Therefore I must perforce stand sad." Loudly then called Hagen, "Ye footmen, lay the trappings down upon the grass. I bethink me that once I was the very best of boatmen that one might find along the Rhine. I trow to bring you all safe across to Gelfrat's land." They struck the horses that these might the sooner come across the flood. Passing well they swam, for the mighty waves bereft them of not a one. Some few drifted far adown the stream, as did befit their weariness. Then the knights bare to the skiff their gold and weeds. Sith there was no help for the crossing, Hagen played the steersman, and so he ferried full many mighty warriors over to the sandy shore, into the unknown land. First he took across 1,000 noble knights, then his own men-at-arms. Still there were more to come. 9,000 footmen he ferried over to the land. Aught but idle was Hagen's hand that day. When he had carried them all safe across the flood, the doughty knight and good bethought him of the strange tales which the wild mermaids had told him afore. For this cause the king's chaplain near lost his life. He found the priest close by the chapel luggage, leaning with his hand upon the relics. Little might that boot him. When Hagen spied him, ill fared it with the hapless priest. He threw him from the skiff in haste. Enow of them called out, "Hold on, Sir Hagen, hold!" Giselher the youth gan rage, but Hagen let none come between. Then spake Sir Gernot of Burgundy, "What availeth you now, Hagen? The chaplain's death? Had another done the deed, 'twould have irked you sore. For what cause have ye sworn enmity to the priest?" The clerk now tried to swim with might and main, for he would fain save his life, if perchance any there would help him. That might not be, for the stalwart Hagen was wroth of mood. He thrust him to the bottom, the which thought no one good. When the poor priest saw naught of help, he turned him back again. Sore was he discomfited. But though he could not swim, yet did God's hand help him, so that he came safe and sound to the land again. There the poor clerk stood and shook his robe. Hagen marked thereby that naught might avail against the tidings which the wild mermaids told him. Him thought, these knights must lose their lives. When the liegemen of the three kings unloaded the skiff, and had borne all away which they had upon it, Hagen brake it to pieces, and threw it in the flood, at which the bold knights and good did marvel much. "Wherefore do ye that, brother?" quoth Dankwart. "How shall we come over when we ride homeward from the Huns, back to the Rhine?" Later Hagen told him that might not be. The hero of Tröneg spake, "I do it in the hope that if we have a coward on this journey, who through faint-heartedness would run away, that in this stream he may die a shameful death." They had with them from Burgundy land a hero of his hands, the which was named Folker. Wisely he spake all his mind. Whatever Hagen did, it thought the fiddler good. Their steeds were now ready, the sumpters laden well. On the journey they had taken no harm that irked them, save the king's chaplain alone. He must needs wander back on foot to the Rhine again. End of How the Lords all journeyed to the Huns. Chapter 26 of the Nibelungenlied. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Asterix. The Nibelungenlied, translated by Daniel B. Shumway. Chapter 26. How Gelfrat was slain by Dankwart. Now when all were come upon the shore, the king gan ask, "Who will show us the right roads through this land, that we go not astray?" Then the sturdy Folker spake, "For this I alone will have a care." "Now hold," quoth Hagen, both knight and squire, "certes, me thinketh right that we should heed our friends. With full monstrous tales I'll make you acquaint. We shall never come again to the Burgundian land. 2 mermaids told me early in the morning that we should not come back again. I will now counsel you what ye do. Ye must arm you, ye heroes, for we have mighty foes. Ye must guard you well and ride in warlike guise." I thought to catch these mermaids in a lie. They swore that none of us would come home safe and sound, save the chaplain alone. Therefore would I fain have drowned him today. These tidings flew from band to band, and valiant heroes grew pale from woe, as they began to fear a gruesome death on this journey to Etzel's court. Forsooth, they had great need. When they had crossed at Möring, where Elze's ferryman had lost his life, Hagen spake again. "Sith I have gained me foes upon the way, we shall surely be encountered. I slew this same ferryman early on the morn today. Well they wot the tale. Now lay on boldly, so that it may go hard with Gelfrat and Elze, should they match our fellowship here today. I know them to be so bold that 'twill not be left undone. Let the steeds jog on more gently, that none ween we be a-fleeing on the road." "This counsel I will gladly follow," quoth Giselher the knight. "But who shall guide the fellowship across the land?" They answered, "This let Folker do. The valiant minstrel knoweth both road and path." Ere the wish was fully spoken, men saw the doughty fiddler standing there well armed. On his head he bound his helmet, of lordly colour was his fighting gear. On his spear shaft he tied a token, the which was red. Later with the kings he fell into direst need. Trustworthy tidings of the ferryman's death were now come to Gelfrat's ears. The mighty Elze had also heard the tale. Loath it was to both. They sent to fetch their heroes, who soon stood ready. In a passing short time, as I'll let you hear, one saw riding towards them those who had wrought scathe and monstrous wounds in mighty battles. Full 700 or more were come to Gelfrat. When they began to ride after their savage foes, their lords did lead them, of a truth. A deal too strong they hasted after the valiant strangers. They would avenge their wrath. Therefore many of the lording's friends were later lost. Hagen of Tronic had well planned it. How might a hero ever guard his kinsmen better? That he had in charge the rear guard with his liegemen and his brother Dankwart. This was wisely done. The day had passed away, the night was come. For his friends he feared both harm and woe, as beneath their shields they rode through the Bavarian land. A short time thereafter the heroes were assailed. On either side of the highway and in the rear hard by they heard the beat of hoofs. Their foes pressed on too hard. Then spake bold Dankwart. They purpose to attack us here. So bind on your helmets, for that be well to do. They stayed their journey as though it must needs be. In the gloom they spied the gleam of shining shields. Hagen would no longer keep his peace. He called, "Who chaseth us upon the highway?" To this Gelfrat must needs give answer. Quoth the Margrave of Bavaria, "We seek our foes and have galloped on behind you. I know not who slew my ferryman today, but it doth rue me enow, for he was a hero of his hands." Then spake Hagen of Tronic, "And was then the ferryman thine?" "The fault was mine. He would not ferry us over, so I slew the knight. Forsooth I had great need, for I had sheer gained at his hands my death. As meed I offered him gold and trappings, that he ferry me across to thy land, Sir Knight. This angered him so greatly that he smote me with a mighty oar. At this I waxed grim enow. I seized my sword, and fended him his anger with a grievous wound. Thus the hero met his death. I'll make amends as doth think thee best." "Well I wist," spake Gelfrat, "when Gunther and his fellowship rode hither, that Hagen of Tronic would do us harm. Now he shall not live. The knight must stand for the ferryman's life." Over the bucklers Gelfrat and Hagen couched their spears for the thrust. Each would charge the other. Elze and Dankwart rode full gloriously. They tested who they were. Fierce was the fight. How might heroes ever prove each other better? From a mighty thrust Hagen was unhorsed by Gelfrat's hand. His martingale snapped. He learnt what it was to fall. The crash of shafts resounded from their fellowship. Hagen, who from the thrust afore had come to earth, down on the grass, sprang up again. I trow he was not gentle of mood towards Gelfrat then. Who held their steeds I know not. Both Hagen and Gelfrat had alighted on the sand and rushed together. Their fellowship helped thereby and became acquaint with strife. Albeit Hagen sprang at Gelfrat fiercely, the noble Margrave smote from his shield a mickle piece, so that the sparks flew wide. Full nigh did Gunther's liegeman die therefrom. He began to call to Dankwart, "O help, dear brother! Certes, a hero of his hands hath matched me. He will not spare my life." At this bold Dankwart spake, "I'll play the umpire here." The hero then sprang nearer, and with a sharp sword smote Gelfrat such a blow that he fell down dead. Elze then would fain avenge the knight, but he and his fellowship parted from the fray with scathe. His brother had been slain. He himself was wounded. Full 80 of his knights remained with grim death behind upon the field. Their lord must needs turn in flight from Gunther's men. When those from the Bavarian land gave way and fled, one heard the savage blows resound behind them. Those of Tronic chased their foes. They were in passing haste. who had not weened to make amends. Then spake Dankwart the knight in their pursuit: "Let us turn soon on this road, and let them ride, for they be wot with blood. Haste we to our friends, this I advise you of a truth." When they were come again where the scathe had happed, Hagen of Tronic spake: "Heroes, prove now what doth fail us here, or whom we have lost in the strife through Gelfrat's wrath." 4 they had lost, whom they must needs bewail, but they had been paid for dearly. For them 100 or better from the Bavarian land were slain. From their blood the shields of the men of Tronic were dimmed and wet. Through the clouds there partly broke the gleam of the shining moon, as Hagen spake again: "Let none make known to my dear lords what we have wrought here today. Let them rest without care until the morn." When those who just had fought were now come again, the fellowship was full weary from the way. "How long must we still ride?" asked many a man. Then spake the bold Dankwart: "We may not find lodgings here. Ye must all ride until the day be come." The doughty Folker, who had charge of the fellowship, bade ask the marshal: "Where may we find a place tonight where our steeds may rest, and our dear lords as well?" Bold Dankwart answered: "I cannot tell you that. We may not rest till it begin to dawn. Wherever then we find a chance, we'll lay us down upon the grass." How loath it was to some when they heard this tale! They remained unmarked with their stains of warm red blood until the sun shot his gleaming light against the morn across the hills. Then the king beheld that they had fought. Wrathfully the hero spake: "How now, friend Hagen? I ween ye scorned to have me with you when your rings grew wet with blood. Who hath done this?" Quoth he: "This Elsa did, who encountered us by night. We were attacked because of his ferryman. Then my brother's hand smote Gelfrat down. Elsa soon escaped us, constrained thereto by mickle need. 100 of them, and but 4 of ours, lay dead in the strife. We cannot tell you where they laid them down to rest. All of the folk of the land learned soon that the sons of the noble Uta rode to court. Later they were well received at Passau. The uncle of the noble king, the bishop Pilgrim, was blithe of mood, as his nephews came to his land with so many knights. That he bare them good will they learned full soon. Well were they greeted, too, by friends along the way. Sith men could not lodge them all at Passau, they had to cross the stream to where they found a field on which they set up pavilions and costly tents. All one day they must needs stay there, and a full night too. What good cheer men gave them! After that they had to ride to Rudiger's land, to whom the tidings were brought full soon. When the wayworn warriors had rested them and came nearer to the Hunnish land, they found a man asleep upon the border, from whom Hagen of Tronic won a sturdy sword. The same good knight hight Eckert-Boulet. In truth sad of mood he grew, that he lost his weapon through the journey of the knights. They found Rudiger's marches guarded ill. "Woe is me of this shame," spake Eckert-Boulet. "Certes, this journey of the Burgundians rueth me full sore. My joy hath fled, sith I lost knight Siegfried. Alas, Sir Rudiger, how I have acted toward thee." When Hagen heard the noble warrior's plight, he gave him back his sword and 6 red armbands. "These keep, Sir Knight, as a token that thou art my friend. A bold knight thou art, though thou standest alone upon the marches." "God repay you for your armbands," Eckert-Boulet replied. "Yet your journey to the Huns doth rue me sore. Because ye slew Siegfried, men hate you here. I counsel you in truth that ye guard you well." "Now may God protect us," answered Hagen. "These knights, the kings and their liegemen, have forsooth no other care save for their lodgment, where we may find quarters in this land to-night. Our steeds be spent by the distant way, and our food run out," quoth Hagen the knight. "We find naught anywhere for sale, and have need of a host, who through his courtesy would give us of his bread to-night." Then Eckewart made answer, "I'll show you a host so good that full seldom have ye been lodged so well in any land as here may hap you. An ye will seek out Rudiger, ye doughty knights. He dwelleth by the highway, and is the best host that ever owned a house. His heart giveth birth to courtesy as the sweet May doth to grass and flowers. He is aye merry of mood, when he can serve good knights." At this King Gunther spake, "Will ye be my messenger, and ask whether my dear friend Rudiger will for my sake keep us, my kinsmen and our men? I will repay thee this as best I ever can." "Gladly will I be the messenger," Eckewart replied. With a right good will he gat him on the road and told Rudiger the message he had heard, to whom none such pleasing news had come in many a day. At Bechelaren men saw a knight pricking fast. Rudiger himself descried him. He spake, "Upon the road yonder hasteth Eckewart, a liegeman of Kriemhild." He weened the foes had done him scathe. Before the gate he went to meet the messenger, who ungirt his sword and laid it from his hand. The tales he brought were not hidden from the host and his friends, but were straightway told them. To the Margrave he spake, "Gunther, the lord of the Burgundian land, and Giselher his brother, and Gernot too, have sent me hither to you. Each of the warriors tendered you his service. Hagen and Folker too eagerly did the same in truth. Still more I'll tell you, that the king's marshal sendeth you by me the message, that the good knights have passing need of your lodgment." Rudiger answered with a smile, "Now well is me of these tales, that the high-born kings do reck of my service. It shall not be denied them. Merry and blithe will I be, an they come unto my house. Dankwart the marshal bade let you know whom ye should lodge in your house with them. 60 doughty champions, 1,000 good knights, and 9,000 men-at-arms." Merry of mood grew Rudiger. He spake, "Now well is me of these guests, that these noble warriors be coming to my house, whom I have served as yet full seldom. Now ride ye forth for to meet them, my kinsmen and my men." Knights and squires now hied them to their horses. It thought them right, which their lord did bid. All the more they hasted with their service. As yet Lady Gotelind wist it not, who sate within her bower. End of How Gelfrat was slain by Dankwart.